Well, it's a pleasure to be with you in Maui. I've been trying to figure out since the first of the year whether I was dead or not, because I seem to be living in heaven. I just go from one wonderful scene to the next. I was in Portugal the first 2 weeks of January doing a science fiction film. Flew from there to the revolt in Chiapas, home to do the mail, and then back to my home on the nearby larger and more volcanically active islands to the east. And now I'm here with you this evening. Thanks to Robin Johnson and Gary, who did the wonderful introduction, pleasant in its brevity. And I'm here to talk to you this evening about speaking about the unspeakable, which seemed to leave the field fairly broadly open for last-minute adjustments. Speaking about the unspeakable is both a joke and a pointer toward a very serious set of subjects. First of all, the unspeakable is that which lies beyond the domain of language. And when I titled the lecture, I was thinking of Wittgenstein, who mentioned the unspeakable, the things which exceed our grasp. The other meaning of the unspeakable is the things we'd rather not speak about, our dilemma, our history, and how hard it will be to create solutions to our dilemma. So I thought with those two understandings of the meaning of the unspeakable in place, I would launch myself into a kind of meandering diatribe, which will go on for a while, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll entertain questions from the floor. So that's the basic, that's the formula. I'm sure it's no news here that we are approaching the third millennium, that 1,000 years of Christian civilization is percolating to its end, that we're on the brink of some kind of turning in the cosmic machinery. And though historians think of history as an endlessly fluctuating and trendlessly fluctuating process, in fact, I think for anyone with half an eye, it's clear that history is some kind of self-consuming process that occurs in geological and biological time in a kind of instant. It is not something that can be built into the life of a planet for endless eons. It's a phased transition, and it has the character of creating ever-expanding adaptive effectiveness for the species that practices it, usually through technology. But this adaptive effectiveness ultimately becomes toxic, no longer serves the endless expansion of population, the endless subduing of nature becomes counterproductive. And at that point, the feedback signals from the process of global civilization become signals indicating danger and time to shift to another gear, time to change the paradigm by which the society has directed itself. And Western civilization, through technological success, has become the dominant global civilization. So unlike the rise and fall of the Maya, which occurred in a kind of cultural and historical vacuum, our civilization touches everyone on this planet. We're involved in a species-wide crisis, and it's a crisis of adaptation and intelligence. If we can meet the crisis, if we can redesign the cultural machinery so that it can glide into the new value system that a limited Earth and an electronically activated population demand, then we can use the crisis as a stepping stone to further exploration of the universe, further evolution, further unfoldment. If we can't meet the challenge, then the fossil record makes clear that there is a place and a plan for those who can't cut the mustard. 95% of all species that have ever lived on this planet are extinct. Nature is an engine for the production of extinct species. And if we are to evade that fate, then we have to rise to the challenge that our history deposits in our laps, because we have been practicing maladaptive technologies, maladaptive ideologies for about 12,000 years now. Well, this is not news to anybody. This just sets the stage. My perspective on this is a little different from many futurists or planners or people who grapple with this, because I believe that the answer to this dilemma and the answer to the contradictions that history confronts us with is a deeper exploration of the psychedelic experience. And the psychedelic experience is something incredibly alien to the Western mind. It is in fact taboo. It is in fact one of these unspeakable subjects promised in the lecture title. It's possible to go from birth to the grave without ever having a psychedelic experience. It's not built into your biology the way orgasm or sleep or hunger or something like that is. It's a physiological option that involves forming a symbiotic relationship with a plant, or post-high technology with a substance either derived from a plant or probably structurally related to substances within plants. Consciousness appears to be, on one level, a materialistic phenomenon, in that it springs from the physical brain. It springs from the electrochemical processes that go on within organisms. On another level, consciousness and the psychedelic experience seem to be a kind of angelic descent into the domain of matter, a kind of iridescence from another dimension that infuses materiality. This is a great paradox, and it's a paradox that persists right down to the molecular level. Psychopharmacologists know, for example, that by shifting a single atom on the ring structure of a chemically active molecule, it can be changed from being extremely psychoactive to being completely inert. Now, if this is not a proof that consciousness springs from the quantum mechanical level, I don't know what would be. So what that means then, to me, is that matter itself has what Alfred North Whitehead called an appetition for completion. Everything in the universe strives to transcend itself. Everything in the universe has what Whitehead called an internal horizon of transcendence. And in the human organism, this internal transcendent horizon within historical times has been frustrated by ideologies, has been channeled in negative directions towards such phenomena as urbanism, male kingship, monocultural agriculture, phonetic alphabets, so forth and so on. These cultural institutions, one by one, are the bricks that we have used to build ourselves into an impossible prison. Now, into this situation, about 100 years ago, comes the news that there are Aboriginal people in various parts of the earth who are using plants to journey into invisible dimensions where divination, curing, and apparent violations of natural law are possible. You'll recall that in, I think it was 1888, Louis Lewin, the German pharmacologist, went to, of all places, Cincinnati, and scored 120 pounds of peyote, which he dutifully took back to Berlin and set to work upon, and quickly isolated the active principle, or it was isolated by a colleague of his. That initiated the modern era of psychopharmacology, and quickly Parmaline in the 20s, LSD in the 40s, psilocybin and DMT in the 50s, and then more exotic compounds were discovered. But as quickly as they were discovered, they were made illegal and they were professionally stigmatized, so that scientific careers were ruined if people chose to involve themselves in these substances. Well, now here's an interesting paradox. Science, which claims a kind of universal objectivity, which claims a kind of God-given right to probe into all dimensions and domains of nature, actually grew very queasy at the possibility of chemical agents being used to study and elucidate consciousness. And I think that when we analyze this modern institutional reluctance to deal with these compounds, what we uncover is in fact the lost history of the human race and the secret of our transcendent nature, our difference from the rest of animal nature is linked to the psychedelic compounds. And so is our sexuality, and so is our peculiar adaptive intelligence. This is the situation, you see, that we are half angels, half animals, half in the dimension of the rest of nature, and half in a dimension which can barely be described, the dimension of globe-girdling information transfer networks, high technology, the elucidation of the inner structure of stars and atoms, a world created by created by the operation of abstraction. And this is the great thing which we do. We take data and matter, and we elaborate these things into constructs, either physical artifacts, machines, art galleries, cities, or ideological constructs, Marxism, feminism, Catholicism, Zoroastrianism. We seem to be the creature that can download the ideas, the Platonic perfect forms of a higher dimension into the world of matter. And so where we are, there is an interfacing between the world of ordinary nature and some kind of transcendent force. And I really believe that history is the trail in the snow, if you will, of this journey toward a fusion of spirit and matter. That the alchemical dream of the 16th century, which was the fusion of spirit and matter, was naively believed to be something that a single individual could achieve working alone in some Bavarian laboratory. This is not what it is, I think. I think human history is the alchemical process. The human organism is the prima materia, and our dreams are the goals that guide this process. And we have pursued this path for so long that there now is no going back. The only possibility now is what I call a forward escape. That means where you just put the pedal to the floor and close your eyes and go for it, because there's no going back. And my interest in psychedelics arises from two sources. Number one, the clear evidence available to everyone that societies that use psychedelics practice a kind of dynamic equilibrium with the earth and with the environment. They are stable. That's one factor arguing for the psychedelic experience. The other factor, a much more personal factor, is that it's the only thing I've ever seen which would turn people around as fast as we have to turn around if we're to avoid the fatal momentum of our past mistakes. Because we inherit essentially a runaway freight train on a downhill slope. And, they take and place us in the driver's seat and say, do something about human history. Well, no society can evolve faster than it can change its mind and its language. So speaking about the unspeakable means stretching the envelope of what can be said. When new things can be said, new plans can be laid, new directions can be found out of a crisis. And science has steered us deeply into the notion that nature is soulless and spiritless. And the practice of this idea has led us to the brink of catastrophe, global and species and ecological catastrophe. Meanwhile, these Aboriginal societies have been journeying freely to and from the spirit realm through the use of plants for as many millennia as we have been wandering in the deserts of abstraction. Now, these two halves of the human family have to make common cause, because the rainforest shaman and the Manhattan stockbroker are essentially in the same lifeboat with the same set of problems: a dissolving atmosphere, toxic oceans, overpopulation, commercialization of violence, sexism, racism, you name it. These problems are global problems, and they are problems that will not be solved without an incredible leap of imagination. Psychedelics are catalysts for the human imagination. That very simply is what they are. It doesn't say they're good. It doesn't say they are bad. They will catalyze the perverse imagination with the same effectiveness that they will catalyze the Gaian responsible imagination. Nevertheless, if we do not avail ourselves of these tools, I think the cultural enterprise is in quicksand and sinking quickly, or a kind of sinking submarine. So how can we change our minds, redesign our value systems, redesign our languages quickly enough to avert some kind of global degradation of the quality of life that will leave our children the poorer? Well, the way to do this, I think, is to get connected up with the rest of nature. Nature is a seamless community of intentionality. Nature is a gene swarm covering the surface of the planet. Biological nature, I'm talking here, is a set of interlocking strategies and intents, the sole purpose of which is to, one, survive, and to, two, maintain creative openness so that there can be further evolutionary advance. All life participates in the multiple feedback loops that homeostatically regulate this thing called nature. Only human beings, under the aegis of our peculiar civilization, have been able to sufficiently insulate themselves through urbanization, through the clearing of land, through special vocabularies, have been able to sufficiently insulate themselves to escape the implication of this natural engine of balance and equilibrium. The way back there is to get this Gaian connection. And if hortatory preaching could do it, the Sermon on the Mount would have been the turning point. But clearly that's not the case. Some things have gotten considerably worse since the Sermon on the Mount for Mike. The only way back is through a direct experience of the sacral and unitary nature of being. This is a very difficult problem for us because experience is something that we have given away. We are consumers of experience, handed down through a hierarchy that begins somewhere near Madison Avenue, a hierarchy of image production that causes all our values to be brought in from the outside as religions, as product fetishism, brand loyalty, ideologies. We consume these things the same way we consume petroleum, and rice. What we have to do is begin to concentrate on the felt presence of immediate experience. This is what Western civilization has lost, is a sense of the felt presence of immediate experience. In other words, we have to live in the body. Ideology must serve feeling. Technology must serve intuition. What we're talking about here is a complete inversion of social values. We're talking about a feminizing of culture, a greening of culture, and a de-emphasis on mechanism and a de-emphasis on goals, the achievement of goals, over the style with which these goals are achieved. One of the books that I wrote was called The Archaic Revival, and I called it that because I can discern, or I delude myself in thinking I can discern, throughout the 20th century, a very large cultural pattern, which is what I call the nostalgia for the archaic. It touches phenomena as diverse as Freudian and Jungian psychoanalysis, jazz, body piercing, rock and roll, New Age therapy, scarification and tattoos, house music, what all these things have, abstract expressionism, surrealism, Dada, what all these things have in common is a reverence for the irrational and the experiential, the tempos of the body. We are, in the 20th century, at last beginning to at least debate the possibility of setting off from Aristotelianism and the world of the Edwardian gentleman. And it's about time, I would say, it's the last possible moment before we will have any choice in the matter. And what I left off that list was shamanism and psychedelic plants. Because when you begin to think about archaic life, about what it really meant, the shaman emerges as the paradigmatic figure. The shaman cures, the shaman travels in invisible dimensions, the shaman can rescue souls, the shaman can somehow violate ordinary space and time. And at the center of shamanism is the psychedelic experience. Now, there's a lot of haggling about this in anthropology, but just to let you know where I'm coming from, I believe shamanism without psychedelics is shamanism on its way to becoming religion. Not all shamanisms in the world are psychedelic. Some rely on ordeal, some rely on quote-unquote abnormal personalities. These are forms of shamanism that are drifting toward institutional religion. Shamanism is not, strangely enough, the product of cultural values alone. It's a series of ideas that have been built up around an experience which most people in our society have never had. It's the experience of boundary dissolution, of the collectivity of planetary life, of the presence of strange and alien dimensions filled with intelligence and intent toward humanity. It is, in short, the world of pagan natural magic. And this is the world that beckons in the light of the failure of the cultural models of the last couple of thousand years. Now, it's a matter of great political controversy. Somehow, the changing of consciousness is deemed to be threatening to the state. Now, why is that? Is the state somehow playing a shell game that would be exposed if people were to actually open their eyes? In what way does the expansion of consciousness threaten industrial democracies? I think we need real answers to this. We like to believe we're a free society, but in fact, this is a game of puppet and puppeteer, no different from the game that was played inside the Marxist societies so recently deceased. It is irrational for people to addict themselves to the consumption of products, to money fetishism, and to linear ideologies. All of this is irrational, but it's practiced with a vengeance inside the high-tech industrial democracies. I maintain that we have drifted very, very far from a viable social system, and that in order to return to a viable social system, we're going to have to revivify our archaic styles. This is going on all around us throughout the 20th century, as I've said, in an unconscious fashion. But I'm suggesting that we do it in a conscious fashion, and that we admit that hegemony, monotheism, print-created culture, obsession with stuff, that all of these things have played us false. They do not satisfy. And what satisfies is authentic experience. And authentic experience has been made almost impossible inside the world of media manipulated symbols and manufactured ideologies that constitutes the modern world. So what's required then is a radical act of disassociation from these value systems. And what that means is boundary dissolving psychedelic intoxication, allowing the Gaian agenda to manifest itself by dissolving the ego and by standing outside the structures of consumerist society. When this is done by large numbers of people, and I think the fact that we're here this evening means that the agenda is proceeding on time, under budget. When this is done, people will not tolerate the kind of human societies and the kind of allocation of resources that we're witnessing today. The obscenity of great wealth in the presence of great poverty, the obscenity of further destruction of the earth in the presence of spreading deserts and cities, the obscenity of the destruction of our educational system with the knowledge that our children require education more than anything else. All of these failures of will can be overcome if we can connect to our feelings. Because what we are is a person sitting in the corner of a room, hitting themselves repeatedly on the head with a hammer. If we could feel what we were doing, we would stop instantly. But we cannot feel what we're doing. We have ideologies, we have excuses, we have government spokesmen, committees, commissions, study groups, white papers, so forth and so on. It's perfectly obvious that Western civilization has shot its wad. It's perfectly obvious that Christianity has produced a nightmare of repression, of anti-human intolerance. It's perfectly obvious that the nuclear family is a cauldron for the production of neurosis and the employment of psychotherapists. It's perfectly obvious that The most destructive drugs we have discovered are peddled freely in every shopping center. It's perfectly obvious that the drugs of transcendence that connect us up to the earth are the drugs that are those who govern us are most interested in repressing. We are living inside an impossible set of contradictions, no less impossible than the set of contradictions the people of the Soviet Union were asked to live under until very recently. How long can we tolerate business as usual? How long can people who drive Mercedes and send checks to Greenpeace twice a year content themselves with the idea that that is a sufficient response to a burning and dying planet? What we have to do, I think, is radicalize our point of view. And what that means is, first of all, a telescoping back. Most people can't tell whether Joseph Goebbels served in the first or second Nixon administration. Most people have no sense of history at all. But when you, and this is a failure of education, plain and simple, but when you pull back 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years, then something emerges that is not taught in the schools, that is not recognized by science, that is never discussed and never mentioned. And that is that the further back in time you go, the simpler the universe becomes, until finally you reach the extraordinary improbability of the Big Bang. This is a moment where the universe, for no reason, sprang from nothingness, according to science. Now notice that whatever you think about that hypothesis, it's the limit test for credulity. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, if you believe that, you could believe anything. That is the most unlikely proposition the human brain can generate. And yet science holds its forth as axiom one. Axiom one, the universe sprang from nothing for no reason. Well, from that moment on, the universe has been complexifying itself as it cooled. First, it's a plasma of pure electrons. Then, as it cools, atoms form. Electrons can settle into stable orbits around atomic nuclei. As atomic systems aggregate into stars, fusion occurs. Heavier elements are cooked out, among them carbon. Four-valent carbon allows a new world of complexity to emerge, the world of organic chemistry. Out of that possibility emerge long-chain polymers. Out of that possibility emerge self-replicating molecular systems, and out of that comes primitive life, and out of that complex life, and out of that land-based life, and out of that mammals, and out of that primates, and out of that human beings sitting around the campfire, chewing on reindeer hides and chipping flint, and out of that our own immensely complex, planet-girdling, planet-agonizing civilization. Okay, but now notice something about this notice something about this set of declensions that I just ran through. It's that each advance into complexity occurs more quickly than the process which preceded it. So that, it took a long, long time for stars to aggregate. And then it took a long, long time for life to appear. Once life appears, the cosmic machine quickens its pace. Once the conquest of the land appears, it turns another turn of the spiral and quickens its pace. Once you arrive at human beings, you arrive in the domain of very rapid processes, even from the point of view of biology. Some people have a great enthusiasm for believing that there were high civilizations 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago on the Earth. I don't buy into that at all. I think the miracle of the human adventure is how new everything is. There are people teaching in respectable universities who believe language is 35,000 years old. I mean, try to wrap your mind around that. That means it's as artificial a thing as the electric toothbrush. Language we're talking about here. We are apparently the cutting edge of an ever-accelerating concrescent process. And this is what I was referring to at the beginning of the talk when I said history cannot go on forever. History represents a phase in the development of something, and the conquest of the land represented an earlier phase in the development of that same thing. The hundreds of millions of years of life in the ocean, yet a longer, earlier phase of this same process of emergence. Now, the pace of the cosmic drama has quickened. It rests in us. In the last 100 years, there has been more scientific and cultural advance. Let's make that scientific advance. That in the previous 100,000 years. This acceleration leads any rational person to the conclusion that eventually we are going to enter into domains of novelty of such short duration that they will consume history. And I believe that this is what the psychedelic experience actually reveals, that you can talk about the Jungian unconscious, you can talk about the maps of the Witoto or the Warani, but that the most effective map of the psychedelic domain is, strange to say, a mathematical map. That consciousness is the conquest of dimensionality. Biology is the conquest of dimensionality. The evolution of organs of locomotion and coordinated eyesight and so forth, these are devices to propel us through three-dimensional space. The mind, in its ability to coordinate data and anticipate situations, is a kind of trans-temporal organ. It is coordinating us in time as well as space. We are growing toward a kind of hyperspatiality, and this is a drama of universal import, because it is all biology that participates in this. Now, this represents a radical change of view to what the myth of our civilization is. The myth of our civilization is that the universe began a long time ago. It will be consumed in entropic death a long, long time in the future. We are on an ordinary planet, around an ordinary star, in an ordinary galaxy, in a universe of hundreds of millions of such galaxies. In other words, it's put down, put down, put down, put down, a minimalizing of our importance. We are no more, in the view of science, than fortunate spectators to a cosmic drama that knows and cares nothing about us. I don't believe this. I don't think the evidence of the psychedelic experience supports it. I think that the universe is an engine for the production of novelty, ever quicker, ever faster, ever denser, and that at this moment, so far as we know, in this universe, we, the human species, our civilization, this evening, right now, is the most complex organization, system, organism in existence. Therefore, somehow, the fate of the cosmic intent rests with us. We are not without responsibility in this situation. Somehow, the next step, the next advancement into novelty depends on our being a smooth and doubtful conduit for its emergence. And so, as a global civilization, we can no longer afford the luxury of an unconscious mind. I mean, when you can pull down the fusion processes that light the stars, when you can pull that down on the cities of your enemies, when you can sequence the DNA, when you can map the heart of the atom, then it is entirely inappropriate to have an unconscious mind, because the power that is given unto you is a kind of godlike Promethean power. So how can we switch on the lights on our animal nature and draw ourselves toward the angelic destiny that wants to happen? Well, I think it's very simple. We have to decondition ourselves from culture. We are sick. We require medical intervention, immediate medical intervention to attempt to intervene on what is a galloping cancerous state of neurosis, the growth and spread of ego. Ego is like a calcareous growth in the psyche of human beings. And if it is not treated, it creates the kind of society that we have. A society based on hierarchy, male dominance, accumulation of physical goods, suppression of the weak by the strong. This is the kind of society that is created when those values are pushed. This is why the psychedelics are so socially sensitive, because they dissolve deconditioning. And every culture is a scam. Every culture is a lie, a shell game run by weasels for the amusement of rubes. And if you don't want to be a weasel or a rube, then you need to inform yourself of how the shell game works and what lies beyond the carnival midway of civilized values. And the way to do that is to go back to the plants, to go back to the original gnosis, because it isn't simply that there is some magic in perturbing the chemistry of the brain with psychedelics. Why should that confer wisdom or insight or anything else? It only can do that if beyond the deconditioning there is a wholeness waiting. There is a mystery to be revealed. And I think it's the mystery of the Gaian mind. History is what happens to you when you lose touch with the Gaian mind, with the feminine, nurturing, planetary matrix that is the atmosphere and the ocean currents and the biota of the earth. Well, how could we have fallen so far? How could we have gotten into a mess like this? I spent a lot of time thinking about this. Man's fall. What is it? Is it real? Are we still a pristine expression of the will and beauty of nature? Or have we somehow sullied ourselves, somehow fallen from the track? And trying to think as a biologist, an evolutionary thinker, so forth and so on, here's my conclusion based on a lifetime of thinking about this, traveling around, getting loaded, reading, dealing with the data. All primates, and we are primates, all primates have what are called dominance hierarchies. This means the long-fanged, hard-bodied young males kick everybody around. The females, the juveniles, the homosexuals, everybody takes their marching order from the male dominators. And we, as we sit here in this room, are deeply and terribly afflicted with these attitudes. But I maintain this has not always been the case, and our peculiar position in nature has to do with a kind of evolutionary accident. Here's what it is, and as I go through it, I hope you understand it's an effort to solve one of the great problems of evolutionary biology, which is, why was it that within a period of time, no more than 2.5 million years, the human brain size doubled? Lumholtz, who is an evolutionary biologist of the academic mold, calls the evolution of the human brain the most explosive transformation of a major organ of a higher animal in the entire fossil record. Well, now this is a great embarrassment for evolutionary theory, because notice this is the organ which created the theory of evolution in the first place. So for it to be inexplicable within the terms of that theory is a little alarming to those who have a fixed stake in all of this. I maintain that by analyzing objectively what psychedelics do to us, we can understand not only our origins, but our predicament. And here's the scenario. Like all animal species, we reached a kind of evolutionary climax in the canopies of the rainforests of tropical Africa 5 to 6 million years ago, our ancestors. Fruitarian, insect-eating, complex pack signaling as an antecedent to language, and there we rested. Except that the dynamics of the planet dictated that those rainforests would shrink in size and be replaced by grasslands, and we came under nutritional pressure. When an animal comes under nutritional pressure, it has two choices. It can starve to death and go extinct, or it can begin to experiment with new foods. The reason most animals don't ordinarily experiment with foods is because that kind of experimentation leads to exposure to mutagenic chemicals, and that creates mutation, which is generally lethal. Faced with extinction and starvation, we began to experiment with the new vegetables that we encountered in the grasslands of Africa. And in that same grassland environment, ungulate mammals, bison, primitive cattle, so forth and so on, were also evolving. And the dung of those animals is the preferred environment for certain species of mushrooms that elaborate psilocybin. I maintain psilocybin is the missing key to understanding human emergence. The missing link is not a transitional skeleton. The missing link is an environmental factor of some sort. And here's how I think it worked. Psilocybin in small doses increases visual acuity. This has been shown in laboratory situations with graduate students and other test animals. Visual acuity is improved with small doses of psilocybin. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that an improvement in visual acuity would have a tremendous impact on a hunting-gathering animal in a situation of nutritional stress. It means more successful hunting. It means more nutrition and protein available for offspring. It means raising one's offspring to reproductive age with greater success than other members of the group that are not using psilocybin. So there is the thin wedge in that psilocybin, perhaps unconsciously integrated into the diet, gives a slightly increased success at food acquisition. At higher doses, psilocybin creates what's called, and all CNS stimulants create what's called arousal. This means this is how you feel after you have 2 double cappuccinos, pacing around, scanning the environment. And in highly sexed animals like primates, in the male, it means erection. So it becomes then a promoter of increased sexual activity, what primatologists like to call more successful instances of copulation. That's a second factor tending to outbreed members of the group not using psilocybin. Then, at still higher levels, hunting is out of the question. Booty is out of the question. And you're just nailed to the ground by the firelight, writhing in the ecstasis of hallucinogenic visions that unfolds around you. A situation that, to us, with all our sophistication, Husserl, Heidegger, Michael Jackson, the whole thing, we are as in awe of that as those proto-human beings must have been. So there it is. It's a 3-stage process. Better success at hunting, greater expression of sexuality and outbreeding of non-psilocybin-using members of the population, and then dissolution of boundaries into ecstasy. And this is the important one, because the thing that distinguishes our civilization and our lifestyle and our telos is ego. We believe that the free democratic individual is the highest expression of human evolution on this planet. We have deified the ego. But notice that the ego is, 1, fragile, and 2, it exists by definition of boundaries. My house, my job, my lover, my fortune, your house, your lover, your fortune. Ego means we define boundaries, the very thing that the psychedelics erode. And I believe that the sexual arousal and the boundary dissolution, when poured together in a social context in the high Paleolithic, created a society based on orgiastic sex and incredibly tight community values. Because one of the consequences of an orgiastic style is men cannot trace lines of male paternity. Therefore, men do not have children in the ordinary sense. Children belong to the group, and loyalty then is transferred to the group. It is not transferred to the family unit. And there was a moment, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 100,000 years, a window, when on the plains of Africa, under the influence of psilocybin and a non-hierarchical, orgiastic, nomadic society, we created poetry, drama, philosophy, higher values, altruism, courage, self-sacrifice, all of the values that we call human and transcendental were created in that environment. And then, no more than 15 to 20,000 years ago, The very forces which created that partnership paradise destroyed it. And what were those forces? Nothing more than the continued drying of the African continent. And the mushrooms began to disappear, began to become seasonal, began to be located only in the rain shadows of mountains. And when the availability of psilocybin began to decline, the old primate programming, which had never been removed from the animal, reemerged. The formation of dominance hierarchies reemerged. It must have been an awful, awful time. I mean, if many, many generations could be compressed into one, it would have been a time where people would have said, we don't seem to love each other anymore. We seem to have no spirit of community. We seem to have become competitive. We're now struggling over land and food and women and social position. A brutalizing of life occurred at that critical juncture when agriculture was invented as a response to further drying, when the huge database about nature that the hunter-gatherers had created was dumped in favor of the very limited database of the monocultural agriculturalists. And male hierarchy, male dominance, kingship, walled cities, an end to nomadism, slavery, all of these institutions emerged in roughly 1,000 to 1,500 years in the Middle East and across North Africa. And that is the sad set of circumstances of which we are the heirs, many generations removed. So we are like dysfunctional children. Something terrible happened to us in the childhood of our intelligence. We lost our connection to the Gaian matrix, to the goddess mother of the earth, who gives coherency to life. And when the connection was lost, we fell into history. It was a perverse thing. People became frantic to preserve the mushrooms, and they created strategies such as pickling them in honey. The problem with that is honey itself can change into a psychoactive compound, fermented alcohol. This creates a completely different set of cultural values. Alcohol promotes an inflated sense of verbal facility at the same time that it lowers boundaries to social cueing. Go to any singles bar on a Friday night and you will see this in action. It promotes a further brutalization of culture. So this, to my mind, explains our obsession with substances. Why it is that we addict and addict and addict is because we are looking for something. Just like a kitten that will suck on your armpit or your gloves because it was weaned too early. We're willing to try anything to try and get a certain satisfaction. So, heroin, hang gliding, ketamine, you name it, it's all out there. Marxism, sexism, sadomasochism, whatever. None of it will satisfy because none of it is the original thing that we're looking for. The original thing we are looking for, I think, is the state of mind induced by indole hallucinogens, specifically psilocybin. And we need to have a cultural dialogue about this. There is no other point of view. In other words, nobody has a good story about how we got here, how we emerged out of human prototypes so quickly. It must have been a dietary factor. It must have been a dietary factor that put extraordinary pressure on the neuro-linguistic systems of the evolving human brain. Psilocybin fits the profile. It was available in that environment at the right time, in the right quantity. And I maintain, we're not simply solving here a kind of abstract question about human origins. We are also pointing the way toward answers. Because until we return to these archaic folkways, shamanism, hallucinogenic intoxication, honoring of the feminine, dissolution of boundaries, so forth, re-tribalizing of social relations, so forth and so on, we are going to continue to drift toward extinction. So it's time to start speaking about the unspeakable. It's time to articulate these options. It's possible that we're going to sink into the quicksand of extinction with the answer clutched in our hand. That would be a tragedy too much to bear. I mean, it's one thing to think there are no answers. It's quite another to die with the answer in your hand. I mean, that's just sheer shit-brain stupidity. So what must be done is the psychedelic meme must be given respectability. It must be outed. It must be surfaced. People of intelligence whose lives have been touched by these things have to begin to witness it. This is how gay people got respect. It's how people of color got respect. They're not handing rights out in this society, in case you didn't notice. The only way you are given your rights is if you demand them. And the idea that plants should be illegal and that the evolution and exploration of one's own mind should be of interest and regulated by the state is obscene, absurd, ridiculous. And intolerable. So, here we are, 9 times in the last 100,000 years, the ice has moved outward from the poles, destroying everything in its path. Our people crossed the Straits of Beringia thousands and thousands of years ago. They didn't have antibiotics, they didn't have MTV, they didn't have central air conditioning, but they managed to get us to this point. Now the ball is in our hands. We have global databases, we have the internet, we have systems of communication and data gathering undreamed of even 10 or 15 years ago. If we drop the ball, all of nature witnesses our failure, and our unborn children are the recipients of the consequences of that catastrophe. So I think it's time to begin to talk very, very frankly about the forced engineering of consciousness, about the re-shamanizing of society, about the rebirth of archaic values before it's too late. If we do this, I really believe that we primates love a good scrap and that it's not too late. It's just almost too late. We are like someone awakening in a stupor in a burning house. It's time to stagger out onto the front lawn and sort things out, or we're going to be crispy critters if we don't get our act together. So I want to urge each of you to consider yourself self-selected to be here tonight, and therefore potentially an ambassador for reason on this issue of consciousness expansion and self-exploration. This is how religion was practiced for the first 1,000,000 years of its existence. It was only later that men wearing dresses took over the operation and have been shoving it down everybody's throat in a very unpleasant form ever since. The Gaia matrix is there. Psychedelics work. We're not talking about sweeping up around the ashram for 12 years before somebody gives you the good. this stuff works. I mean, if you had taken 5 dry grams tonight in the confines of your home instead of coming here, you would be there now. So it is a tool which works. It isn't controlled by any BDI faction with a bunch of mumbo jumbo around it. It is self-directed, self-explanatory, and anyone who loves adventure and who loves life and who loves the experience of being has an obligation, I think, to explore this. It's as much a part of your identity as your sexuality, your ancestral history, or your hopes and fears. And to ignore it is to choose to play with less than a full deck. Don't do that. Play with a full deck. Help launch the millennium. Let's save the planet and create a world that we can be proud to hand on to our children. Thank you very much. We'll take about a 15-minute break. I think they're dealing books and things in the back, and then we'll do Q&A from the audience, which is much more fun, I assure you. Thank you very much for coming out.
The way we like to see this work is that when you have a question, if you could come up to the microphone, and those who have additional questions, if you could sort of queue up behind, and then Terence will answer this. Okay.
And the first question is,
what happened to the dinosaurs?
oh, what happened to the dinosaurs? An easy question. Well, I mean, there's argument about everything, but I think it's fairly clear that the dinosaurs were pushed into extinction by a cometary impact on the Earth. This is I mean, I don't know what lay behind your question, but I'm very interested in these kind of cometary impacts because they create very sudden extinctions. And those of you who attend the workshop, and some of the rest of you may know, I have a theory about time that is mathematical and predictive. And one of the if you're going to predict the past anyway, one of the things your theory has to kick out is this extinction of the dinosaurs. And it now appears fairly clear that an object struck the Earth and broke into 2 pieces, if not more, and impacted essentially in the Gulf of Mexico. And in a single day, they went extinct. Some of you may know, I mean, this is not simply something which lies in the distant past. This July of this year, an object of similar size will impact on Jupiter. This object called Schumacher-Levy 9, which has broken into 25 fragments of about 2 to 5 kilometers each, is going to smash down on Jupiter the week of July 21st. Those of you who follow these things on the time wave will see it there at the bottom of the novelty trough, lending yet further credence to the idea. Yes. You're it?
I found some mushrooms the other day. I've never found mushrooms before, but pretty darn sure these are psilocybin mushrooms. Did you ever eat up them? I tried them with my cat, and after about 2 days, they went dry.
Is it turned to slime?
No. They were almost all the sport drink and the bruising and the taste and smell. Everything's there. It's right all the time. I never picked up, like I said, pretty much sure these are. Well, if you guys are the only bad, it's fun for a couple of hours. I already did that and dried up real quick. You know,
Well, the key to keeping them is to dry them very, very well. They shouldn't be rubbery at all. They should be as crisp as a crisp saltine cracker.
so darn bad.
No, they're not bad. And then what you do is you put them these, I should get money for this, but a daisy seal-a-meal system where you can suck the air out of the bag so that there's no air in it and so that the bag seals down very tightly around the mushrooms. If you use that system and then put them in the back of a dark freezer, they'll last virtually forever. What degrades psilocybin is light and moisture. And so you got to get light and moisture out of the picture, and then it will last for a really long time. If you have a lot of mushrooms that you're trying to preserve, it also helps to powder them and then pound them, like with a dowel and a hammer, pound them into a container so that it's really dense, so that they're tightly packed, airless and cold and without light. And then it's good for your lifetime. Sure.
Hi, I just wanted to know if you have heard about a book called The Youth's Message.
No.
Okay, I want to tell you a little bit about it because it's very interesting. I think it follows what you're talking about. I love your idea of a collective consciousness, and I think the book describes Aboriginal tribes in Australia that have been living out the way in which you're speaking, a collective. And what they've come to the conclusion of is that they can no longer procreate because they have recognized that they can no longer exist on this planet. And the reason they call the book the Youth Message is that they believe we are a mutant life form on this planet and is destroying it to the extent that they can no longer continue their lineage. And this is an interesting concept because it's the first culture I know that has collectively chosen not to breathe. And along with your concept of raising our consciousness so that we understand the destructive nature of ourselves, what about a parallel vision of reducing our population as these people are, of consciously choosing not to procreate at this time?
Well, it's interesting that you brought this up. Yes, I've been saying for some time that, and the mushroom pointed this out to me, if every woman had only one child, the population of the planet would fall 50% in 40 years. 50% in 40 years without war, revolution, coercion, anything else. And now when you suggest this to people, they say, well, didn't they try that in China and it failed? Yes, but you have to think about a couple of things. First of all, a child born to a woman in Maui or Malibu or Manhattan, that child will use between 800 and 1,000 times more resources in its lifetime than a child born to a woman in Bangladesh. Why do we preach birth control in Bangladesh? We should be preaching it on Maui, Manhattan, and Malibu, because the women in those places are highly educated, socially responsible, global people, and therefore are the population most likely to respond to this suggestion. If 15% of the women in the high-tech industrial democracies were to limit their childbearing to one child, within 10 years, certain pressure indicators on the planet would begin to move away from the red and into the black. So I think that we have got to deal with this question of population. There are clearly too many people. And one woman, one child, you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a psychedelic advocate to understand the impact of that. If the population of the earth were cut in half, everybody alive would be twice as wealthy. It's possible in 120 years that we could reduce the Earth's population to 1 billion very healthy, very comfortable, very well-educated people. Okay, that's part of what the mushroom said, and I think it may seem radical in some circles, but not here, perhaps. It also said something else, which I rarely mention, but since you brought it up, there are not only too many people, there are too many men. And I would be very interested in seeing a set of social policies, tax incentives, medical policies, insurance policies put in place to limit male birth. It's very rare in mammal populations that you have a 50-50 ratio of male to female. And in fact, it's well known that male infants are less robust than female infants. And the reason we have a 50-50 sexual ratio is because we artificially support males and withdraw resources from females. I suspect that in the high Paleolithic, the ratio was closer to 2 to 1. And my supposition in thinking about this is probably that the best ratio is about 3 to 1. This is the way to feminize the human race if you're serious. This is the way to advance women if you're serious. Then what you have is less men, women whose dedication to the reproductive activities is confined in time to the amount of time it takes to raise only one child. This would be tremendously salutary to our problems. I've never heard it advocated, even by the most radical lesbian feminist, yada yada. I've never heard anyone say male birth should be limited, but it obviously should. And through amniocentesis and this sort of thing, we can steer ourselves toward a population with the predominance of females, and those females should have only one child, and 75% of those children should also be female. This would seem, and I don't consider myself a gung-ho feminist. I mean, I'm a feminist, but I don't read the literature or try to understand all the factions and theories. As a humanist, I advocate a reduction in male births. It just seems obvious that that's the way to go. If it doesn't seem obvious to you, then let's have a public debate about it and at least make it part of the rhetoric of the culture that this is an option for people to think about.
I can like to just add one thing. I was listening to the President's Council on Sustainable Development. It's very interesting when you bring up the population issue because certain social groups that feel they are not being heard because their numbers are not large enough feel that's their only trump card at this point. And that's so frightening. I understand the need for social justice, and that feels like their only alternative is populating in order to get the respect that they need. So.
But if that argument were true, that numbers were political power, then China would be the most powerful nation on the planet. I don't see that. I think it's a false analysis. I think that the quality of life of your citizenry dictates your position in the hierarchy of global societies. It's a crazy argument to say that for instance, the Hawaiians can only gain political power through breeding themselves into ever larger numbers. I mean, how practical is that? But people cannot afford large families. It's a prescription for further poverty, further overcrowding, and further rote objection I hear to the one woman, one child idea is that only children are neurotic. But I don't believe this. I think the post-industrial nuclear family model is extraordinarily neurotic because the parents model neurosis for the two children who are usually part of the picture. The nuclear family is a product of the Industrial Revolution. It is not a traditional social unit rooted in thousands of years of human experimentation. It's entirely a social unit created for the convenience of the factory and the office. If we are gung-ho to return to archaic social units, then we have to return to the extended family. And of course, that's very difficult because modern transportation makes it possible for families to exist, to spread out all over the world. But, you know, whether you're psychedelic or not, it's perfectly clear that if population is not somehow controlled, all other good works, all other liberal forward-thinking policies will come to nothing because the burgeoning population simply sucks up the resources that are free. So, and yes, we have to then take on the Catholic Church and so forth and so on. But no group of people should be free to run around advocating policies that threaten the survival of the human race. I mean, that should be, if there are ideological crimes, that should be one of them. And the idea that you can run around advocating policies that wreck the land and push millions of people into poverty, degradation, and death is obscene. When people didn't care for the Holocaust, that was a moral outrage. But the policies of the Roman Catholic Church push more people into early death, disease, and poverty than the Holocaust ever did. And yet, you know, they're perfectly free to run their bingo games and appear among us. Why? They should have to answer for this outrage. Of course, I have to tell you, I'm a recovering Catholic, so... Next.
Well, Terence, you're advocating psilocybin here as a possible key towards the necessary transformation in consciousness that we need, you know, for this culture, this current civilization to continue. And you painted a wonderful picture about how we really are at a break point. I mean, something has to happen. But I'm just wondering, do you have any kind of scenario to envision any way in which it's possible for the widespread ingesting and usage of this stuff? I mean, it's currently criminal. How can this work? How can it happen? I mean, it's something that you have to take, right? You have to have experience, and you're saying that a large number of people have to have it.
Well, there are different answers that range from obvious to inobvious. I mean, you're all probably up to speed on the legalization struggle, how hopeless it seems, how prolonged the debate. Recently, I've been thinking about this in a slightly different way. Here's an idea. There is a plant called Salvia divinorum. Probably most of you have never heard of it. It contains a compound which is not an indole and which is not scheduled, called salvorine alpha. When you take 20 leaves of this plant, which can be grown in most climates and everywhere in the world as a house plant very easily, when you take 20 leaves of this plant and chew it up and lie down in silent darkness, it provokes about 40 minutes of extraordinarily highly colored three-dimensional hallucinations. Let's keep salvia legal. Salvia is legal. There are no laws against it anywhere on this planet. There are no laws against this substance anywhere on this planet. Keep Salvia divinorum legal and go home and plant it and grow it and take it, and you will not be disappointed. This is not a shock. In other words, I test everything anybody tells me works, and it never does. This works, and in fact, chemists in the past 6 months have isolated the compound. It's called salvarine alpha. It's an isoquinoline. It's absolutely unknown to law enforcement. It has no history of human abuse, and it's active in the 200 microgram range, and it's smokable. Salvia divinorum should be kept legal. It should be propagated everywhere. It should be widely grown and taken. Psychotherapists can use it. You can organize your church around it. You can do whatever you want with it. If what we're trying to do is get the psychedelic experience into the public domain, this is the way to go. Once we secure that salvia does not cause madness, impotence, whatever, then the issue of these other psychedelics will be seen in a different perspective. This, by the way, is very new information, and there are people who will shit a brick when they find out I said this to you tonight, because there's a debate going on in the upper echelons of psychedelia about whether or not this should be public knowledge. I trust that debate is now closed. You heard it here first. You can order this plant from the ordinary suppliers of psychoactive gardening. Salvia, S-A-L-V-I-A, space, D-I-V-I-N-O-R-U-M. Salvia divinorum, called in Mexico, Ojos de la Pastora, the eyes of the shepherdess. Go figure. Yeah.
I had an opportunity before I arrived here to speak with Brenda Laurel, who is the self-proclaimed PR goddess. She believes that we need to wrestle control of technology from the scientists to artists. Could you extrapolate on that and your views on virtual reality?
Yes, well, I've wrestled Brenda a number of times. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I'm very excited about virtual reality, which some people think is a funny thing for a botanist and a jungle bunny to be into. But what I see coming out of VR is a technology by which we can show each other the inside of our own heads. That's what it promises. I can imagine a world where around age 6 or 7, a child begins to build their virtual reality. Well, by the time you're 25, it would be half the size of Manhattan, and it would be your world, and it would be more you than your body. I mean, after all, we don't really identify, do we, with 145 pounds of monkey flesh. That is not you. You are your hopes, your fears, your dreams, the inner soul, the poetry. So I can imagine a world where if you were seriously interested in having a relationship with someone, you would invite them into your reality and say, this is me. Stroll around, check the levels, visit the museum and the spa, and see what you think. Naturally, virtual reality is potentially trivializable. Millions of people right now are being warehoused by television. I mean, television is the heroine of the electrified middle class. And I'm not sure it's a bad thing. I mean, how would you like all those people out driving around and shopping and getting in your way? It's good that they're off in their condominiums watching whatever they're watching. I'm not an anti-technologist. In fact, quite the contrary. I think technology is a fascinating extension of ourselves. And I think, we're taking hold of the human image. We're beginning to dream the dream of becoming whatever we want to become. And it's very difficult because we're emerging from the umbrella of Christian theology that told us that human nature was sinful, blemished, fallen from its true state. And yet, we really have to return to the point of view of the great Renaissance magicians like Marcello Ficino, who he said, man, but let us say humanity is the measure of all things. Humanity is the measure of all things. We are the caretakers of the earth. That's not something we can choose. It's already a done deal. The earth is now our responsibility. And it's through technology that we dissolve some of our boundaries and knit ourselves into a community of global management and caring. I think that's very important. I think technology has been obscenely in the service of profit, and science too has poured itself to profit. But what kind of world could be built if these things were in the service of art? It's our cultural values that are out of whack. There's no reason to go, beating on science or technology. It's the monkey manipulating and applying these things that needs to be thoroughly looked at and possibly pharmacologically rewired. Yeah.
I read all some of the DMT, and so I just want to know what the difference between DMT and mushrooms are when they're intoxicated. Because a lot of people intoxicated with DMT.
Well,
not so.
Psilocybin and DMT are extraordinary structural near relatives. However, in the process of being metabolized in the body, psilocybin never becomes DMT. It passes close to it. DMT is, to my mind, the substance where all of these issues are brought to a white-hot nexus of intensity, because DMT is very brief. It lasts on the order of 500 seconds, under 5 minutes for most people. You return to the baseline of consciousness. It's a human neurotransmitter. It occurs in many, many plants. It is the strongest of all naturally occurring hallucinogens. And looking at the physiological profile, it is probably the safest of all natural hallucinogens. And that's an incredible challenge to everyone in this room. The strongest and the safest spun into one. So there's no excuse not to do it, you see. It's also, because of its extraordinary brevity, an incredible challenge to those who want to criticize psychedelics. I mean, it's ridiculous to criticize a drug you haven't taken. I mean, it's sheer boneheaded no-nothingism. So I can respond to the argument of my critics that they can have a lifetime of criticizing psychedelic drugs, but they can't spend 8 hours to take mushrooms, but surely they can spend 10 minutes to smoke DMT. Well, once you smoke DMT, I believe we have you. There is no going back, because it is such an extraordinary revelation, not of any theogony of white lights or any Jungian or Freudian Freudian map of the unconscious, but rather the revelation of something utterly unexpected, overwhelmingly strange, definitely translinguistic, and repeatable on demand. You know, we're not talking about standing in cornfields here and praying for flying saucers. DMT is a reliable method for crossing into a dimension that human beings have debated the existence of for 50,000 years. Is there an invisible nearby world inhabited by active intelligences with which human beings can communicate? You bet your booties there is. And, you know, if you don't think so, then tell me you don't think so and you smoked 70 milligrams of DMT. Otherwise, we just don't have anything to talk about. Yes, yes.
I love your theory of the missing link and psilocybin being a possible solution to the missing link there. And I think of how different we are as a culture now from what the people who lived then would have been, who were connected to the earth, not breathing smog, and didn't have their nervous systems blocked by the million stressors that we have in our day-to-day life now. And one of the things that concerns me as a long-time observer of psychedelics on people, not so much psilocybin specifically, but LSD and the more chemically altered ones, and watching the way that that does sometimes affect different people different ways, and sometimes in not always positive ways. And when I hear people talking about using psychedelics as a general solution to something, a lot of alarms go off in me because I've seen so much temporary and sometimes long-term suffering from it. And I don't know, I'd like to look at that side of it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, I think that the problem is not with the psychedelics. The problem is with educating people. I mean, the way I do psychedelics is fairly infrequently and at quite high doses and in darkness. And then this is my preference, but alone. And the way not to do psychedelics is frequently and at low doses and in socially dense and complex situations, because it draws energy from the thing. There are a lot of people running around who think they have their psychedelic credentials in order, who have in fact only tickled the tummy of the beast. You know, there are social subclasses where you get a lot of respect if you say you're a psychedelic head, and a lot of people simply want entry into the social club. So they say, oh yeah, acid, I took a lot of acid in my time and this and that. But the question is not how much you took. The question is how much you took any given time. Because when I talk about the psychedelic experience, there are thousands of altered states of, you know, yoga, hyperventilation, toxicity, dreams, uppers, downers, juice. There are all kinds of altered states. The psychedelic state is very, very defined in my mind. It's characterized by boundary dissolution, by visual hallucination. That's important. The people who say they've taken these things and never hallucinated have to go back for a retread. It doesn't count if you don't hallucinate. They're hallucinogens, remember? So it's a very specific thing that they do. I don't even care for the dissociative anesthetics like ketamine. I don't care for but they're not interesting. What's interesting is the transformation of psyche, which goes on in the presence of these indoles. And we have to educate our children in the schools. We have to teach them about shamanism. We have to teach them about risk. You mentioned the casualties along the way. There are people among us for whom boundary dissolution is not the problem. Their boundaries are dissolving all the time, and they are not good candidates for psychedelics. They are fragile, made fragile by the same set of traumatic forces that may have made you not fragile. But as a general rule, if you have psychic health, psychedelics are not going to harm you. And I've always felt that people know whether they're at risk from these things. I always believed Tim Leary made this statement, but when I tried to give him credit for it, he expressed amazement, said he never said such a thing. But somebody once said, LSD is a substance which occasionally causes psychotic behavior in people who have not taken it. And I certainly found that to be true. It caused members of my family to become psychotic who had not taken it. And I'll bet you that if we could look at the number of emergency room admissions caused by LSD, most of them were people who didn't take it, but who had a coronary thrombosis when their child told them they were taking it, something like that. So we have to educate our children. We have no shamanic tradition. We don't initiate our children into sex or anything else. We need to create a neo-shamanic institution, and I see modern psychotherapy as a kind of incipient shamanism that could educate people. But as long as we tolerate the propagation of media lies, disinformation, hysteria, then we're going to have casualties. And there are also, unstable personalities who simply do not follow the directions. Everything has directions. Whether you're, ironing your clothes, tuning up your car, or taking psychedelics, if you don't follow the directions, whose responsibility is it if you screw up? So we have to educate our children, educate ourselves, get these things out of the closet, and make them part of the culture. That's the way to deal with sexuality. That's the way to deal with drugs maturely. Yeah.
I agree that education is one of the major importance of being able to understand what we're doing to our minds and to our bodies. And when you were talking about Timothy Leary, I remember reading one of his books that he said that LSD is easier to in 20 minutes or with your first urinary. Okay, and so that leads me to believe that in your mind that helps understand what's going on within you, not actually the drug itself, which it helps open up doors, but then it's your own mind that keeps doors open.
Well, I think that's true to a degree. I was thinking about this last night for some reason. It has to do with what you bring to it. And, we all have an obligation to be experienced. And by that I mean, if you've always lived in a small town south of Hudson Bay and you never learned to read and you don't watch TV, you don't bring much to the psychedelic experience. I am filled with a ravenous curiosity for everything. unexplored countries, ancient languages, forgotten cultures, abandoned philosophical systems, the detritus of the human experience through time. I love all that stuff. I read constantly. And consequently, I have a lot of data for the thing to manipulate. It can only communicate with you in words that you already possess. So the psychedelic experience is most dramatic for people who have had a lot of other experiences, I think, because they bring something to it.
I was just going to say that with my own experiences, I've been able to counteract any bad vibes, I guess, that were coming my way through the will of knowing that it's out of my system and it's merely my mind, and helping people go through, whether it be a bad trip or not. Maybe it seems that your mind, I don't know if that's maybe intense, but that knowing that it's not the drug and that it's your mind that's doing the evolving, that you have the capability of stopping at any time and going to sleep and waking up the next morning and continuing to life.
I don't want to knock the crop out from under you, but I don't know how secure this data is that LSD leaves your body in 20 minutes. I'd be interested to see the papers that secure that. It is your mind, but what is mind? Philosophers have been at this for thousands of years. Nobody has a clue. Not a clue. What is mind? Is it the electrochemical activity of the brain? Is it where in the body does it originate? With all the fancy instruments of modern medicine, no one has ever seen a thought form in brain tissue. No one has ever been able to make a direct analogy between an EEG tracing and a thought. Thought is still very, very mysterious. When I think that I will close my hand into a fist, that's a miracle. That's mind over matter. No philosopher in human history has ever been able to explain how that simple act takes place. That tells you that philosophy has been staying well away from the world of direct experience, because every day we experience willing our body to act, and yet we say mind cannot affect matter. Well, why do we have this contradiction? It's because we don't want to admit the primacy of mind. You want to say something else?
Okay.
You? Yeah, go for it.
I have fun. I'm found much in here today. A very special place on the island, and unfortunately we didn't drink much because it was doing a new experiment with a quite work. I wanted to know if you felt that there was any medicinal properties to psilocybin. I personally had stomach problems for the last couple of days, and after taking a few of the mushrooms, maybe relieve any problems that I have as far as theoretically go.
It's your mind. Yeah. But let me say something about this question, because it came up twice. The reason I asked the question, did it turn to slime of the mushroom, is because there are two kinds of mushrooms. There are many kinds, but two categories of mushrooms. Some mushrooms do what is called auto-digest. This is where when you pick them a few hours later, they release a lysolytic enzyme in the cells and they turn to slime. And the two kinds of mushrooms that are most common in the Hawaiian Islands are coprinus and paniolus. Both grow on dung, both blue, and both turn to slime. And both contain chemicals not related to psilocybin, which could kick up your stomach a little. So there are other mushrooms, much rarer out here, which don't auto-digest and which have a purer signature for psilocybin. One of the things that's always puzzled me about Hawaii is why there aren't more mushroom growers out here. And it's because when you grow mushrooms here and then you try to sell them, you're met with the argument, why should I buy your mushrooms when I can pick them in the pastures? The answer is because these are different mushrooms and much superior to what you can get in the pastures. So there's more to it than just psilocybin mushrooms. You want to get psilocybin mushrooms in a vegetable matrix free from any other physiologically active compound. Yeah. This will maybe be the last.
Psychedelic experience and cannabis experience certainly for me has helped me open to wisdom of nature that comes from being in a completely divine atmosphere and allowing wisdom to come. And that is true of so many of my particularly living friends, like men who have found Syrian experience, and there certainly are, we are everywhere. In every culture that I've traveled in, we are opening to the shamanic experience in white people. And so how do you recommend and how do you see this giant information mind joining and supporting each other on flow to the next level?
Well, it's basically, as I said, people have to come out of the closet and people have to act from their convictions. I mean, I think one of the most disturbing things that can go on is where you go to visit some people and they say, we can't smoke till the children go to bed. This is nuts. This means that this is a house divided against itself and it can't possibly stand. If you don't have the guts to tell your children you smoke dope, then you shouldn't smoke dope, for crying out loud. We have to come out of the closet. And I know, it's not easy. People are teachers, people are this, people are that. But on the other hand, what's the payback for being chicken shipped? The payback is continued repression, continued manipulation. If you don't claim the right to be able to explore your own mind, then all other rights are potentially to be taken from you. And I think, there are all kinds of stories going around. Potheads can't think straight. People who use drugs don't bathe enough, so forth and so on. This is a kind of ism. It's not sexism, it's not racism, it's dopeism. And, enough of that. We pay our taxes. We hold down top jobs in advertising, publishing, media, entertainment, science, software writing, so forth and so on. And we should have the same respect that is due everybody else in this society. The people who are repressing dope culture have no agenda. They have no plan. Their plan is to keep everybody in a state of semi-anesthesia until the shit hits the fan. That's the only thing they can figure out to do. They don't know how to feed everybody. They don't know how to cure AIDS. They don't know how to populate these enormous cities. They don't know how to generate enough electricity for the evolving population. They have no answers. All they have are spin doctors and cosmetics and delay and disinformation. So I do not understand the passivity of people on these issues. The world is slipping through our fingers because we don't have the courage to stand up and halt it. And if we don't have the courage to stand up and halt it, we are voting with the dominators. We are voting with those processes that will make us extinct. These governments, these institutions exist to serve us. It's no big deal to throw down an institution. It's not even a big deal to hang a few dominators. Why are we so polite? Why are we so willing to go along with this shell game? It's only the entire future of the planet that's at stake. So do we want to be like the Jews in Europe who went quietly to the trains to be taken to the camps? That's the spectacle that I fear. I think we just have to say this dope thing is the biggest shock in history. I mean, governments have always made money off dope, and whenever any particular drug became too odious for them to continue their practice, then they handed it on to some mafia and took their cut in kickbacks. And that's what's happening now. Meanwhile, psychedelics, which unite people, dissolve barriers, make us one with each other, and have never made a lot of money for anybody compared to the real drugs of commerce, heroin, cocaine, and that sort of thing. These drugs are stigmatized and suppressed, and we commit our individual acts of civil disobedience in our fine homes with the front door locked, but we never can seem to reach out to each other sufficiently to create a community that says, we've had enough. We're not going along with this anymore. That's how human freedom makes progress. The Magna Carta was signed when the Dukes of England told the king to stop it. And women got the vote when they demanded it. And black people got respect when they demanded it. And gays found a place in society when they demanded it. And when we insist, then the dialogue will begin, and not until. So I think the responsibility is on us. We can whine all we want about the helicopters overhead and the friends taken off to jail, but unless we're willing to stand up and be counted, why don't I have 100 competitors? I'm making good money sitting up here talking to you. You too could have a life if you would advocate psychedelics from the stage. Well, I think we beat this horse to death. I see that it's getting late. I hope that you'll come. If you aren't signed up for the workshop, I hope that you'll come. If you can't come, I appreciate your coming out. I hope you'll read my books, the books of my colleagues. There's a great deal of psychedelic publishing being done now. Sasha Shogun's book, Jonathan Knott's books, Eduardo Luna's books, my books. Inform yourself. The first stop for a serious psychedelic voyager should be the public library. Inform your children, talk to your friends, and let's try to make a better, stonier world out of the world we inherited. Thank you very much. Equipment supplier that I just have one copy, but contributed to the most aggressive person who gets anything again?
I'm curious why naturally much why would you do it in a laboratory kind of make it so important that you study girls?
Well, because it's very selective in nature. It does grow out of cow dung, but in the case of Stropharia cubensis, it requires the dung of Cebu cattle, the white, humpbacked, tropical cow. I've seen pastures in Colombia where there were Cebu on one side of the fence and the pasture was full of mushrooms, and there was a mixed herd, 50% Cebu on the other side of the fence, and the mushroom just wouldn't occur. When you grow mushrooms in artificial culture, the strategy, all life requires the 8 essential amino these mushrooms on is rye. And the endosperm of the rye, when it bursts from cooking, all 8 amino acids are available in the endosperm. So theoretically, you could grow almost anything on that medium. So that's why the only way you could grow Stropharia cubensis on manure that was not cebu manure is if you very carefully composted it and neutralized it and that sort of thing. Mushroom growers know how to do this kind of thing, but it's definitely an art. Mushroom growing, I mean, I just can't say enough good things about it. It's alchemy. And this organism is an absolute workhorse. It will take 112 grams of rye and turn it into 12 dry grams of mushrooms. That's a 10% conversion rate. We used to say that a $17 100-pound sack of rye was worth $25,000 when put through this process. I loved it when people would come up to me in my talks and say, I just want to thank you for writing the mushroom book. You kept a family off welfare for 10 years. And in fact, we're moving to the south of France. Anything else on this? Yeah.
As we go deeper and deeper about music, or I personally radically aware of the contrast that when in talking to those people is that they just feel allow yourself to be open. Then coming down to kind of slam back into this lesson conversation, to know in the full reality of it. And I'm wondering how you personally
well, I think the answer is not very well. I'm very fortunate to have the career you see me hard to work at here, because what else could I possibly do? Well, I remember one time I was in the psych library at the University of California looking up something about drugs, and I pulled a book off the shelf, just at random, and opened it up, and it was describing process schizophrenia. And it said, the victim of this particular syndrome lives in a twilight world of self-generated fantasy and occupies a marginal position in society, usually holding down odd jobs and moving from, but this is it. So, my father used to tell me, he said, you'd rather change the world than change yourself. And I guess that's what happened. I've managed to make this marginality something that I can actually make a living out of. I think it's hard. If you take psychedelics and are completely without community, you sort of think you're nuts. One of the things that's so important about a get-together like this and like last night is that the psychedelic community sees itself. I mean, they've ripped off our fashions, our hair length, our speech styles, everything else. You can't really tell freaks from everybody else. But when the community self-selects to come here, someone like myself or Randy Wild or Tim Leary or whatever, you should look around and see who's here, because these are the people that can be the basis of a community. Also, probably whatever you're looking for, someone in this room has. And it's just sort of a kind of social scavenger hunt to figure that out. But it's really important to build community. If there's this cliche, one person with a mad idea is deluded. Two people with a mad idea is a folie à deux. Three people with a mad idea is a cult. And four people with a mad idea is a religion. And five people with a mad idea, that's reality. So, it's all about building a common language so that we can talk about it and support each other as we come and go from it. Otherwise, it will always remain private, marginalized, and socially inconsequential.
How fortunate it is that the more primitive cultures, where they have a shaman there, not only voyage to move the hyperspace, but then upon going back to everyday life, they're far more integrated with nature and living that integration of non-barrier.
Well, and everyday life for them is being embedded in a climaxed tropical forest or something like that. Yes. No, it's very hard to make sense of like taking psychedelics in Manhattan or something and then coming down to fit yourself into that world. The cognitive dissonance that we feel between the psychedelic state and the lives we have to lead is a measure of how far we've fallen from any kind of lifestyle that supports self-exploration of the body and the mind. I mean, we have literally become cogs in a machine. When I go to LA and fly over the suburbs and look down, it looks to me like a magnification of an electronic chip. You know, it is in fact simply a fractal resonance of the electronic chips that are in the toasters, vacuum cleaners, and televisions in those houses. And as you look down, you realize as long as the Reader's Digest stays subscribed to, as long as the people who live in those houses climb in their Japanese cars and go to their jobs every day, the system works. But the amount of humans in that system, the amount of passion, the amount of dreaming and romantic hope is zero. You know, I mean, people's idea of a golden dream is a better BMW, and this creates, you know, toxic, low awareness lives, and then people wonder why they're depressed and have ulcers and their children don't respect them, and so forth and so on. Well, we have allowed institutions to rule our lives, and institutions are not necessarily servants of the human agenda. I mean, I think I said to somebody during the break last night, I quoted Lenin, who said, when it comes time to hang the capitalists, they will sell us new rope. I feel like, you know, we're just willing to deal the planet until there's no planet left to stand on. There seems to be no awareness of limits or the impact that we're having on the planet. We've invented a sin that didn't even exist until the 20th century, which is the sin of robbing your own children of their future. I mean, no society in history has ever been so perverse that it would actually loot its children's future. I mean, that's what society is for, is to secure the children's future. But in the way we destroy land and pile up debt, we're handing this all on to the unborn. And it's an incredibly infantile and self-indulgent and egocentric approach to the phenomenon of life. I'm sure you've all seen these bumper stickers that say, live simply, that others may simply live. And you know, this is an idea worth holding. Somehow we have to reverse our, what I call consumer object fetishism. That we are fetishistically obsessed with stuff, and this is wrecking the planet. When we were nomads in Africa, there was no material culture at all. People felt inner wealth was your existential validity, who you were, the power of your songs, the power of your speech, your hunting prowess, your sexual prowess, your magical prowess. It was who you were, not what you had. Nobody had anything because everybody was on the move. They never slept in the same place twice. The invention of agriculture was a strategy for the production of food that was monstrously successful. I mean, you can imagine when these river valleys like the Tigris, Euphrates, and the Nile, when they had never been farmed, when they had millions of years of topsoil accumulated there, the response to early agricultural efforts was a tremendous surplus. Well, you can't carry it with you. So consequently, you stay with it. And then you build a tower to put it in. The oldest and most complex structure known to exist was the grain tower at Jericho. And it was for holding grain. And it was also constructed so that you could climb to the top and drop large, heavy objects on people outside. People who were obviously trying to get at the grain. The invention of agriculture created haves and have-nots. It created economy because suddenly you had more food than you could eat at any one time. So the concept of trade arises. It creates urbanization. It creates specialized work patterns. And you can just see how we are the inheritors of all of these new institutions, the institutions that arose in the Neolithic, urbanism, agriculture, job specialization, gender specialization, so forth and so on. This set us on the downhill path to the present circumstance in the absence of psychedelics. Yeah.
The dialogues at the edge of the West, there's talk about resacralization. And one of the aspects of that is the visiting of the sacred sites and the taking of the Hellas images and those kind of contexts. Can you talk a little bit about this? Have you got any feedback in terms of experiences at the sites under influence?
Well, as you may or may not know, Rupert Sheldrake is the great developer and purveyor of theory of morphogenetic fields. And that's the idea that the past actually has a presence in the now, that things happen easier if they've happened before. That's not a scientific principle at all. In fact, from a scientific point of view, that's nonsense. But if it's true, then a ruin where people lived for thousands and thousands of years with a certain lifestyle should have a kind of ambient field that you can tap into. And I think this is true. I don't exactly understand the mechanism, but it's certainly true that when you take mushrooms at, say, Palenque in Chiapas or Monte Alban or someplace like that, you see the motifs of the civilizations that inhabited that spot. Taking psilocybin at Borobudur in Java is a completely different experience than taking it at Tikal, for example. It is as though the past lingers in places. The model that I want to communicate to you about psychedelics that I think is most fits the facts, I mentioned this a little bit last night, is a mathematical model that consciousness Well, here's a metaphor. Some of you may be physical chemists, and you know how sulfur has two melting points. I mean, if you have yellow sulfur and you heat it, it will liquefy. But if you keep heating it, strangely enough, it will re-solidify. And if you continue heating it, it will melt again at a higher temperature. It has two melting points. So the way I think of consciousness is it is something which takes the shape of the vessel which contains it, the way water, when poured into a pitcher or a glass, takes the shape of the container. And we, for reasons discussable but not entirely clear, are born into a three-dimensional matrix with a temporal dimension. And consciousness, the process of becoming a child and an adult out of infanthood, is the process of consciousness taking the shape of the container of three-dimensional space, learning to coordinate eye-hand movement, so forth and so on. When we take psychedelics, the three-dimensional boundaries are dissolved. This is the equivalent of liquefying the crystal of consciousness, and then it recrystallizes in a different geometry, a higher geometry. I mean, let's analyze for a moment the classical claims made by shamanism as practiced by Aboriginal peoples. They say the shaman can cure, the shaman can predict the weather, the shaman knows where the game has gone, and the shaman can settle social hassles that have to do with who stole the chicken or who's sleeping with who that they shouldn't be, this kind of stuff that goes on in a human community. Well, now let's analyze those abilities. The shaman can cure. If you could see the future and you were a doctor, you would never take on a patient that you knew was going to die, because it would be destructive of your reputation. If you could see the future, predicting weather is no problem. You just look at next week and there it is. If you could see the future, saying where the game had gone would be no problem because you could see it. And if you could see the future, if you had a hyperdimensional perception, then questions like who stole the chicken or who is sleeping out on who would be perfectly transparent. So I think consciousness has a hyperdimensional modality that we download it into the somatic dimension of the body as a survival strategy. The primary purpose of the mind in three-dimensional space is a threat detective. You know, it anticipates problems, approaching saber-toothed tigers, large holes in the ground, falling branches. The mind is a threat detector, and it moves the physical body out of harm's way. That's an evolutionary and practical adaptation of consciousness. What consciousness is in and of and for itself is very hard to say exactly. So, hanging out with Rupert Sheldrake and the other author of Trilogues at the Edge of the West, who is Ralph Abraham, a brilliant mathematician, research mathematician, it seems to me that the best model of what psychedelics do is they actually raise the dimensionality of the experience of mind so that you actually look back on time. You see the past. You see the future. in a way that is very hard to put into English, because English is a language that has evolved inside the constraints of three-dimensional space and time. That's why it's so hard to create a language that can contain these things. But I take seriously the perceptions of shamanism. They are not, in any sense of the word, delusions. That's why I call my book True Hallucinations. Hallucinations are a form of perception that is as true as ordinary vision. It's simply not about ordinary space and time. It's about hyperspace and hypertime. This is why you probably noticed in me, and I certainly noticed it in other psychedelic people, an extraordinary awareness of large scales of space and time. It's no problem for me to shift 10,000 years in the past or 100 million years in the past. At any point in any conversation, I can see the whole thing. I'm also aware of the spatial size of the universe and how it's put together. This is a psychedelic perception acquired over years and years of doing it. I always think of Giordano Bruno, the Franciscan heretic of the 15th century, 15th, 14th, 16th century, who was burned at the stake because he realized that the universe is infinite. Giordano Bruno said, the stars that we see at night are suns hung like lamps to the uttermost limits of infinity. Nobody had ever said that before. They were all living in an Aristotelian universe of concentric shells. He broke through that by simply opening his eyes and looking at the night sky. And then a primary perception about nature came to him. And nature is the ground of the psychedelic experience, because when you look at reality on a scale of 100 million years, most of it is nature. I mean, the artifacts of human civilization arise very late in the context of being. Yeah.
I noticed that you said that you didn't see moral perfection in this realm. What are the institutions?
Wild horses couldn't dissuade me from talking about this. This is the question was, what about the entities that are encountered in these dimensions? And I guess it carries us to the core issue, because if I tell you that there is a substance, a plant, or a drug that allows you to access childhood memories, or that allows you to more deeply appreciate art and music, or that allows you to be a kinder, gentler human being, I don't think this is exciting, but it doesn't strain credibility. But if I say to you that there is a drug that will convey you into a domain inhabited by glossolalia jabbering elf machines that are producing strange technologies with your voice and attempting to direct human destiny, that's a little more confounding. We've moved well beyond the Freudian or Jungian map of the unconscious with that. That was what really set me on this path. I had taken LSD before I smoked DMT, and I was able to hold it within the model provided by Freud and Jung and Huxley and ordinary literatures of mystical experience. But when you smoke DMT, it seems to carry you into a data field that is well beyond the ordinary or classical mystical domains, because the first thing most people notice about the DMT flash is that it's filled with organized intelligence. You see entities, and they are not material, but they are full of affection and interest in humanity, and they are attempting to communicate something. I don't know how many of you have actually smoked DMT, but or heard me describe what happens when I do it. But it is the most extraordinary experience that a human being can have this side of the yawning grave. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's the onset is very rapid, like 15 to 20 seconds. And first there's a kind of a swirling mandalic form, usually orange or yellow, that we come to call the chrysanthemum, simply because that's what it is. It looks like a chrysanthemum. And then, as you're looking at that, what's happening at the synaptic level is these DMT molecules, which have a greater affinity for the serotonin receptor than serotonin itself. By the tens of millions, these molecules are elbowing serotonin aside and fitting themselves into the lock of the receptor and turning the key. And there is this high-pitched, and then a sense of a membrane breaking or ripping or something. There's a sound like a bread wrapper being crumbled, which a friend of mine said, oh yes, that's your radio intellecti leaving the anterior fontanelle at the top of your head. Well, maybe, yes, there's certainly something that is going. And then you are propelled into a kind of tunnel, a kind of disystolic, fluctuating thing, and there's a lot of sucking and popping sounds, a kind of a you're being pumped through, and you see the ceiling come down and meet the floor of this space, and then where they meet, they like adhere to each other, and then when it pulls back, there's another space, and you tumble into it, and then this sucking, pushing, propelling thing goes on for maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then I find myself in what I call the elf hive, a very, very bizarre environment that many people have experienced that has a lot of consistency about it. It does not seem like a state of mind. It does not seem like a production of your imagination. It seems like a place. I mean, every preceptor in your body is telling you, you are somewhere. This is not an experience happening in your mind. You are somewhere. The argument for that is that as you search yourself, you discover that you haven't changed. You're who you were before you smoked the DMT. The problem is the world has been completely replaced by something previously inconceivable and totally unimaginable. No artist, no culture, no civilization produced art or images or literature or poetry which even hinted at this place. This is not the realm of the Jungian archetypes. This is some other domain. And what it is it's a room, a domed space, light indirectly lit. You can't tell where the light is coming from, but there seems to be no point source. And you know, in some intuitive and translogical sense, you know that you're far underground. you know that a massive amount of weight is above this space, even though it's spacious. And the walls of this domed room are crawling with geometric hallucinations. But none of this is what seizes your attention. What seizes your attention is that this place is filled with entities, with the famous self-transforming machine elves of hyperspace. These things which look like jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs. These self-propelled, autonomous complexes of light and faceted color that come bounding up to you and then hesitate and then jump into your body and jump out or crawl all over you. And you have to understand, this is 30 seconds deep into this experience. You were with your ratty friends somewhere, using drugs, and now that's all gone. You're in this place, and the usual, I react to it like, and I'm like, yes, breathing, yes, pulse, yes, breathe, and these things are saying, they're dancing around in front of you, and they're saying, do not abandon yourself to amazement. Do not give in to wonder, which is an almost impossible piece of advice, because you're going through all kinds of changes. First of all, the question, this couldn't happen unless I was dead. You just say, this is too far out. You don't go to this place and come back. So you're dealing with that, am I all right? And after about 15, 20 seconds, you manage to convince yourself, okay, all right. Meanwhile, these things are going through these transformations, geometric, mathematical transformations, and they sing. They sing, and they sing objects into existence. Objects which are made of what looks like gold, ivory, chalcedony, smaragdi, jasper, silver, diamond, but not stable objects, not objects which hold a single complex form, but objects which are constantly morphing and changing. These things are like jewels or toys or scientific instruments or something. And these things are literally dancing in your face and saying, look at this, look at this. And they're pulling each other away, one pulling another away and saying, not him, me, look at this, look at this. And as you direct your attention into these things, you have the overwhelming impression, incontrovertible impression, this is impossible. This is impossible. If I could bring one of these objects back to my world, just one, all you would have to do is show it to people, and you wouldn't have to say a word. They would know that time and space, reality and matter, spirit and energy had all been transcended into some translinguistic domain where mind and imagination are able to fabricate themselves instantly into objects. And they're doing this with language, these creatures. And what they are saying is, do this. Don't be amazed. Quench your astonishment. Do what we are doing. Do it, and do it now. And it's like you can't conceive of it. I mean, you just stammer, basically. But then there is a kind of, and now I'm speaking from my own experience, a kind of bubble in your stomach, a kind of heat, a kind of light, Chakras maybe, who knows, why bother? Anyway, it's there, and it begins to move up your body. It doesn't feel like it moves up your spine. It feels to me like it moves up your esophagus. And when it gets to your mouth opens, and this linguistic activity pours out of you, a glossolalia of some sort that is spontaneous, not under the control of the ego, and that which causes objects to begin to condense out of the air like tears of mercury, like drops of ruby. And as you experiment with it, you realize, I'm doing this. My voice is making things come into existence. And these little elf machines are just hysterical with delight. I mean, they literally turn handsprings and somersaults at this point. And you're there going, and this is colors, light, faceted, metallic, crystalline, silken, watery, gelatinous stuff pouring into space and contorting itself around you. And just as you're beginning to come to terms with this, the entire state folds up on itself like a paper box folding up on itself, and it's as though it telescopes away from you. It retreats, and I've even had trips where the elf machines turn and say, "Deja vu." Bizarre farewell. And then you're back with your grimy friends in that room, and you open your eyes, and you are about as high as 1,000 mics of acid would put you, but you proclaim immediately and with great conviction, "I'm down, I'm down." The fact that your friends all look like praying mantises just a minor detail of that point, because where you is where you are, that you're willing to embrace it as totally ordinary reality. Just, triangular faces, compound eyes, we can relate to this. And then, within 5 to 10 minutes, you completely return to the baseline consciousness. So completely that you cannot tell that you've taken a substance. You can search into your body. No headache, no tiredness, no stimulation, no excitement. You are 100% back to where you were before you started. Now that's an extraordinary argument for the non-toxicity of DMT. Let's talk pharmacology for a minute. The way you evaluate the toxic nature of a substance is to ask yourself the question, how long can I feel it? If you take a drug, we don't even have to name the drug, if you take a drug and 36 hours later, you're still refusing phone calls and lying around in warm baths and scheduling massages, then you took a drug that was toxic. Your body didn't know what to do with it. And it took it a long time to get together a strategy for shunting it to the urinary tract or wherever it's going. A DMT is like hurling an ice cube into a blast furnace. It barely has a chance to exist before the body says, I know I recognize this. I can deaminate this. I can dealkylate this. I can shunt this to the urine. No problem. That is a sign that this stuff is completely benign. So is the fact that it occurs ordinarily in human metabolism. Every single one of us has DMT in our brains right now as we speak. you might note that this is the ultimate catch-22 in terms of if they ever want to take us all in. You know, they don't have to throw pot around in your apartment. Your head makes you guilty. You have a Schedule 1 substance in your brain. This was not known. DMT was made illegal, and it might be an interesting defense if somebody ever got into trouble. So there you have it. The most powerful hallucinogen is the most short-acting, is the quickest to return you to the baseline of consciousness, is probably the safest, is the most widely distributed in nature. And unlike LSD or, in some cases, psilocybin, this doesn't seem to confirm our ideas about the human unconscious, the cheerful theories of Freud, Jung, and Wright. It seems instead to imply that the universe is a system of condensed levels of manifestation that we can, under extraordinary situations, move between these levels. Science has spent the last 1,000 years convincing us that the world of physical appearances is all there is. 25 seconds into a DMT trip, and that cheerful notion has been blown to smithereens. And yet people have argued over that for thousands and thousands of years. And there it is, you know, the entities of mythology, fairyland, and dream. So I think, when I think about the psychedelic experience, I think about it as a series of concentric circles. You could think of it as a bullseye, with minor psychedelics on the rim, and then LSD, I suppose. I mean, the orders are not hard and fast. It's the concept that's important. But LSD, and then mescaline, and then psilocybin, and then DMT at the center. And if you take huge doses of mushrooms, you can get to places through breath control and sitting in darkness and doing pranayama. You can get to places where you look around and say, my God, it looks like a DMT flash. Yes, but it took you an hour and a half of hard slugging to get there. Where with the DMT, you know, it's irrevocable, it's unstoppable. There is no hanging on, no resistance. Yes, over here. Yes, ayahuasca runs on DMT. What you see, here's the deal. DMT taken orally is destroyed in the intestine by an enzyme system called monoamine oxidase. It's simply the system which oxidizes monoamines, and all these drugs we're talking about are monoamines. What's happening with ayahuasca is there are chemicals in nature known as monoamine oxidase inhibitors. And if you mix DMT with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, then the DMT will not be destroyed in the gut. It will survive the gut, and it will pass into the bloodstream and eventually into the brain. So ayahuasca is a combination of DMT from one plant with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor from another plant that then creates a prolonged, orally accessed DMT trip. And it is certainly true that if the ayahuasca is brewed with sufficient DMT, it can be as intense as a DMT flash. The chacruna is Psychotria viridis, and that contains the DMT. The monoamine oxidase inhibitor is provided by the other plant, which is Banisteriopsis caapi, the big woody vine. I understand a lot of people are growing that vine here on Maui. That's fine. It's a fine vine, but or a fine line, I'm not sure. But what you need is the Secotria viridis as well. So the people who are growing Banisteriopsis caapi should know that until they have a supply of Secotria viridis, they won't be able to make good ayahuasca. However, let me say something because this leads into it. I was just at this conference in Mexico on psychoactive plants, and the excitement there, and it's been happening at a number of these conferences recently, is people are becoming very interested in what are called ayahuasca analogs. What this means is that in most environments on this planet, there are plants which contain DMT, and there are plants which contain MAO inhibitors. And if you are of an experimentalist bent, you can create out of local plants a chemical equivalent to ayahuasca. And in some cases, these local sources of DMT and monoamine oxidase inhibitor are actually more concentrated than the Amazonian plants. So, for instance, I know of one book being written that will be called Ayahuasca Analogs, and that will contain dozens of these recipes. And I think this is going to change the tenor of the psychedelic debate considerably, because what we're going to show is that there are dozens, perhaps hundreds of plants on this planet that can be combined with other plants to create very powerful hallucinogens. And attempting to legislate and control all of this is just a fool's task, and it should be left alone. As an example, if any of you want to fiddle with this, what's being the standard source of the MAO inhibitor is Pagama parmala seeds. Pagama parmala is Syrian rue. It grows from Manchuria to China in dry areas, and the 2 grams of Pagama parmala seeds ground in a brawn coffee grinder or austerizer or something like that can be combined with some source of DMT to produce an ayahuasca analog. And you can get Pagama parmala from seed companies, from Out of the Jungle, which I mentioned, or at Iranian markets. It's a standard item in Iranian markets. It's called Hurmal, H-U-R-M-A-L. And if you ask for this, they'll sell you a bag of hard little black seeds. That's Pagama parmala. Excellent source of monoamine oxidase inhibition for the home experimenter. Yes, over here. Somebody.
Yeah. Have you or know anyone that who wants the NCA twice?
Yes, well, I remember one incident years ago where we were in the loft of some house somewhere and doing some foreign country where it was legal. And somebody who had walked like half a mile and then run up 3 flights of stairs came into the room and saw that we were smoking DMT. And so since smoking DMT takes a certain amount of courage if you have done it before, if you have to sort of be macho to get through it. So this person just flopped down on the floor, huffing and puffing. And I said, Tom, you need a hit. And he took it. And he took 3 very large hits, and he was quiet for a very long time, and then in a very small voice said, "I've done too much." We just threw a blanket over him and waited. I'm pretty confident that it's not dangerous. Somebody said the only way DMT can be dangerous is if you fear death by astonishment. And, that's a big leap sitting here, but death by astonishment is a real possibility. I mean, it is so amazing that you feel like you have broken the amazement reflex, and it's just gotten stuck. You say, how awesome can something be? How blown can your mind be? Yeah.
Not necessarily about the danger, or experience of it. More in that movement that you were ever or also lasting different.
It's more in it. Like for instance, on psilocybin, you hear a teaching voice, the mushroom voice, and sometimes this is me. I don't know if other people do this, but I've noticed in psilocybin there's a certain place about an hour and 30 minutes into it, which I call Elfland. And it's not that there are elves there, it's that when you pass through this place, if you have had enough experience with these things, when you pass through this certain place in the psilocybin intoxication, you know that elves could be there. You can feel them the way you feel pigs in the woods, but you can't see them, So when I pass through that place, I can call them out. And it's sort of like a Nepali marching band. It comes from a long way off. It's like tinkling, drumming, percussive, and it comes closer and closer and closer. It's like the approach of a parade. First you hear it, then you see it, then it's all around you, then it passes by, and then you're left in darkness again. So it's a kind of coming out, and people say, how do you call elves? It's very simple. Some of you may remember a wonderful episode, an early episode of I Love Lucy, where she's talking to Ethel about communicating with flying saucers. And Ethel says, well, how do you do it? She says, well, it's very simple. You just close your eyes and say, come in, little green man. Come in, little green man. And I found that perfectly effective. You don't have to go to Sanskrit. You don't have to decode Kabbalistic ultrastructure. You just say, come in, little green man, and they will emerge literally out of the woodwork. I mean, that expression, coming out of the woodwork, means a lot more to you after you smoke the DMT. So they come out of the woodwork, yes. Back here, yeah, here.
Certainly after experience with DMT, possibly a correlation between your death experiences and your death experience and the thoughts you've had, or those kind of things that
Well, that's an interesting question. I've thought about it. The near-death experience, as conveyed by the various books, Ken Ring's books and Moody's books, sounds a lot more pedestrian than DMT flashes. I mean, it's all about beckoning dearly departed ones. I've thought about DMT in terms of that, and I think it may be an ecology of souls, but it's not Aunt Minnie or Uncle Fred. It doesn't work like that. I don't know. The near-death experience, the alien abduction thing, I have more trouble with. I know some of the people at the center of that point of view, I guess you'd call it, and I haven't been terribly impressed with their integrity or their integrity. Without raining on anybody's parade, I would like to suggest that what the alien abduction experience is that we are in such a state of crisis as a culture that a lot of people are losing the ability to distinguish memory from dreaming. And that, in fact, it's very hard to distinguish memory from dream. We all deal with this on a trivial level. I mean, I'm sure you've had the experience of going to dinner with someone that you rarely see and saying to them, my goodness, it's been 8 years, it's been 10 years since we had dinner in this restaurant together. And them saying, hey, I've got news for you. We've never had dinner together in this restaurant. Well, in a trivial case like that, you just say, huh, that's funny. I must have dreamed it or something, because I have a very clear impression of this. But if it's an alien abduction, then it becomes much more problematic to know where to locate it. I am very resistant to what you have to know about me is just because you're a nut, it doesn't mean that you're open to other nuts. So I don't like the paranoid and menacing aura that surrounds the alien abduction thing. And as I say, the personalities in the UFO cults are squirrely without a doubt. I mean, these are not people that you would enjoy spending time with. I've seen UFOs, so I don't feel like I'm excluded from talking about it. But they always make it too simple, the witnesses. And the whole problem with the occult generally is that it's all too simple, and people claim too much knowledge. You know, people say, well, on the 11th level, the princes of the 5th chakra are involved in working with the violent energy of the this. How the hell can anybody say this kind of stuff? I mean, it's just theosophical baffle garb. The whole point is that you don't know exactly what's going on. The thing I like about psychedelics is that if you're not on them, weird shit isn't happening. I mean, I don't want to go into a boundaryless world where I'm channeling this and channeling that and manifesting something else. People say, can't you achieve these states on the natch? Well, yeah, you can if you're crazy as a shithouse owl, but you wouldn't want to. I mean, the whole point is that these states are not invading ordinary consciousness. I mean, if I woke up some morning and discovered in my morning meditation that I could trigger a DMT flash, I'd get professional help well before breakfast, you may be sure. The goal is not to access these places on the match. I mean, that's nuts. It's like trying to fly by flapping your arms. They're just as real when you access them on DMT as when you access them any other way. I don't know what it is with my rule, which is Occam's razor, for many of you who study logic, is hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity. In other words, don't be weirder than you have to be based on what you know and experience, because that's weird enough if you're doing your homework. So to decide that you're going to believe in some fantastic occult cosmology is to essentially throw away your freedom. I'm a pragmatist. I don't like ideology, any ideology. I mean, I don't like, I mean, there are obviously toxic ideologies, fascism, sexism, but ideology itself is toxic. Once I asked the mushroom in the Amazon, I said, why are you dumping all this stuff on me? Why me? And it said without hesitation, because you don't believe in anything. And that's what it requires, I think, is an empty vessel. If you carry to it beliefs about fairyland or divas or etheric bodies or all that, then it will simply inflate your pre-existing belief and confirm all your prejudices, and you'll be no better off than some other form of middle-class smugness. What you have to do is try and empty yourself of belief and say to it, be what you are for yourself. And when you do that, you know, with the mushroom, there's an enormous organ tone, and black draped curtains begin to rise. And after about 45 seconds of that, you say, that's enough of what you are in and of yourself. Let's go back to the dancing mice, the little rolling candies, the birdies, and the bright colors. Yes.
Talk a little bit about, you speak of the mushroom and your book as the precursor for religion, brain expansion, and also I'm interested in the teleological implications, but also the as the resider at the end of time that you talk about in I think 2012, and the magnet effect. Could you go into this in a little more depth?
Yeah, this is, I have to give a product warning here. You get two things from me. You get what you could have gotten somewhere else if you went to libraries or read books or did something. In other words, I'm just a teacher, and I tell you what you could find out somewhere else. And that's what we've been talking about here, exotic as it may seem. The other thing you get is my conclusions about these places. And those are simply my conclusions. They have no force. They have there's no moral or intellectual imperative to line up with me on these things. But as a psychedelic voyager, I keep trying to create a meta theory. I keep trying to understand what is happening. And I really have come to believe, this harks back to what I was saying at the beginning here this morning about how the psychedelic experience is an experience of higher dimensionality, that what that boils down to is an awareness of the future. And the future is not what we think it is. The future is not something which extends endlessly away from this moment into a dimension that has not occurred yet. The future is finite. And this is a big surprise. We all, I talked a little bit last night, we all operate under the scientific myth of the Big Bang, which says that the universe sprang from nothing in a single instant. That seems to me highly improbable and difficult to assess the odds, I grant you, since it only happened once, but highly improbable that out of a perfect dimensionless vacuum, a singularity of such complexity as this universe could spring into being. If we're being logical, it seems to me that if you need a singularity to anchor your cosmology, it's much more logical to place the singularity not at the beginning of the universe, but at the end of the universe, and to see process not as the unfolding of the consequence of cause and effect following cause, but to see the universe as a process being drawn towards something, being drawn toward higher states of order, being drawn toward completion, complexity, concrescence. And this is what we in fact see. I talked about it last night, the way molecular complexity was the foundation for life, life the foundation for higher animals the foundation for thinking civilized beings, and so forth. I really believe that what's happening on this planet is a kind of birthing process. Biology is the placenta of spirit, and the entire earth is pregnant with the gestation of spirit, and it is perhaps even willing to rupture itself in order to bring to birth this higher form of organization. And in the same way that birth, that the process of the gestation and birth of a child takes a long time, but it's very dramatic in the last few hours, that's where the action is, because that's when the child moves into the birth canal and convulsive tremoring begins, and the uterus expels the child into another dimension. I think history is the birth canal of spiritual transformation. That the reason we are such strange creatures is because we are neither spirit nor simply animal. We are the feeble form of a new ontological order. And it takes about 25,000 years for the process to come to completion. And it starts with just the seed, the building of a fire, the enunciating of a word, the forming of a thought beneath the beetled brow of some distant ancestor who raises their face from feeding for a moment and has this descent of higher order into their sphere of cognition. But once the hook is in, it begins to build. Technologies, languages, philosophical points of view, inventions, migrations, gene swarming, religious teachers, techniques, it all begins to feed into itself faster and faster and faster and faster. And now we have reached the short terms of the spiral. We are being shaped by a trans-dimensional intellect of some sort that lies ahead of us in the future, that casts an enormous shadow across the lower dimensions of space and time that we inhabit. And in our more primitive cultural forms, we just call it God and say, we are being propelled toward God. We are being pulled into God nature. I don't think that this is the God who, in Milton's phrase, hung the stars like lamps in heaven. I can't conceive that it could be that God. I think it's the God of biology. That biology is in the process of transforming itself on this planet, and that history represents the final crisis. And look where we are. I mean, imagine the life of the fetus in the womb. Comfortable, weightless. Food is being delivered through the umbilical cord. All needs are being met. There is simply the great oceanic oneness of being, and then growth and growth. In the same way that we expanded across continents and began to clear forests and build stone cities and build observatories, growth, growth, growth. Finally, it's all used up. The uterus, the womb is filled. It's no longer this dimension of endless freedom. Instead, it's a tiny, cramped, constricted space. The walls are closing in. This is where we are. The walls are closing in. There's no more space, and there's no going back. You probably all know the Grateful Dead song about you can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will. And that's where we are. That's what the 20th century is. It's the awareness that we have eliminated the option of centuries of a human future. It's all now going to be settled in the next few decades. Whether or not this species goes extinct or goes hyperspatial. In other words, whether or not this experiment in the birthing of spirit is to end in stillbirth or a successful parting of mother and child, the earth emptying its womb, heaving an enormous sigh of relief, and us then going off to whatever grand and glorious destiny the spiritual imagination can find for itself in hyperspace. And so the chaos of the 20th century is the chaos of birth. I mean, if you had never seen a human birth and you were to happily come around the corner and be confronted with this, it vibrates medical emergency. Blood is being shed, organs are distended, there's moaning and groaning. It looks like a problem. You have to really make a leap to faith to say, how beautiful, new life coming into the world. This is how we do it. Make way for the new order. Well, that's what we have. We've used up 3D. We have begun the long path down the birth canal. We are suffocated. The walls are closing in. We cannot imagine what lies beyond us. On the other hand, a fetus in the birth canal, how can it ever know that it will grow up to be airline pilot, research scientist, fashion model, or whatever? Those are whole realms of categories that don't even exist in the world that it inhabits. And I think that what psychedelics are about and what shamanism is about is getting behind the screens and learning what the plot is, figuring out what human destiny means. I don't think we should despair. I think we're moving on. Everything you know is going to be changed and lost. This is the psychedelic truth of life. Nothing lasts. Not your enemies, not your lovers, not your fortune, not even your own dear self. Nothing lasts. So the place to be is in the felt experience of the moment with a model of the whole that feeds optimism and light back into your daily activity. It's an incredible act of hubris to believe that we are not part of nature's plan, to believe that we have somehow escaped from the yoke of natural obligation and are just off on our own bender of some sort. I don't think that's true. Granted, we are weird. We are the weirdest animal species on this planet. But octopi are weird, and praying mantises are weird, and sperm whales are weird. We just claim a certain domain. We are the trigger species. We are the minded ones. We are the species that downloads ideas into matter. We are the species that lives inside history. We live inside our ideas. We fabricate cities and international airports and national governments and languages and religions. And then we inhabit these things. The soft monkey that we are is not the essence of our humanness. This vast coral reef of technology paved highways, all this. This is the human world that we have created. We have downloaded ideas into three-dimensional space, and we've discovered that three-dimensional space can only take so much of this downloading of structure out of the imagination and into the world. And I think now we're going to the place where the ideas come from. And the shamans, for 100,000 years, have looked out over the landscape of time and seen history and seen that it comes to an edge. And beyond that steep edge beat the oceans of transdimensional eternity. And we are now looking toward that. We cannot remain in the womb forever. It's inconceivable that we could try to manage human society on this planet for another 1,000 years. We have raised expectations in people that cannot be met if we extract every drop of petroleum from the planet. If we fabricate all the metals into junk, we still cannot give everybody a middle-class lifestyle. So something else is happening. We are preparing for a leap into hyperspace. You know, the French have an expression which means to step back before you leap. This is what the 20th century is. The world of the Edwardian gentleman, the mathematical dominators, the print heads, the object fetishists, all that, that's the 19th and early 20th century. Since about 1925 on, we have been circling around the problem of hyperspace, the unconscious, the Jungian archetypes, the psychedelic experience, the unspeakable. It has many names, but we have been butting our heads against it and gathering ourselves. There was an attempt in the 60s. It was premature. It's like one of those contractions where you say, it's coming, the baby's coming, it's coming, and then it doesn't come because the contractions fade away, and it turns out, no, maybe the next set of contractions will bring the baby. And that's where we are now. And we need to learn from the 60s and from the past. But I think psychedelics are central to our cultural evolution, and I think that's obvious because mind is central to our cultural evolution. If the expansion of consciousness is not what the future is about, well then what kind of future is it going to be? Is it going to be a progressively more brutish, regimented, fascist, mechanistic, organized and totalitarian future? I fear so, if we don't honor the mind, celebrate diversity and complexity, and psychedelicize ourselves in an attempt to do it as your question implied and I responded. You can predose with the MAO inhibitor and then take the tryptamine. What we developed in the Amazon that we really enjoyed doing was taking mushrooms, and about 2 hours into the mushroom trip, smoking the bark of Banisteriopsis tapi, smoking the bark of the ayahuasca plant. Well, that contains an MAO inhibitor. And if you just took a couple of drags of this MAO inhibitor with your system saturated with psilocybin, it would immediately dial up the brightness of the hallucinations, and for about 25 minutes. And then it would go back to the normal level, and then you could take another hit and do it again. And you could do this 5 or 6 times in the course of a night. We called it vegetable television. And it was wonderful because the hallucinations were very colorful, 3-dimensional, highly engaging, but not overwhelming. I mean, there are 2 kinds of hallucinations, at least. I mean, there are more than 2, but I want to distinguish 2. There's hallucinations that you look at, and there are hallucinations that you become. And one turns into the other. You know, if you take a high dose of psilocybin or ayahuasca or DMT, first you see the hallucinations, and then you become them. I think this thing I described on Salvia Divina, where I said I was not only seeing weird stuff, but it was coming up behind me and beginning to mess with my mind. That's the beginning of the hallucinations leaving the realm of something you look at and actually turning you into a hallucination. Yeah.
The hallucinations are a very visual thing, and that's how we see them. I'm wondering if you've ever had the experience of doing EMP or any other hallucinations with a person who's been blind from birth, how they would describe that.
No, this question was asked last night to people blind from birth. It would be an interesting experiment to do, because what it would tell you is whether the hallucinations are generated in the optical pathway or in the deeper brain. I suspect they're in the deeper brain. Yeah. Over here. Yeah.
Do you think that the version of bond that is coming from love that has to positive step in my way I think I can start clearing out low cost services.
Yeah, it's a purgative. I mean, the great thing about ayahuasca is that it addresses the whole body, not just the mind. And it does clean you out. And it makes it easier to take ayahuasca in the future then, because usually the first trip is the roughest in terms of the vomiting. The vomiting is caused by the harming, which is an emetic at the MAO inhibiting level. Not everybody vomits, but in Peru they place a cultural value on vomiting, so they always try to vomit. Yeah.
You make frequent references to phenomena existing in hyperspace. Could you differentiate hyperspace from cyberspace?
Well, cyberspace is the attempt to create hyperspace through technology, through virtual reality or through computer networking or something like that. On one level, culturally, what we're doing is we're hardwiring the human unconscious. Much of the world is now under the control of machines. The world price of gold is set each day by computers that make calculations based on many, many parameters that are being measured, interest rates and the rate of the production of raw materials. Many things are under the control of machines, and machines are psychedelic. I mean, I'm not an anti-technologist. I think drugs are becoming more like computers. Computers are becoming more like drugs. If the materialist pharmacologists are correct, then it should be possible to design a drug which causes you to whistle the first 10 bars of Dixie, and that's all. In other words, if thoughts can be molecularly specified, then it should be possible to design drugs which are like newspapers and tell you what happened in the world in the last 24 hours. Now, we may be a long way from that, but that's the end goal of reductionist pharmacology. Yeah.
You mentioned the space on psilocybin where you could call in this cell, and there are other times where it's walking away like matrix or something that you can steer your way through after having the same kind before. A lot of recognizable directions for us to go and follow others you want to stay with.
Well, it's a topology. I mean, it's a shifting topology. I can only speak for myself. I'll tell you how I do mushrooms. I do them on an empty stomach. I don't eat for 6 hours. I don't call that fasting. I just call that emptying your stomach. I take them on an empty stomach. I take 5 dried grams. I weigh 145 pounds. If you weigh more, take more. If you weigh less, take less. I take the mushrooms and then I sit. Even though for me they never come on faster than an hour, I sit that whole hour. And I usually smoke a bong, and I usually roll up 3 more. And then I have them laying in front of me. And then at about the hour and 20-minute mark, well, in the first hour, there are certain presentational symptoms, but they're trivial. Your nose runs. The psilocybin's causing that. That's real. That's a symptom. Your nose runs. Sometimes you have to go to the bathroom. Get all this taken care of in the first 45 minutes, then sit there. Then for me, at about the hour and 20-minute mark, give or take, not more than 5 minutes, it begins what's called streaming. Streaming is when you close your eyes and there are after-image colored globs of stuff floating by, either colored mauve or chartreuse. It's pretty trivial. But you just watch. And part of what you have to train people to do is, it's weird. People don't know how to look at the back of their own eyelids. People don't know how to look at darkness. And so what I say is close your eyes, sit in darkness, and watch the back of your eyelids with the simple expectation that you might see something. You know, close your eyes and look. Well, then the streaming gives way to the first wave, which is usually pretty steep. I mean, I've had trips where I could see it coming toward me, you know, and it was 100 miles wide and 10 miles high, and it's just like a tidal wave. You say, oh my God, you know, what have we done here? Raise this thing up, and it's just roaring toward you, and there's nothing you can do then, except I just say to it, you know, I'm yours, please don't hurt me. Please, for Christ's sake, don't hurt me. And it's like watching a thermonuclear explosion through about 30 feet of crystal clear glass. I mean, when I do it in California, I have the feeling that when the thing hits, everybody from Vancouver to Tijuana must have just had to crawl under their desk, because the idea that this is in your mind is irresistible. I mean, it hits with the force of an asteroid impact or something like that. And then, you know, have you ever seen these things where when they set off an atom bomb, 500 meters from ground zero, they set up cameras, and then 1,000 meters, and then 1,500 meters. And as the explosion takes place, the first set of cameras gets a second and a half, and then they're vaporized, and the switches move back 500 meters to the next set of cameras. You get 3 seconds of film, and then those cameras are vaporized. Well, that's what it's like. It just keeps exploding, perceptor, and finally, you know, in a sense, you lose consciousness because you can't say what goes on. It's just so extraordinarily boundary dissolving that there's no there, and there's no you there to tell you about it. And then you begin to drift down through the layers, and it presents itself. And it can present itself all kinds of different ways. I remember one trip I had, I think it was this same trip, the 100 miles wide, 10 miles high thing. This wave came at me, and I barely had time to lay down. And after a long, long time, I became aware that there was a woman standing over me in some kind of tight-fitting suit, some kind of sexy outfit, and I heard a voice, and it said, they say it helps to close your eyes, cowboy. And so I closed my eyes, and it was just raging. And then after about 30 seconds, I opened my eyes, and this woman who was standing over me with my body between her legs, put her face right down next to mine and said, "Is it strong enough for you, asshole?" Yes. So, the humor of the thing is amazing. It can come at you so many different ways. And then the conversations take place. And they can be anything. I mean, I remember one trip where, something's happening and then click, and I'm looking at a map, and over here is the East Coast, New England, Florida, so forth, and over here is Europe and England. And so I'm looking at this map, and then I see a little ship setting off from France, like a little cartoon ship. And the voice says in my head, "Each ship represents 10,000 settlers." So I see the ship lands in New England, and then I see one leave from England, it lands in Georgia. And then I see little villages drawing. It says, "Each village represents a community of 100,000 people." Well, what is this? It's an animated movie about the colonization of North America. Great. Thank you. The other thing you can do with mushrooms, which is really fun, is you can say to it, "Be MDMA," and it will just drop its outer space-ish garb and all that, and it will be MDMA. You can say to it, "Be LSD," and it will be LSD. And then, as I said, the scariest thing to say to it is, "Show me what you really are for yourself." And at that point, it just begins to come apart, and you can't stand it. After 40 seconds of that, you say, "I'm sorry I even asked." Reassure me. And because you have a sense, my God, this thing is what it seems to be. It's a galactic intelligence. It's 1 billion years old. It's touched 10 million worlds. It knows the history of 150,000 civilizations. It's beyond your possibility of conceiving, and why it is communicating with an organic atom like yourself is not entirely clear. Its essence cannot be assimilated. It guards you from it. It protects you. And one thing I've always noticed about mushrooms is how incredibly kind it is to beginners. People almost never have bad trips early on in their involvement with it. It's once you trust it and it trusts you, then it says, how far do you want to go? How far do you want to go? And this is you're on a place like Maui where there's a lot of spiritual disciplining going on and a lot of stress on conscious growth. It's worth talking about this. I have the impression from psilocybin that if you truly want to be the monk on Cold Mountain, this is the way to do it. You can do it with all these other spiritual disciplines, yoga, diet, mantrayana, the whole bit. Everybody drives with the accelerator slammed to the floor. That's the only way to make progress in those disciplines, is work at it like a dog, and maybe you'll get somewhere. Once you come to psychedelics, you get a lot of interest in locating the brake pedal. The brake pedal to the enterprise. It's no more about how can I move faster toward my spiritual goals. It's all about how can I prolong this so that it lasts a lifetime before I become incomprehensible to everybody who knows me. And if you wish that, if you truly feel drawn to sagehood, then all you have to do is take mushrooms a lot. You know, I take them every few months. Some people take them every few weeks. Take it 3 times in a week at the 5-gram dose, and you will have to make decisions about what you want to do with your life. Because I've noticed when I take it in the Amazon, the perception that you really have to discipline yourself to resist is the mushroom says, you know, go into the forest, take off your clothes. You can survive in the forest. You don't need civilization. And I don't know whether it's true or not. I mean, there are horrible, horrible stories of people who were found raving mad 5 days later, driven so by the bite of insects. But on the other hand, you know, the jungle is where we came out of, and you do have the feeling that you really want to go back to the canopy, that you really want to be in the canopy, eating fruit and picking fleas off your mate and enjoying the sunshine. Yeah.
Well, quite often when I think I ask them successful. And also they are a little watching fans, just like talk about the elk. Have you ever encountered that?
Sure.
Same way, there's lots of fun and things like that.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's small, fun, marching and performing entities of some sort. I've thought a lot about DMT and tried to create a model for it. And I've created many models, and all of them taken together don't do it justice. And I realize that every time I smoke DMT, the first thing I realize is everything you've been telling people is bullshit. That's not what it is at all. And so here comes some. As I rock it, the archetype of DMT is the archetype of the circus. And here's why. The circus is about clowns. It's about a circle of light. It's about a dome, a tent. And under the big tent and in the circle of light, the clowns perform. And a circus is a wonderful place to bring children. But a circus is more than clowns under the big tent. My own first awareness of eros that I have is changing the tape. The first awareness of eros that I can remember for myself was when I was about 3. My parents took me to a circus, and there, high above the center ring, hanging by her teeth in a tiny spangled costume, was the acrobat lady. And this is death and eros spun together. She's practically naked. She's hanging by her teeth. She works without nets. And I got it. You know, I didn't have an atom of testosterone in my body at age 3, but I got it. That's part of the DMT thing. Eros, in some way that I have not been able to put my hand on. I recently saw somebody, I've seen a lot of people do DMT, but I saw someone do DMT who had a full body orgasm. And it went on, and this woman kept saying, take me. And then she was saying, I want to stay here with you. I want to stay here with you. And, you know, she had never had an experience like this. So there is this erotic component. But the circus is more than the acrobat lady and the clowns. It's also the sideshows, the thing in the bottle, the goat-faced boy, and the fat lady, and all of that. And that's there too, the weirdness of it all. I remember I grew up in in a small Colorado town, and every 4th of July, the carnival would come. And we, the children of the town, would look forward to this. And then when the carnival came, our mothers would not let us play outside as late at night as we used to be able to, because carny people are strange, you know. You don't know where they came from. They probably don't have the same morals and ethics as the townsfolk. They entertain us all for a few days, and then they pack up all their stuff and go away, and it's like they were never there. And every kid worth his or her salt wants to run away with the circus. So I really think the circus is one fitting metaphor for what DMT is. There are other metaphors. I mean, when I go in there and treat with those elves, I have the feeling that they love me, they're fun, we're having a good time, but you don't want to take your eye off the ball. This is no place to let down. And I've asked myself, where in the past have I had this strange feeling, this mixture of friendliness but possible risk, the cooperative dealing with danger in the background? And I recall in the mad folly of my youth, I used to smuggle gold from Laos to India. And I would take this gold, these gold bars, kilo gold bars. It was when gold was much cheaper, I should say, and I could afford kilo gold bars. Strapped to my body, I would go to the Crawford Market of Bombay and buy hash for whatever purpose. And going to the Crawford Market and dealing with these Muslim hash dealers, you know, you're my friend, come in, come in. I had the same feeling that I had with the DMT. It's, we are your friends. He said, I am your friend. I'm not like all the others. Great, Ahmed. I'm glad you're not like all the others. They're mean traders, is what these things are. They want you to give them a meme. Do you know what a meme is? A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. In the same way that we are made of genes, ideas are made of memes. A meme is like, well, anti-Semitism is a meme. So, M-E-M-E. Communism is a meme. The bikini is a meme. A meme is an idea, or the smallest unit of an idea. These guys are meme traders. And what they want is ideas, human ideas. They collect them the way you might collect a carved mask if you went to the secret river region of New Guinea or something. And what they trade are trade goods. These things they were showing them. Look at this. Look at this. Those are the equivalent of combs, barrettes, baubles, and small mirrors. The kind of stuff I take to the Amazon to give to the Indians. They're saying, wouldn't you like this? Give us a line of poetry. Or how about a mathematical equation? Or something like this. They are traders in memes. They are also, well, you know, again, trying to be logical. If you accept that they exist, these entities, then it raises certain fairly profound questions. Where are they? Who are they? And what do they want? If you accept that these are real entities, real beings, well, trying to be logical about it, it seems to me there are a fairly limited number of choices. They are extraterrestrials of the class theory. We have been studying you for 50,000 years. We have come to correct the gravitational loop. That kind of extraterrestrial evolved around another star and came here by some technology. They are either extraterrestrials or they are time travelers from some future so distant that this is what human beings have become. Things made out of light that look like self-dribbling basketballs, which means they must be at least 50 years in the future. So they're either extraterrestrials, they're either from a human future, or, next possibility, they are from another continuum. In other words, they didn't come from a distant star. They came from another energy world, somewhere that is, in practical terms, nearby. But we have no evidence that such things are even possible, even though science fiction is filled with so-called parallel continui. We don't know whether this is even a viable concept. Or, and this, believe it or not, is the most conservative possibility. If we accept that these things exist, if we accept that they have an intent to communicate with us, and can in fact communicate with us, if we accept that they have a deep interest and affection for humanity, then it seems to me the most logical and conservative position would be these are human souls. These are human beings, either in a post-mortem or prenatal existence of some sort. This I never would have thought that I would be pushed to this. But I took DMT to the Amazon years ago and gave it to ayahuasqueros that I respected. And they just say, well, you haven't been listening. Didn't we tell Evergreen that at the end of the most technological and reductionist and materialist of all cultural binges, we would discover a way to look over the barrier of death itself and see the survival of organic existence in another dimension? That is just about the most astonishing development that this culture could endure. Far more astonishing than having visitors from Zenevo Ganubi land at UN Plaza and start handing out technological gimmicks. And yet, this is what shamans have always believed for 100,000 years. This is the generally accepted belief about these entities. It just doesn't happen to be generally accepted in the high-tech industrial democracies infected with the meme of science. There, this idea is outlandish. But the people who take these things in the rainforests, in the Oaxacan mountains, for them, it's perfectly obvious that this is what it is. And as I said, I was raised Catholic. I spent a huge amount of time desacralizing myself, reading Camus and Sartre and Nietzsche and Husserl and Merleau-Ponty, positivists, and dabbled in Marxism and was a hardcore materialist. But life lived honestly, meaning not denying the content of my experience, has led me to the conclusion that the scientific model of how the universe works is complete hokum. I mean, it's fine for predicting the charge of the electron or how to land an artillery shell on somebody's head, but when you talk about, what is mind, what is life, what is intelligence, science has nothing to say about this. Science is a strategy for solving simple questions. Shamanism is a strategy for solving very, very complex questions. And I think that DMT presents a science and cultural destroying frontier. In the same way that medieval Christianity could not hold itself together in the face of the discovery of the New World, meaning this hemisphere, I don't think science, as we inherited it from the Renaissance, is going to be able to survive the confrontation with the psychedelic experience. I think this is one more reason why these things are so stigmatized and forbidden and taboo, because they are the absolute confoundment of our official religion. They show that what we believe about reality is complete hokum, and that we are actually going to have to go back to the idea that there is such a thing as a soul, that there are parts of the human personality that survive physical death, and that therefore, this is, I suppose, sobering news for everybody, life does have a dimension of moral obligation. We are not just simply free to be secular jerks. We have to try to figure out what the universe wants of us, what is acceptable behavior and what is not. In other words, there is a moral imperative in all this. Every religion of enduring quality has some notion of an after-death vehicle, that life is a strengthening of certain structures ordinarily invisible that will be very important at the moment of death to carry the personality through to another domain. And the evidence of psychedelics and shamanism, I think, is that we need to at least take this seriously and explore it. And it can be explored. It's not in principle beyond rational comprehension. It's just that it can't be approached through an instrumentality. In other words, the way scientists like to work is they like to build fancy instruments and then integrate fancy measurements into some fishy equation. That's not how this works. We have to send great souled people with tremendous artistic and poetic skills. We have to send those people into that dimension, and they have to return and sing and dance around our campfires and teach us what is there. And if this is done, I think that along with this dimension of moral obligation that the survival of the soul implies, there is also a dimension of hope and optimism. We don't know what life is for, and it's tremendously liberating to reconnect with the idea that there is more to the end of life than the yawning grave and becoming worm food. And it's that faith, and it isn't a faith exactly, it's secured by direct experience of the shamanic domain, but it is that experience which gives life meaning. Without that experience, meaning is not intrinsic. It has to be conferred. And so you confer meaning by fetishizing objects, or by becoming fetishistic about power and control over other people. And these are the things that do not satisfy, but that we attempt to assuage our anxiety with. So I think that in terms of human psychology, the psychedelics are empowering us to discover the true nature of humanness, a fact that our obsession with scientism has occluded for us. And this is incredibly important for the culture, because frankly, I can't tell whether we're going to survive our history. It may be too late. It may be that what appears to be happening is in fact happening, and that we have wrecked the planet and that we are destined for extinction. But it may be that death itself is somehow the answer, and that what we are headed forward into is a kind of non-physical existence in a non-physical dimension. I find that sobering. I'm not keen on it, but I'm willing to entertain it because I'm a realist. I know how far down the primrose path toward ruin we've come, and I know how hard it is to change people's minds. So maybe we're just going to continue practicing bad cultural habits until we, in fact, rob ourselves of any space in 3D in which we can be comfortable. Or perhaps there is a way to avoid that and to dissolve the boundaries between life and death and to become co-simultaneously both spirit and body, both in the physical three-dimensional realm and able to travel and move in these higher and hidden dimensions that the psychedelics reveal. This is what the future will unfold for us. And I think we're very close to the denouement. I believe that the acceleration of historical process that we feel all around us is part of a general law of acceleration that has been in place since the earliest moments that this universe came into existence, and that as the spiral reaches closure, we are going to be carried into a new realm of the spirit, and death and transfiguration may well turn out to be the same thing. Questions? Yes.
My interest in the last year and a half with mushrooms and DMT and you has been this exploration of whether this is the death state. It seems that ultimately it's going to be the biggest trip. When I did 5 grams, I got a message that I would have a choice to stay infinitely alive within my imagination, or the other choice, which is non-judgmental, just to go to sleep. And the idea of staying awake forever in the imagination biologically had a kind of tiring feeling to it. But it's just those two choices. I'm wondering if you, when you go into the, when you're under the influence, you explore that question in particular. And have you gotten answers?
No, I do explore that question in particular. Staying alive forever in the human imagination is a very interesting concept. Imagine for a moment that anything was possible. Imagine, for example, that the laws of physics were suddenly replaced with the laws of the imagination. Well, that's a very interesting meditation because it starts out, at least for me, I think, well, if I could have anything, what would I have? Or what would I like to have if I could have anything? So it begins modestly. I would somehow transfer the Vatican Library to Versailles, and I would live at Versailles and have access to the Vatican Library and all other books and works of art that have ever existed, and I would walk in a garden. But then I start thinking like this, and I say, no, but the question was, what would it be like if it could be anything? Why would you want Versailles? Why would you want the Vatican Library? If you could have anything. And you realize our imagination is completely constrained by the laws of physics. What would we become if we could become anything? I mean, if I could snap my fingers and you were omnipotent, what would you do? The first thing I would do is I would fly. I would just leap about 300,000 feet in the air and give the cowboy yell. But then you would realize, The entire universe is now your bubble. You can cross the galaxy in the wink of an eye. You can journey back to the Big Bang in the time it takes to think about it. There is no civilization in the history of the cosmos, no work of art, no ecstasy, no experience that is denied you. And I maintain that we would become, within minutes of this transformation, unrecognizable to ourselves, because we are completely defined by our limitations. And so that's what I imagine death is. It's the discovery that you can be, do, see, think, and feel anything. That you have been defocused from the point in space and time where your identity intersected a knot of meat, which is your body. And that knot has now been untied, and you are flowing back into the infinite holographic ocean of all possibilities. And some people will create hell worlds. You know, some people want to be in nightmare worlds. And some people will create paradise upon paradise upon paradise. It's the final conquest of the imagination by free will. This is what William Blake was talking about, what he called the divine imagination. Yeah.
On language, you spoke about language as a strong building block of this segment of history, a building and evolutionary thing. I saw you in a video, very psychedelic video, where you used a lot of descriptive words describing this very incredible thing, and then you compressed it into it's a bird. And that whole thought about how compressing and confusing language is. There's a real paradox there.
Yes, language is best used to lie. That's what it's best at, because it's a kind of betrayal. It's an incredible flattening of reality. And I think the example you mentioned was, I was saying, a child lying in a nursery in a crib, and a bird flies into the room. And for the child, this moving, fluttering thing of light and sound is a miracle that has many, many dimensions to it. But the child's mother then comes into the room and sees what's happening. And she says, it's a bird. It's a bird, baby, bird. So what happens then is this mysterious, irreducible complex of light and motion is changed into a word. And the word is like a little tile. And that word is affixed over the bird and now covers the bird. And by the time you're 6 years old, you've been handed enough of these small tiles that everywhere you look, it's seamless tiling. Trail, it's an incredible flattening of reality. And I think the example you mentioned was, I was saying, a child lying in a nursery in a crib, and a bird flies into the room. And for the child, this moving, fluttering thing of light and sound is a miracle that has many, many dimensions to it. But the child's mother then comes into the room and sees what's happening. And she says, it's a bird. It's a bird, baby, bird. So what happens then is this mysterious, irreducible complex of light and motion is changed into a word. And the word is like a little tile. And that word is affixed over the bird and now covers the bird. And by the time you're 6 years old, you've been handed enough of these small tiles that everywhere you look, it's seamless tiling. You have a word, this is a chair, this is a bird, that's the sky, that's the river. And the word robs the thing of its intrinsic ambiguity and magic. And yet, the word is how we communicate to each other about the thing. Now we're speaking about the unspeakable, let me point out to those of you who try to wander from the subject. So there's a tension and a paradox there. Reality is most itself in the absence of language, but it can only be communicated through language. Therefore, language is an enterprise in need of perfection. This is the other thing I take out of the DMT thing. This whole business about how they say, do what we are doing, do it, and then you make this glossolalia that I imitated for you, and then you discover that you can make colors and lights and shapes with your voice. This is profound. This is what I call a more perfect logos. Let's analyze what's going on here. First, let's analyze ordinary speech. I want to communicate with you. I have a thought, and I want to communicate it to you. I go into my mind, which is partially my brain, and I seek the culturally, consensually validated words for my idea. I then raise those words to consciousness. I activate my tongue and soft palate, and I create an acoustical pressure wave in the air. This acoustical pressure wave crosses the intervening space between you and me. It enters into your ear. You download this incoming vibration, and you attempt to match it to a dictionary of vibrations that you have learned over your lifetime. Now, if your dictionary matches my dictionary, you extract my thought out of this process. My thought magically comes into existence in your mind. Now, this is called understanding. But notice that one of the most uncool things you can do in most social situations is say to someone, would you explain to me what I just said? This is bad social politics because it punctures the illusion that we understand each other. I have this all the time because people quote me to myself, and I can often not recognize it. Now, notice, let's go back to the DMT flash. The elf creatures, the tykes, I call them, the tykes are using small mouth noises, but they make things you can see. And notice that there is a tremendous gain in coherency. When you and I look at something, let's say we're in an art museum and we're looking at a painting or a sculpture. When you and I look at something, we have high confidence that we are seeing the same thing. Generally, where if I were to read a paragraph and then ask each person to write what I had read, we get a whole spectrum of answers. But if I show you a painting and ask everybody to write down what they've seen, the spread will be much less tight. Visual languages have a diminished ambiguity to them. They also, visual languages are not dependent on on culturally validated symbol systems. Notice that if you don't speak English, you can't understand me. But if we're in an art gallery looking at a piece of sculpture, you may speak German and I speak English, but we don't see different things because of this, or we assume we don't see different things because of this. So, having observed all this, I went the contrast between spoken language and visual language in DMT. I then went to the Amazon, where ayahuasca taking is rampant, and where it's built around the phenomenon of singing, of what are called magical songs, icaros. And when you sit in these ayahuasca circles and when you're loaded and people sing these songs, well then after 3 or 4 songs there'll always be a break. So people can go outside or smoke or something. And then you hear what people are saying to each other. And people will say to the shaman who has just finished singing, I love your song. I especially love the part where you put the silver dots on the khaki striping. And I really like the part where the lemon yellows were faded into the grays. Say, what kind of a conversation is this? We're talking about a song, but it is perceived as a pictorial enterprise. Because under the influence of ayahuasca, sound is processed in the visual cortex, not in the audio center of the brain. And consequently, language is seen. This is why ayahuasca has a reputation for being a telepathic drug. It is a telepathic drug. But telepathy doesn't mean you hear what I think. Telepathy means you see what I mean. And we unconsciously prioritize the visual sense. If you want to say, I understand you, you say, I see what you mean. And in all Western languages, if you want to know if you're understood, you say, is that clear? Is that clear? So what this, I believe, means is that language is a behavior in human beings that has not yet completely unfolded developmentally. We now use small mouth noises to communicate, but notice how driven toward the image we are, how much color photography has transformed our world, how much being able to print steel point engravings transformed our world, cinema, television, color television, interactive media, virtual reality. We love to perfect and to relate to images. So I think that part of what these psychedelics are doing, if we say they catalyze the imagination, what we're really saying is that they make language a less audio and more visual enterprise. Now, being a naturalist and a biologist by predilection, whenever I get into these far out places, I try to go back to nature to find a model that fits. Is there a model of visual nature, of visual language anywhere in nature except in the DMT flash? And I discovered one that pleases me very much and makes the point. And I'll lay it on you. You all probably know from watching endless National Geographic specials that octopi can change color. Octopi can change their color. Most people think this is camouflage, as exists in certain lizards and frogs, where you become the color of the thing you're sitting on and therefore you don't get eaten. That's not what's going on with octopi. Here's the deal, as Ross would say. Octopi are covered on their outer surface by, and first let me say, octopi are large mollusks. They are invertebrates. They divided from our line of evolutionary development 700 million years ago. They are not near neighbors of ours on the evolutionary tree. Compared to an octopus, a dolphin or a whale is like a dog or a cat in its near relative relationship to human beings. Octopi are more closely related to escargot. Okay, so it's a large mollusk, and on the surface of its body it has what are called chromatophores, specialized cells which can change color. It also has the ability to change the surface of its skin from rubbery, shiny, and smooth to goose pimple, wrinkled, and rugose. Also, its soft body. So in an aqueous medium like the sea, the octopus can fold itself very rapidly. It can reveal and hide parts of its body very rapidly. Well, when you put all this together and study octopi, what you realize is that the color changes, the surface changes, and the rapid shift of visual display is a language. The octopus is its language. It wears language on its surface the way we wear clothes on our surface. The mind of the octopus is on its surface. And one octopus encountering another can tell how long it's been since the other creature has had sex, how long it's been since it's eaten, what kind of a hair day it's having, and so forth and so on. The entire emotional and psychological and intellectual gestalt of the creature is conveyed on its surface. It is its grammar. It is its language. Octopi don't see each other. They see the intent to communicate of each other. And this is so important to cephalopoidal existence that some of these octopi have evolved away from the shallow shorelines of continents and have evolved into the deep parts of the sea, the so-called benthic depths, where no light ever reaches, below 1,500 feet. And in that situation, they have retained their ability to communicate with each other through surface color changes by going to iridescence and phosphorescence. And the benthic octopi even have organs on their bodies, which are like eyelids, that allow them to very, very quickly, at blink rate speed, cover and uncover very bright phosphorescent patches on their skin. In the benthic depths of the sea, there is only occipital grammar. They can't see each other. They can only see the messages that they are sending. It is a domain of purest mind. And I think this is something that we are evolving toward. We already, in distinction to other animals, have a small patch on our bodies that is adapted to doing this. We have what are called faces. Other animals don't have faces. People say their cats and dogs grin, but they only grin. So what kind of an expression is that? We have faces and hundreds of small, delicate muscles through here. And by frowning, widening the eyes, flaring the nostrils, opening the mouth, we convey subtly an entire gestalt of emotions, social changes, and attitudes that adebrate and augment our spoken language. I think our drive into the mind to communicate is so intense that we are, through our technologies, following the steps of the cephalopodia and attempting to try and create a culture whose surface is syntactical and grammatical, and
And when we succeed in doing this, the difference between us as distinct individuals will be much less important. This is what I call the task of history. The task of history is for the human beings to turn themselves inside out. Let's get the mind onto the surface and get the body interiorized as a freely commandable object in the imagination. That is the inversion that we are attempting to create. When that can be done, then we will be in hyperspace. We will have transcended three-dimensional Newtonian space, which is the space where the body resides and flies around, and we will be in the mental space of the imagination. And this is what we're attempting to do by manifesting culture. You know, we talk about virtual reality, and, you know, is it a good thing, is it a bad thing? Notice that all human reality is virtual. If by virtual reality what we mean is the downloading of human ideas into a domain of presentation, then this hotel is a virtual reality. The city of Lahaina or Manhattan is a virtual reality. The American government is a virtual reality. Money is a virtual reality. These are all exteriorized ideological systems in which we walk around in and give our belief to, in the same way that we give our belief to the existence of mountains, oceans, and trees. And yet these are ideas that we have virtually caused to come into existence by using matter as the substrate on which to project these things. And essentially, as a species, we are the idea-excreting species. Other animals may have ideas, but they certainly don't manifest them. I mean, the whale sings its song, but it's a far cry from that to the World Trade Center or the American Museum of Natural History or an international airport somewhere. We manifest ideas, and as psychedelics catalyze ideas and catalyze language, it's becoming ever more concrete. And I think eventually there will be a marriage between human beings, technology, and pharmacology that will erase the boundaries between us and plunge us into a telepathic plenum that will not be magical. It will simply be image-mediated and trans-individual. And this is what we're plunging toward. This is what the culmination of history is the creation of a collective human overmind that can then direct the human species in an appropriate way. In other words, a hive of bees has a collective overmind, and bees don't pollute the environment or dig up petroleum or do all of these destructive things because it is ultimately inappropriate to the existence of bees to do this. We, by fragmenting into 4 billion individual egos, have lost at the overstructure, the grand plan of things. And this is how it is possible that we can be damaging the earth and looting our children's future. We are not planning for the life of the species in a coherent way, and this is because we cannot communicate to each other sufficiently the nature of the problem and the path toward a solution. And here is where the psychedelics come in. They will connect us to the Gaian mind. They will connect us to each other. They will connect us to transverbal styles of communication that are beheld rather than heard. And in so doing, they will create of us a superorganism that is worthy of the human enterprise and worthy of the effort to verify and condense spirit that is going on this planet. The pieces of the equation, human beings, psychoactive plants, technology, are all now on on the table. And it's simply a matter of being aware of what is possible and assembling the pieces and putting them together and creating a new kind of reality. That's what we're talking about. It's on its way, but it needs to be guided by psychedelic intent and by a consciousness of the real intrinsic worth of human beings. Well, that's enough for the spring. And you have bladders of extraordinary durability, not totaler by any means. But I do most of my substances straight. I don't mix things too much. I can't imagine what possible argument there could be for using alcohol in the presence of hallucinogens, unless you were in a situation where, like, maybe you took LSD and you had a 1967 Puy Fumé Chateau Languedoc, and you wanted to, explore it. But otherwise, I think it was not such a good idea. Yeah. What do I think of ecstasy? Well, that's a complicated question. Well, first of all, I think that it's, in terms of its psychoactivity, it has a definite role to play in getting people in touch with their emotions and their interpersonal stuff. However, most psychedelics, if you believe it's going to give you an insight into your personal dilemma, it will do so. I'm suspicious of all synthetic drugs simply because we don't have enough data. In other words, MDMA has not been taken in great amounts before 1975. So we don't know what the long-term consequences of exposure to it is. With a compound like psilocybin, it's been used for thousands of years in the Mexican highlands. We know that it doesn't cause blindness, miscarriage, madness, Parkinson's syndrome, whatever. In thinking about drugs, let me broaden the question. Here's how I evaluate a potential substance that I'm thinking about using for self-exploration. I say, first of all, does it occur in a plant? If it occurs in a plant, then it's part of the great ocean of organic life that has been elaborated over billions of years, and it has a morphogenetic field that is compatible with life. So that's the first question. Does it occur in a plant? But of course, you can kill yourself with plants, no question about it. Strychnos nox vomica, Amanita phalloides, henbane, no problem to kill yourself with plants. So there has to be a further filter, and that is, does it have a history of human usage? If it has a history of human usage, you automatically have your human data. You know that it's benign, or you know under what circumstances it's benign. And then thirdly, and this is the more narrow of the filters, I think it should have an affinity with ordinary brain chemistry. We don't want to insult the physical brain any more than you want to hit your thumb with a hammer. We don't want to put something toxic in the brain. So the least toxic things are those most structurally akin to neurotransmitters. So that leaves DMT and psilocybin, LSD to some degree, these things are very closely related to serotonin, the main neurotransmitter running the brain. So, strangely enough, if you apply all these limiting filters to your choice of substances, you will still be left with the best and the strongest. I don't think that psychedelic sophistication consists of having taken every drug there is. What it consists of is having a deep relationship with the substance that you personally have found to be the one that fits your psychology and somatology most comfortably. So, there are numerous substances that haven't tried because I don't think we need a new drug. I think if the things we have are perfectly adequate to any conceivable task or goal in this domain. We don't need hallucinogens more powerful than DMT, so forth and so on. Returning to the question of MDMA, it is true that it has a visible impact on microfine structures of the nerve called dendritic spines, and at doses that are not greatly higher than the effective dose. So that's a cautionary note. MDMA is in the family of the cyclicized amphetamines, which also include MDA and mescaline, which is a naturally occurring compound. But all of those compounds have the kind of profile that would cause a pharmacologist to want to be cautious. And let me explain a little pharmacology here too. Pharmacologists have the concept that they call LD50. Now this is a nasty idea, but you should assimilate it anyway. LD50, LD stands for lethal dose. LD50 means you have 100 mice and you give them dose X and half of them die. That's the LD50. That dose is the LD50. When 50% of the animal sample dies, that's the LD50. Now, what you want in a hallucinogen or in any drug, an antibiotic, an antihistamine, anything, what you want is a drug where the effective dose is very, very low compared to the LD50, you see. Now, the most extreme example by this measurement of a safe drug is LSD, because LSD is active at 50 micrograms, 50 millionths of a gram. The LD50 has never been determined for human beings. In other words, no one knows how much LSD you would have to take to kill 50% of the human sample. It's orders and orders of magnitude. Psilocybin, by contrast, the effective dose is 20 milligrams. 20 milligrams. The LD50 of psilocybin is something like 800 milligrams per kilogram. Can you imagine how much psilocybin that is? So psilocybin is relatively safe. Now, when you go to these cyclicized amphetamines, the picture doesn't look so good. The LD50 for mescaline is only 20 times the effective dose. This is an indication at least that you should slow down and consider what's going on. So I favor drugs with low LD50s. The LD50, high differentials. The LD50 for DMT is not known. Simply not known. Yeah, it's never been determined and must be enormously high because it's a neurotransmitter, For MDMA, it's again in the range of 20 times the effective dose. It may be lower. And it is true, as I mentioned, that these things called dendritic spines are sheared off, are ablated by MDMA. Now, you can take two positions on this. The conservative position says, oh my God, from one dose to another, you can see that this stuff is impacting the physical brain. Therefore, it shouldn't be taken. The less conservative position builds its case on the fact that, yes, but no behavioral consequences seem to flow from this ablation of the dendritic spines. In other words, there's no argument that it occurs, but the test animals do not display any symptom of impairment, nor do human subjects who have later been shown to have experienced this ablative phenomenon. So it's something where you must inform yourself and then make the decision. Personally, I don't think that MDMA does anything that other compounds with better profiles can't do with nearly equal ease. I don't see it as providing a unique pharmacological function. And I'm not saying this as a put down of MDMA, but throughout this century, the introduction of every new psychoactive drug has been accompanied by the hype that it was a love drug. And it came in different forms, LSD was a love drug. Marijuana, when it hit white people, was presented as an aphrodisiac. Psilocybin, presented as a love drug. Even cocaine is said to increase sexual prowess and so forth. So it's a marketing strategy, I think. I think MDMA is very effective in the hands of a therapist with somebody with a problem, but as a lifestyle, I think psychedelic people would quickly grow quite bored with it. Over here.
Do you know of any long-term effects on the dendrites regarding the serotonin levels with extended use of other symptoms? Is there any indication for serotonin levels lowering, raising, or side receptors increases?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think that would be a very, very interesting question to pursue. As somebody who has taken a huge number of these things over a lifetime, I wonder occasionally about my serotonergic system and exactly what's going on. This leads to a sort of peculiar topic, this whole thing about the serotonergic system. Last night I didn't get to it in my talk. I talked about Zalvia divinorum, but it was actually only one of 4 items on a list called New Developments. Second on that list, and you may not have expected to ever hear this word pass my mouth, second on the list was Prozac. Prozac is, first of all, remember, if you haven't taken a drug, your opinion is worthless, even when it's a drug you don't like. Prozac targets the serotonergic system in exactly the same way that hallucinogens do, and here's how it works. When the nerve fires, the synaptic cleft is flooded with serotonin. Normally, that serotonin is immediately uptaken into the synaptic vesicle. In the presence of Prozac, it is not reuptaken. That doesn't occur. So the synapse remains saturated in serotonin. And I think it's very interesting that these drug companies have gone to work on this particular system. It's very clear to me that what they're trying to do is create a drug which has the effect of having taken 500 mics of acid and wrestled with your soul all night long, except that you don't. You don't. It comes very slowly. I don't know if you know, but Prozac builds up in your system. You take it for 15 days before it reaches saturation. Then when you stop taking it, it takes 15 days to leave your system. I'm interested in it because I'm beginning to wonder if this dysfunctionality that I've identified stemming from the absence of psilocybin for the past 10,000 years in the human diet may actually have resulted in a lot of us are running around with impaired serotonergic systems. There's much too much depression, mood swing, and mania, paranoia, and general unhappiness in the human population. And rather than lay it on to stress or bad upbringing, as has been the tendency in the past, I'm beginning to think a lot of it is actually somatic and possibly genetic. And that Prozac is an effort to essentially tune this serotonergic system that has an effect very similar to the effect that psychedelics have, but without ever putting the person through the dramatic episode of the boundary dissolving intoxication. And I'm sure we will hear more about these kinds of drugs because the Lilly company holds the absolute patent on Prozac, fluoxetine hydrochloride, and other companies are rushing to fill this gap. And I'm interested to talk to psychedelic audiences about it for a couple of reasons. First of all, I notice there's a huge amount of Prozac bashing going on in the ordinary press. I mean, it's dismissed as a happy pill and for people who are non-functional and vegetative and a cop-out and this and that. And I didn't read the book listening to Prozac, but as I try to understand this debate, the argument seems to be it's a terrible thing to take a drug which alters your personality. And what does that mean? That the self is chemically based. Well, but hey, folks, haven't we all been potheads since the year zero? Didn't we cross this bridge long ago? Haven't we come to terms with the issue of whether or not we're presenting a natural or artificial personality? It seems to me this is just something straight people have to come to terms with, that heads should have no problem with it. We understand that personality is as changeable as hairdo or fashion. I don't know how I got off on that tear. Oh, the serotonergic system, yeah.
What do you think the implications, since we have, the effects of, for example, Prozac, of the increase in stabilization of serotonin levels with the augmentation of hallucinogens?
You mean, how does Prozac work hallucinogens? Is that the question? Well, that's an interesting question. I saw my brother at Christmas time, and we spent a long evening talking about this, because you would think that this enriching of the synaptic environment with serotonin would have an inhibitory effect on hallucinogens, just knowing what we know about how these systems work. This does not appear to be the case. In other words, if you're taking Prozac, it does not diminish your response to hallucinogens, which is good news and also counterintuitive to how you would think this all might work. Anybody? Yeah, over here, Richard. I haven't heard that. Before we leave the subject of Prozac, though, there's one more thing I should tell you, and I tell you this in the interest of, that I don't believe, well, just in the interest of education and information, but what you make of this is your own business. This problem with MDMA that I mentioned, the ablation of the dendritic spines, is blocked by Prozac. And it's blocked by Prozac even if you're not taking Prozac in the ordinary way, which is 20 milligrams a day. But if you just take 20 milligrams 6 hours before you take MDMA. If this ablation of the dendritic spines will not occur, because apparently the toxin, which is ablating the dendritic spines, is in that molecular species of serotonin that is reuptake. And if you block the reuptake of serotonin that is quote unquote contaminated by MDMA, then you won't have the dendritic spine ablation, and you will have the MDMA trip. So there are pharmacological strategies for dealing with this, but I wouldn't try this at home, folks. This is academic stuff. Over to
Well, I was in a conversation with Dr. Justice Osgood a few years ago, and we were talking about ecstasy, and he advised me never to take it because of the fact that it will lower and affect your spinal fluid, and actually in the spine, and cause fluctuations there. He said he would never touch it.
Well, I haven't heard that. I don't like dumping on it outright, but I guess what speaks louder than words is I don't take it. You know, but a lot of people have had wonderful experiences on it. Marriages have been saved and launched, although I'm not sure that's a good thing. But as I say, this is part of educating yourself and deciding, you know, where you want to put your money in this game. Yeah. No, I don't think it's excessively costly because let's see, a gram runs around $200. Now let me figure here for a minute. If 50 milligrams is a dose, then a gram has 20 doses in it. At $200, that's $20 a dose. If we compare it to air flight, that's like being able to fly to Bombay for 35 cents. So, and also, I mean, let me say, DMT is not a drug of abuse. I mean, I know people who scored a gram in 1970 and still haven't hit the halfway mark with it and are planning basically to hand it on to their great-grandchildren. So, you know, I think as an investment, it looks pretty good. Well, that's an interesting question. The official answer is yes. There is no tolerance that can be measured by physiological parameters, which is what you would expect from a neurotransmitter. In my own experience, it's good to wait at least 12 hours. The second trip never attains this incredibly intense peak if you follow it 10, 15, 20 minutes later. But it's still very dramatic, no doubt about it. I would say in terms of tolerance, the tolerance is, there's very little buildup of tolerance to it.
Because you had a list of 4 new development cases.
Let me go back to my notes from last night. Well, I did mention a little bit about the third item, which is these ayahuasca analogs. That this is a whole new frontier for people of an alchemical and botanical bent to try and locate plants in your environment that contain DMT and then brew up pseudo-ayahuascas and take them. The DMT source that's causing a lot of excitement in this area is a plant that grows across the Midwest called Desmantha selenoensis. It has a very high concentration of DMT in the root bark, and it's basically a weed of the prairies, Illinois bundleweed. If you combine that with the gamma harmalin, you get a rip-roaring hallucinogenic experience There are also some grasses, Phalaris tuberosa, Phalaris arundinaceae. They contain DMT with very few other analogs present. There are Anadenanthera trees in the tropics and even in the subtropics. They're probably here, probably used as landscaping. They certainly are in Puerto Rico, yeah.
I got the nice thing, the alkaline stuff.
And cook it together. Cook it together, boil it for an hour, strain out the solid matter, concentrate the liquid, fast 6 hours, take it in silent darkness. Boil it in water, that's a sufficient solvent. Yes, you want to stay away from high molecular weight solvents or you'll blow yourself to kingdom come. And water is usually good enough for these things. Yeah.
This has to do with 5-MeO-DMT. I've heard reports that while I was gone, my body did a very strange thing, waiting for me to come back. Convulsions, jerky, large movements, moving around uncontrolled. Is there, what is this? That's a little frightening to hear all those reports.
Well, I've seen people take 5-MeO-DMT and just lie quiet and still. I've also, a surprising number of people vomit, which seems to me not a good sign. I don't know. I mean, there's never been a human response study of 5-MeO-DMT. If you want to read the new human response study on DMT, it's in the latest journal of neuropharmacology. A 20-page review article, fascinating stuff. But this twitching that goes on, the presentation that people give on DMT can vary widely. I told you about the lady who had the full body orgasm. That was definitely, I've only seen that once, but I have seen people do squirm, they do moan. Some people yell like crazy, which is very disconcerting. I mean, it presents you, the facilitator, with this crazy problem, because here they are howling to beat the band, and you don't know whether you should say, no, please stop, or you don't want to interfere with their thing, but you're thinking, you know, if somebody comes to the front door, can I pass this off as sex, or what is going on? People do carry on, and I suppose I'm the worst of all, because when I do it, I have come, it didn't used to be this way, but now I almost always pass over into glossolalia and just spontaneously articulate this language-like phenomenon. I can't stop myself. It's so sensual or orgasmic to do it that it just seems the natural. But, you know, people watching it, it's alarming to people. I mean, when I did it this morning, I do it briefly and it has a humorous intent, but if you're in the presence of it for 5 minutes, it begins to raise certain questions that are disquieting. Know what I mean? I'm sure you do. Yes. Oh, it's not been released on CD.
Yeah.
The CD they were selling last night called Alien Dreamtime, I think cut 4 is me doing glossolalia for about 600 people, backed by didgeridoo and synthesizer last February at the Paradise Lounge in San Francisco. Of course. There's one left, folks. No pushing, please. Yeah. Is DMT legal? I'm not sure. There's this thing which exists called the International Convention on Narcotics that the UN holds the signatories to, and I'm not sure what the status is. I mean, ayahuasca is legal in Brazil. Ayahuasca runs on DMT. I know of certain medical preparations that are sold over the counter in Mexico that have high concentrations of DMT, but whether or not you could just simply sell pure crystalline DMT in a foreign country and have it illegal, I don't really know. I imagine not, or there would be more DMT around. Yeah. You could for an ayahuasca analog. You could, yes. I'll tell you what it is. I can't remember what it's called. It's some 11-syllable word like chihaxwaxquatl or something like that. But it's for burns. And it's a brown powder, and it's made from the roots of Mimosa hostiles, which is traditionally listed as a DMT source in the pharmacopoeias. So that is a possibility, you know. Yeah, here, let's get in that. 5-methoxy DMT, 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine. Yeah.
Doing experiments and would actually be the one to do better and better, or like, oh,
Well, maybe you should hold for something. No, well, I used to, in the 60s and 70s, I was very keen to prolong DMT trips. And one strategy that we hit on was to smoke it at the height of LSD flashes. Now this seems to me somewhat reckless and hairy-chested, but on the other hand, many of you are young. So, and it does prolong it. It does change it. I mean, some of you have heard me tell this story. I was in Berkeley one Thanksgiving, and I was the manager of a rooming house, and everybody had gone home for Thanksgiving. And I took LSD, and then at the height of the trip, I smoked DMT, and it went on and on and on. It was very exfoliated and extensive. And right at the extended peak of it, this woman that I rented to, who I thought had gone home to Missouri for Christmas, arrived by cab and came charging up the front steps of the house, let herself into the front door, and ran around and started beating on my bedroom door. Well, I'm the kind of person that if I'm 600 miles up a jungle river and I'm smoking a bomber and I hear a leaf fall, I immediately hide the door and see what's going on. So her beating on the door, I like had a heart attack or something, and I jumped up off the bed in the middle of this DMT flash, and I landed on my feet. And when I looked around, I realized that I had dragged these things with me into the space, and I had an elf hanging off each hand, and they were ricocheting off the walls, and it was just like complete horror and disbelief. And the most dramatic thing that was going on was there was this weird machine hovering in the air of my room with a kind of faceted top on it, and it was ratcheting around. It was making this loud metallic click, like click, click, and every time it would do that, a triangular shaped piece of plastic would be ejected from it and sail across the room, and I noticed they had alien leopards on them. And these plastic chips are ricocheting off the wall and landing on the floor, and I staggered to the door of my room, and I pulled it open, and I said something in Martian to this woman, and closed the door and ran back to the bed and literally put my head under the covers and just lay there breathing and let it become an eyes closed trip, and then watched it slowly fade, and then just lay there for a long, long time. So I guess the answer is it gets highly anomalous. highly unpredictable. You know, when you combine drugs, it's what's called a synergy. And nobody, these things are completely unexplored. I mean, it's hard enough to say what LSD and psilocybin does. When you start talking about how, well, we started out with 4 ounces of Robitussin, and then we moved into a little vitamin K, and after that, they passed around the mushrooms. And then you say, how was it? Say, hey, it was far out. No question about it, but I know the rest of us can never giggle our way back there. Inhibiting MAO and smoking DMT is the way to extend it, but boy, you better have your chops together. I mean, it's like deep diving on the reef at night, and everything. Ketamine, it's a dissociative anesthetic used in veterinary medicine. I'm not terribly keen on it. It fails all the tests I laid out for you. It doesn't occur in a plant. It doesn't have a history of use by native peoples, and it doesn't occur as a neurotransmitter. Still, I will have to say, it gets you more stoned than almost anything else. It gets you so stoned that you lose the concept of stone, which is a strange experience where you say, what is this? And then there's no answer. And then later you say, it's a drug. Say, oh, it's a drug. I got it. Now I remember. I'm lying on the floor of somebody's apartment. I'm a human being. I'm having a psychedelic trip. This is the trip. Now I understand. And then you can sort of get hold of it. But it's, there are some strikes against it. There's some evidence that it triggers epileptic kindling. That means lowers your threshold for seizure. There's also some evidence that it lowers your immune response, which God knows that's the last thing most of us need at this point. I found it very hard to bring much out of it, but it does have its enthusiasts, and they're very vocal. Again, this is just a matter of taste, what you like and what you don't. Yeah.
With the emergence of psychoneuroimmunology as a sort of science, what impact do you think that this underwent has on evolving immunologic axis, neurologic axis, and is there data?
I'm sure there's no data because I'm sure it hasn't been looked at. I think that the place where natural laws might break down is inside the human body, because the human mind is such a peculiar adumbration of natural law. I am a rationalist, actually. I mean, my opinions are based on, I'm not, I am a rationalist, and I'm a show-me kind of guy, and I don't believe in miracles. Nevertheless, I have seen things which suggest that language is primary, and reality is secondary, and that there are ways to make the world be what you want it to be. As an example of what I'm talking about, I am aware of a situation, a person who was a psychotherapist, MD, and had been injured in an accident that had left an arm paralyzed, and was suing somebody over this accident. And consequently, there was a huge amount of medical data before the court about this injury, x-rays and expert testimony and so forth, and everybody agreed this guy would never regain the use of this arm. And in 6 sessions of smoking DMT, he was able to regain complete use of the arm and dropped the suit and went on with his life. It could have been done with holy water for fluids. I'm aware of that. but it's just anecdotal data that suggests that mind is primary, especially in the matter of health, when we're talking about moving energy fields around inside the body. And I have heard stories, you hear stories, but you just don't know what to believe, you know? I mean, I heard a story about somebody wounding themselves with a machete and taking a substantial hit of LSD and basically just zipping it shut with the gesture of the hand. But you know, unless you see it, if it contravenes reason, I don't think you want to believe it. You don't say it doesn't happen. You just say, you know, I wasn't there. Yeah. Ibogaine is the fourth item on my list of exciting new developments. Ibogaine. Ibogaine is an alkaloid, a hallucinogen, an indole, an authentic member of the family, about which very little is known. It comes from the root bark of an African tree and is the basis of a religion in Gabon and Cameroon and the Congo called Kawiti, where the style of taking it is very similar to the approach to ayahuasca in the Amazon. You could almost say it's an African equivalent, folk analog to ayahuasca. It is also rumored to be an aphrodisiac, a true aphrodisiac, meaning that most things which are said to be aphrodisiacs are in fact either cause prolonged erection or genital itching or something like that. In other words, they're somewhat peripheral to the real sexual response. Ibogaine is very interesting because if you're in a non-sexual context and you take it, sex is not an issue. But if you are in a situation where making love is an option, then this stuff is deep water and opens up the head of you and is an extraordinary enhancer of performance and perception. But that's not what is so interesting all of a sudden. What's so interesting is that a number of people are going around claiming that if you predose rats addicted to heroin with ibogaine, that they lose all interest in heroin. And this same response seems to be true for cocaine. And anecdotally, it seems to be true for human beings. And so NIDA, the National Institute for Drug Abuse, has recently funded a multi-million-dollar study of ibogaine as a possible cure for hard drug addiction. I love this notion that you could cure hard drug addiction with, of course, a drug. It had to be addictive. So we'll see where this leads. In any case, you should know, since probably few of us have a heroin problem, that this is a great hallucinogen and a great enhancer of sex, and very little is known about it. The usage of it in Africa is even not well understood because there is no record of it being used before 1860. And yet the areas of Africa where it's indigenous, the Portuguese have been in there since the 1430s. So just suddenly, in the late 19th century, this thing like emerges de novo. So that's very interesting. And it needs to be studied, and its structural near relatives need to be studied. The amount of human pain and misery that could be alleviated if we would fairly meet the challenge that these plants present us. I mean, we have cures for depression, impotence, mood swings, all the psychological tattering that we are subject to could potentially be corrected through psychoactive drugs, and yet we're not looking at this. You know, drug companies are fearful. Commercial and market forces mitigate against it. People are miserable. As an example, along the lines of ibogaine, but in another part of the world. In Thailand, there's a plant called Mckenna speciosa, and it's been known for a couple of hundred years that people in Thailand who are addicted to opium, peasants, country people, take this plant to get off opium addiction. Well, it's called kraton in Thailand. Well, none of us have ever heard of it. But if you go to Thailand and ask about it, they say, oh, terrible, very addicting, will completely ruin your life. We have a national program to eradicate this tree. It's very highly illegal. Well, isn't it peculiar that this government, which is reaping multi-billion-dollar benefits from the heroin trade, is just frantically interested in wiping out this terrible menace, the Mckenna speciosa tree? Very bizarre. Yeah. Mm.
Really what's going on. And 5 days later, the guy actually got to the hospital and stopped. How do you go back to that? Still, it's not.
From a heavy ibogaine trip. Well, I'm not sure that the LD50 in human beings has ever been determined. It's probably known for rats. Not very much is known about ibogaine. The way it's done in Gabon is they say that the elitists, the practitioners of this religion, that you have to split open your head with it, and they force feed people huge amounts of this brown root bark, and people do die. But I don't know why they think that they have to take so much. They say once you've opened your head, you never have to take that much again. One thing you have to do, I mean, it may seem contradictory, but you have to take what everybody says with a grain of salt. Even the shaman, even the upriver people. I mean, I've experimented with ibogaine, and my approach was completely rational. I just kept taking larger and larger doses until I could feel it. And I found it to be an extraordinarily interesting and fairly easy compound to take. In other words, what's going on with it that seemed to me to make it different from others is, and I think this ties into the so-called aphrodisiac part, is you feel more comfortable than you've ever felt in your life. Whatever the word comfortable means to you, this stuff makes you comfortable. And that gives you an extraordinary ease and fluidity and gentleness and like that. But just because somebody is an African tribe doesn't mean they can't be tweaked or bent by the forces of cultural history. So that's why it's good, I think, to use pharmacological approaches and to use the ethnographic data to check where you are, but to basically, I was thinking this morning as I brushed my teeth, for some reason I was thinking, whenever possible, we should believe science. It's just that we should admit that it's not always possible. But on minor matters, on these kinds of matters, science is a reliable indicator. Dosages, LD50s, this is the sort of stuff where they shine. It's when you try and get the implications together that science fails. Yeah.
The book that I've read, experience you have very much affected my decision to do it. How do you feel about this?
That's an interesting question. Yes, it raises a whole bunch of issues. Let me lay this out here. Many things that we've talked about here, like mushrooms, ibogaine, peyote, morning glory seeds. These are naturally occurring hallucinogens that you simply grind up and take. And then whatever happens, happens. Remember I said this morning that ayahuasca was a combination of two plants, one to inhibit the MAO, the other to provide a psychedelic compound for the trip. What I'm describing there is not then a plant exactly, but a drug in the sense of a preparation. It was made by somebody. It didn't grow in the jungle. The materials grew in the jungle, but it was made by somebody. And how well or poorly they make it is going to determine how good it is. And so then we come to the question you asked, the question about what about non-traditional brewing of ayahuasca? Here again, this is how I rely on science. It is not simply true that the most primitive, most bare-assed, most upriver people are the ones you can trust. That's actually a kind of racism, an unconscious form of racism. The shaman that you're looking for may be a naked Indian, but it well could be a mestizo living on the edge of a huge city in the Amazon. It is not necessarily the most primitive level of culture where the highest level of understanding resides. I've taken ayahuasca all over the Amazon, and it's different every time. And it's different because the people make it differently. And there are many dimensions to this problem. I mean, imagine, here's what you've got. You've got a bottle of brown liquid that it's taken you 12 hours to make, and it's worth 120 soles, let's say. Well, now if you cut it with water, 50%, you now have 2 bottles of brown liquid, each worth 120 soles. The temptation to water it is great. Also, just like here, there are a lot of people who are into shuck and jive. There are a lot of ayahuasqueros whose goal, I think, is to get just a little bit buzzed. They're not really going for the gold, you know. They really don't want the reality of liberating experience. So you have to sort all this out. And quite frankly, you know, unless you're very well connected, you'll drink a lot of swill before you hit the main thing. I certainly did. And then once I came out of the Amazon and to a place where I could work on the problem of ayahuasca in a legal environment, my farm in Paraguay, I had the shaman's recipes, but I proceeded as though I didn't. I just started making it stronger and stronger and stronger until I got it the way I wanted it, and manipulating both components. And when I got it exactly the way I wanted it, then I brewed it according to the shaman's recipe, and then I compared them and saw that they were roughly equivalent. But the guides that I learned to make ayahuasca from really made this stuff stiff, and so I was able to duplicate that. Some of you may know the books of Manuel Cordova Rios, or the books of Bruce Lamb about Manuel Cordova Rios. In the Rio Tigre and beyond, there's story details about going out collecting rosewood oil, which is something you have to go way into the jungle to get. And it's probably an ecological atrocity to collect it at all, but let's leave that out of the picture for a minute. Anyway, they were collecting rosewood oil and came upon some very uncontacted people who invited them to take ayahuasca with them. And they did, and it was garbage. And after the whole thing was over with, he said, you guys don't know what you're doing. Let me show you how I make it. And he made it for them, and they were ready to enshrine him as a cultural benefactor. So, my God, 10,000 years we've been doing it wrong. You showed us the right way. So you never know who knows. Yeah. That's an interesting family to talk about. This is a slightly different chemical group. The question is about the Solanaceae, which are the Daturas, the Brugmansias, the arborescent Daturas with the big pendulous hanging flowers that are used by landscapers. These plants are saturated with a family of chemicals called terpenes. Hyoscyamine, L-hyoscyamine, scopolamine, the Nazi truth serum, all of these things are in these. And those of you who have read the early books of Carlos Castaneda, there's a lot in there about Jimson weed. This, well, these are not indoles, these are terpenes. And they are psychoactive and interesting. I don't know how much is to be learned there. It seems to me it's a path of power, and it's also a path of danger. They're quite peculiar, and it's hard to keep control. It's the drug where people invariably tear their clothes off and run into public. I mean, I don't know why they do that, but just over and over again, you hear stories of people taking their clothes off and then going into public. My period of Datura experimentation is somewhat in the past. In Nepal, there is Datura metal, which is the conspecific species to Datura metalloides in North America. And we would grind it up and take the seeds, and it's freaky. It doesn't teach you about higher consciousness. It sort of leads you into a world of twilight confusion and magical and somewhat demonic forces. As an example, I mean, here's what happened to me. I took this stuff and I'm sitting alone in my room at Podna, and there's this, you're waiting, right? You're waiting for this drug to work. And then it's like, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. And then you fall into some kind of weird reverie where you've like taken your attention away from the problem of the drug working. And you fall into a kind of twilight sleep. And what happened to me was these strange wraith-like forms, almost like Victorian ghosts. These wraith-like forms were flowing in through the window, vaguely female, and each one was carrying a large sheet of newsprint. And as my head would fall into my lap, these pieces of newsprint would float down into my lap, and I would find myself reading words. And as I read the words, amazement would begin to take hold in my mind, and it would cause me to jerk out of this state, and then there would be nothing going. Saying, it's not working. What was that? Then I would fall back to it happen again. The other thing then, later in the trip that happened was, and this was a little more disconcerting, I would like briefly lose consciousness and then come to and discover that I'd thrown my leg up around my neck and I had my arm, and I was into one of these tricks, say, okay, very carefully uncoil yourself and lay back down on the mat, and then 5 minutes later it would happen again. And this maybe happened 10 times. And I thought to myself, boy, I'm sure glad there's nobody here to see this, because this is exactly the sort of thing that gets people riled up and they assume you're dying and that something has to be done. Where if you're alone, you either come through it or you die. But if in any case you avoid a fuss. And then the other thing that was interesting, and this is a typical Datura story, you always hear these kinds of stories, was I was neighbors with an English guy. And to get to the John, you had to go through his bedroom. And he had also decided to take the tour that night. And though he and I were friends, we both had an interest in this French woman with a ring in her nose named Angelique. So finally I had to go to John's. So I walked into Dave's room, and as I passed the bed, I saw that he was actually in bed with this girl. And this caused a complex emotion in me. But I went forward and I went to John and took care of all that. And then when I came back through, there they were again. So then I went back to my room and finished off the trip. And the next morning, when he and I were comparing notes, I said, well, Dave, it looks like you edged me out in the matter of Angelica, because I saw you last night. And he said, yes, I thought we made love for hours, but she wasn't there at all. And so it was a very weird situation. I saw his hallucination. We were existing in some kind of space where you couldn't tell shit from shinola, essentially. And then what finally convinced me to lay this all aside after the Angelique incident was there was another English guy in this village, and he was also taking Datura a lot. And every day I would shop for potatoes and tomatoes, the only two things you could buy in this village. So I was out doing that, and I came upon this guy, and we're talking the gossip of the village. And as I'm talking to him, I slowly realized that he thinks I'm visiting him in his apartment. He thinks we're 5 blocks away and 3 floors up in his room. And we were actually down in the marketplace buying potatoes and tomatoes. And at that point, I said, this is getting too boundaryless and wiggy and peculiar, and I could just fold the Datura effort at this time. So that was the Datura story. A lot of sorcery goes on around Datura, especially in Latin America. And there may be ways to approach it which are not so risky. I mean, some people say the way to do it is simply grow the plant near your bedroom window so that you can breathe that heavy perfume as you sleep, and that it will cause dreams. Other people say, you don't take it internally. My God, it's too strong for that. What you do is you take the leaves or the flowers and you make a paste and you rub it on your third eye before you go to sleep, and then you just lie there and let it absorb. But it's a strange world, a world of shadows, forces, and shifting boundaries, and uncertain. You never know exactly where you're at with that stuff. Yeah.
You just said earlier that passion is pretty gentle. And folks have done a lot. I just wanted to ask you, that time that I did Mountains, they were a lot of fun, the first third of the experience. And then last 2/3 was like entering this great area of columns that's so empty. The only way I described it that I have experienced what it feels like to live in the absence of love. It's awful. It's so awful. And so I'm trying to decide whether somebody can possibly put something into the mind to more that passion.
Well, I don't know. It has a spectrum of possibility that's vast. And you know what they say, you don't get what you want, you get what you need. I mean, I don't know why anyone would need the trip that you described. The way I approach it is cannabis is an incredible navigation tool. And I described having these bombers rolled and in front of me. Those are essentially retro rockets for navigating up there. And when I get into a place I don't like, I just blast away and blast through it. And there are places I don't like that I counter almost every time. I mean, there's a place in mushrooms that I call the meat locker, and it has me always reaching for the joint. I mean, it's like being trapped inside Francis Bacon's refrigerator or something you don't even want to think about. The other thing is, and this is excellent advice, especially for white people, is sing. Sing. What we have a tendency to do when going gets rough on psychedelics is to clench, to put your head down in your lap and say, if it only lasts an hour, I can live through it if it doesn't get any worse. This is not the way to meet it when it goes dark. The way to meet it when it goes dark is to pull yourself up, sit in full lotus, and begin to sing, and begin to push oxygen through your body, and begin to chant, and take hold of the energy, take responsibility for the space, and behind chanting and canvas, you can find your way past almost anything.
I heard your take down in Mexico the past few months, and you mentioned then that Don Fidel was a country doctor, and he had mentioned that big power of ayahuasca, the medicine, is where the big trees grow. I was wondering what that is. And then also other ayahuasqueros that do more than just what all these country doctors. They like to go and the source.
Yes, well, there's a poet in Peru named Cesar Calvo, and he wrote a book a few years ago called The Three Halves of Emo Mosho. And Ken Symington, who some of you know, I think, has translated this and is dickering with inner traditions to publish it. And it is the most amazing book about ayahuasca that I've ever read. I mean, I think Cesar Calvo is a candidate for the Nobel Prize because besides the fact that it's about ayahuasca, it's literature. It's not this horrible namby-pamby New Age narrative stuff. It's real literature. And what he does is he carries you into the world of the ayahuasqueros. And these guys are cosmic clowns. I mean, they're part of a network that stretches through time and space from who knows where to who knows where. They're cosmic jokesters. And he makes it very real. It's the best thing about ayahuasca I've seen, and I hope it comes out. I think, the way Don Fidel functioned, and this is what shamanism is about, is we tend to think of it as being this great soul explorer of the unconscious. That's part of it. But the primary function of a shaman in a traditional society is to cure. They cure. And, make of it what you will. You can read 12,000 pages of Carlos Castaneda and nobody cures anybody of anything. It doesn't seem to be about that. But shamanism at the village level is about curing. And then the extraordinary power of the shaman comes because he's outside the set of cultural values. Everyone else is living inside the illusion of Vitoto-ness or Bora-ness or something like that. The shaman is a sophisticated. The shaman is primarily simply a human being because he has dissolved his boundaries so much that he sees under the cultural wiring of the particular culture that is in. That's how you do magic, You do magic by being able to step outside the set of cultural expectations of the people that you are doing the magic for. Where was it? Did I say last night in the talk the thing about St. Thomas Aquinas and all that? Oh, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, being able to do magic by stepping outside of a set of cultural expectations. Thomas Aquinas, this great doctor of the church, St. Augustine, also great doctor of the church, to prove his saintliness, they would come to him with books of theology. People wanted to test his sanctity, and they would open the book in front of him, let him look at it for a few minutes, and then close the book. And lo and behold, he could tell people what was written in the book. And people fell down dead in the presence of this. They couldn't believe it. He was apparently the only man in Europe who knew how to read silently. That was the essence of his magic. Everyone else in Europe, presented with a page of scripture, would have to say, okay, here's what it says. He could go, all right, here's what it says. And people were knocked off their feet by this performance. Magic. Because he had deconditioned himself from the cultural values, and so he could do something that appeared miraculous, but was in fact utterly trivial. And a lot of shamanism rests on this. I mean, shamanism is essentially sophistication. That's why, in a sense, and people hate to hear me say this, but it's one of my favorites, shamanism is a variety of skepticism. Shamans don't believe things. Shamans propagate beliefs. You know, they understand the provisional nature of belief. They build castles in the air of language that other people assume to be ferroconcrete and steel. And this is a great talent, a great thing. Yeah.
I heard a report, and I hope you can confirm it or deny it, about a conference of which Sakashinde and you were attending with an FDA representative. And Sasha was asking you, why the House senators weren't rescheduled, and the reports were that the FDA representative said that they were suggesting that they be rescheduled. First of all, did this really take place? And second of all, what do you see before us in terms of rescheduling for research on the hallucinogens? Is there any light at the end of that particular point of view?
Well, first of all, the incident you described, if it happened, I wasn't there. I haven't been at a conference with Sasha since the ITA conference in Prague 2.5 years ago, and certainly nothing like that happened there. Rescheduling? I don't know. It's such a complex question. I mean, see, we think, or some of us think, that if we could just convince them that these things are important and good, that they would reschedule them. That's preposterous. They know what they are. They're perfectly aware of what it is. These scheduling laws are not there to keep you from jumping out of third-story windows. The whole thing is a little more complicated than that. Drugs are an incredible source of money for clandestine and covert intelligence operations. They are, in fact, the last major source of money. Where are you going to get a quick $1 billion if you need to destabilize a Southeast Asian country? It's not easy to push together a quick $1 billion off the books. There's only one business in the world that can do that, the dope business. And, criminal syndicalism, both government-sponsored and self-organized, has been using drugs as a foil for a very long time. If we were to make drugs legal, the major consequence of that, from the point of view of the people who rule this planet, is that it would be very hard to finance clandestine covert operations to influence the course of governments in history. It turns out it has nothing to do with what drugs do to you. It turns out it's a money issue, you see. So I don't really see it changing.
You got a red light flashing up there.
It's a fire light. Well, there's the door. Please don't trample it. What was that sound, by the way?
heroin, and then really positive things. You need to share with people.
Well, the thing about ayahuasca that is so remarkable, I mean, each one of these substances has something about it that's remarkable. The thing that's so remarkable about ayahuasca is that it causes a synesthesia. It allows you to see sound. And this relates to what I was talking about this morning about visual languages. When you sing on ayahuasca, you're in a paint program of some sort. I mean, you make a tone. It's an iridescent blue ribbon that descends in the darkness and hangs there in the air. You switch tone and you can lay down a chartreuse line right next to it. Then you start singing. Okay. And as you explore what you can do, it's all visual. The sound is carrying the visual impression, and other people are seeing this. I mean, we have to do some experiments to determine exactly what they're seeing, but everyone is carried along. It's a performance. As far as my own personal experiences with it and the heights and the depths, if you make it strong with a lot of tryptamine, it comes in a way that is pretty irresistible. I think the strongest I ever saw it I just felt it began to flow past me. And then it began to flow past faster and faster. And finally, I actually began to feel it like a wind. And I felt like I was swept out to sea. And there was a period when I lost consciousness. And when I came to, I felt literally washed up on the beach. I could feel that I was lying on the beach. And I could feel that my face was pushed into the sand. And I just lay there quietly, assessing whether or not I'd survived the first wave of this thing. And then I heard this crunching in the sand behind me. Someone came up behind me and put their foot in the middle of my back and pushed me further into the sand. And then the whole impression was replaced by something else. But it was a very weird kind of encounter. Mainly what ayahuasca is are beautiful hallucinations going on against black backgrounds. Psilocybin hallucinations and DMT hallucinations fill the space. It's filled with hallucinations. On ayahuasca, the hallucinations are projected onto the black space, and it's incredibly subtle. I mean, the colors, the palette can range from, extraordinary electric polychrome type colors down through, exquisite pastels, peaches, salmons, mauve, this kind of thing, lace work, languages, hieroglyphs. I had one ayahuasca trip where I seemed to be in the Great Pyramid, and all I could see were black Egyptian hieroglyphics on a gold ground, and light, like flashlight light, showing these things to me as I was walking past. The difference generally, I think, between ayahuasca and psilocybin is the mushroom is somewhat megalomaniacal. It's all about the end of human history, the collective departure from the earth, enormous machines from another dimension, galactic destiny, trumpet fanfares, the last days, the liftoff, the breakthrough. It's like that. Ayahuasca isn't like that at all. Ayahuasca is about rivers and animals and birth and death and affection and social tension and struggle and the earth, simply. I mean, and it's extraordinary because they're so chemically seen, and yet the emotional feeling is very, very different. I mean, the psilocybin is the most science fiction with the possible exception of DMT, which sort of lies outside categories. But the psilocybin is very, very futuristic and apocalyptarian, mechanistic, galactic in its perspective, these alien messages and hieroglyphs and this sort of thing. And ayahuasca is more like what I think people who have never taken hallucinogens think hallucinogens are like. In other words, beautiful, undulating patterns, emotions moving through you, revelations of heartfulness, resolutions to be a better person, to do better, and insight into your own life, your plans, not the kind of abrasive insight that LSD gives you, which is usually about recovering, oh my God, X, Y, and Z happened to me in the past, but more, where do I want to be, and who do I want to be, and who do I want to be with, kind of thinking. And the mushroom, as I say, has a much more general, it tells you things. Ayahuasca is like the eye of a It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's just a flying camera. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like your eyes are bugging out of your head. And you've been looking at stuff for hours underneath. So it's a very different. Well, I'm pretty partial to eyes closed. I guess this just has to do with my personal biases and how I was raised. But to me, the proof that you are not dealing with yourself is the hallucinations. I know the contents of my mind, and I know what I can conceive of and what I cannot conceive of. And when I'm sitting there in silent darkness being showed thing after thing that I could never conceive of, I freely admit this can't possibly be coming from me. So, and a lot of people have argued with me about this and say, you just set up this artificial value system, and then because you're in the hallucinations, you diss everybody else's trip. Because, for instance, what LSD often does is it makes you think strange things. The mind rushes, and there's all kinds of ideas, perceptions, but not exactly visions. And to my mind, I'm just fascinated by hallucinations. I just think they're the most amazing things. They are as close to a miracle as I ever hope to get. And where is that stuff coming from? On a good mushroom rush, in 45 or 50 minutes, I have the impression that I see more art than the human species has created in the last 12,000 years. And where does this stuff come from? If I could capture a single 30-second burst, I could do Peter Matthew, Saint Laurent, Salvador Dali, Pablo Picasso, and all the rest of them rolled into one. Because the amount of creative imagery is staggering. And as artists, I think this is what we should all be challenged by. I would like graphic artists to go in there. These are the people we need to send. These are the people with a unique talent that can serve the rest of us. We can't send instruments with cameras the way we did to Mars or the moons of Jupiter. No, we have to send artists preferably with eidetic snapshots and come back and with airbrush, oil, and computer render these things. We need to try and create a grammar of hallucinogenesis, probably in a computer environment. We need to try and understand what the laws are that rule these visual transforms. Because this is an endless font of images for design and, God forbid, fashion, advertising, the whole thing. I mean, clearly we are dragging images out of the unconscious, but I dare say if we could access the psychedelic unconscious, there would be few rooms around that look like this one. This is a room created out of the assumptions of linear print culture and Bauhaus economics. But there are other ways to do it, and that's what the hallucinogens make so explicit. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. Let's take a break. It's 3:40. Let's take a 20-minute break. Circuit all these questions. Where are we in all that? Does anybody have something they want to carry forward with from the break? Yeah.
You think that some of the elephantry practice in this group can have any effect on physical reality?
Well, imagine if we could see what we need. I mean, in other words, imagine if we could clean up the process of communication so that there was much less ambiguity among us. The whole problem of the human dilemma is a communication problem. We can't feel what we're doing. We can't communicate with each other. If psychedelics facilitated that, they would have as big an impact on the way we do things as the invention of language originally had on the way we do things. Language is a very mysterious phenomenon. We take it for granted, but we don't have a theory of language. Linguistics is largely descriptive. It's the most complicated thing we ever learned to do. And most of us know how to do it pretty well by age 6. It's also a behavior. I mean, in other words, you don't have to have a special organ for language. It's a behavior. It's something that we learn to do. And as I mentioned at some point in this whole thing, some people think it's less than 35,000 years old. I think it is the clearest proof that that there is some kind of intercession by spirit in the animal world. I don't see language clearly arising upon a foundation of biology. It seems to me it's more like a descent from above into the animal body, and it clearly is the vehicle of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is language. Yeah. Yes. Like a virus. Well, I remember that wasn't the first time. The second time I took LSD, the entire trip was about this perception, as I put it at the time, and this was more than 30 years ago, I guess. Language is an animal. Language is a living thing in which we're all inside it. Words are, somebody said to me recently after coming down from the DMT trip, they said, what I saw on the other side, I saw the elves, I saw what they were doing. It's a word factory over there. That's where the words are made, and then they're exported into this dimension. Essentially, we're consumers of words sold by elfin traders from hyperspace, and they're selling us words as fast as we can consume them. There is something very, very mysterious and powerful and psychedelic about language. I mean, language is thought. We have telepathy. I'm speaking, my thoughts are being reconstructed in your head. Our telepathy uses an acoustical carrier wave to transmit it across space, but it's quite magical and mysterious. And the way in which, simple speech is one thing, but complex speech is quite another. I always have the feeling on psychedelics that there's a conversation wanting to be had, that if we could have that conversation, that would finish it. That the act of rational apprehension is an act of conversational breakthrough of some sort. Yeah.
On LSD and mushrooms from my life sometimes upset. Those levels of aids and own intimate feeling very one with sound and connected. But the last time I took ayahuasca, I had never tried any singing. I always listened to the person sing. But this night in California, I just started doing something. And I felt more joy in my life in that moment than I ever felt. Because the sounds became alive, vivid, and it came out of it. It really went. But it was near the end. And it makes you know that getting into that sound is really
Oh, it's a pure ecstasy. And you amaze yourself. I become Indian. On psilocybin, and I'm usually alone, and I just sing and sing and sing. I remember years ago, I had a mushroom trip, and I sang, and I had taken it, but my wife was sleeping upstairs, and I began singing at some point in this trip, and so loudly and with such power and precision that I assumed she would just be astonished by what was going on. We sang for an hour and a half or so. She slept through every single bit of it. But it was, there are no words to tell. We can sing the song the sirens sang. You can become your own siren in that case. It's quite magical. Wave interference patterns, acoustical transduction of energy through sound. This is all what was being manipulated in True Hallucinations. If you have read that book, it's basically pointing toward an alchemy of sound, an alchemy of the condensation of sound into light and vision. Yeah.
I want to talk about the economics, the market. Basically, the business house is a live entity. You should know how to command them or how them or interweigh them. Then you can transform reality right away. It seems that there's getting that direction.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you mentioned that in both Hebrew mysticism and in mantra yoga, there is this doctrine not only of sound but of the letters, this mysterious nature of the letters. What are the letters? They are signifiers of sound. And what is sound? Vibration. Well, it's claimed that there are yogins that can ignite fires with chants and this sort of thing. I have no problem believing all of this. I think that this is an area where science has been somewhat remiss, and that we need to go back through and look at all of this. They use now in pharmacology acoustical driving of chemical reactions is a whole sub-study of chemistry. Photonically, what am I trying to say? Audially synergized chemical reactions. Sound is a way of moving energy around, and it's also a way of moving energy into the body, because the surface of the body doesn't really present a significant barrier to sound. So it's a very non-invasive way. I think there are potential therapies and healing techniques to be evolved out of this that we have not even gotten close to, because we have a lot of prejudices about exactly what is effective and what is not.
What is toning?
The art of toning, or the Mongolian overtonal chanting that's done, or mantrayana. or the Icaros of the ayahuasqueros, or the keening songs of the Sufis, or there are all kinds of examples of this sort of thing. I discovered singing on psilocybin, and I'm sure that opera singers know this, that when you sing and sing, finally you seem to be just hanging from the tone. The tone seems to be all there is, and you're literally suspended from the tone. This is a very ecstatic condition. Yeah.
What about the glossolalia on DMT experience? Is there some kind of standard applied? I mean, do you come back to the same type of utterances, or can you relate with somebody else who's taking DMT? I mean, it's just unique to you.
No, I've heard other people break into glossolalia on DMT. I don't know. Linguistics is a complicated thing. If you've read Noam Chomsky, you know that there is what are called the 15 rules for the deep structure of a language. Chomsky says that not only all known languages will follow these rules, but all possible languages will follow these rules, because if it doesn't follow these rules, it's not rationally apprehendable. I mean, how is it that we can recognize an infinite number of sentences that we've never heard before? How is it that we can tell sense from nonsense almost instantly, even in areas where we have no real experience? Syntax. It seems to me the world is made of syntax in some way that that is very slippery. One of the things I think about a fair bit that's sort of hard to articulate, but that comes out of my ruminations on all of this, is I've noticed that life is more like a story than it is like physics and chemistry. That, a rationalist will tell you, well, you live your life and it's ruled by chance and coincidence, and you do what you can, and then they plant you. But what it really seems to be as lived is like a tale. We are all inside some kind of a literary construction of some sort. And the things that happen to us matter. They matter. And we are all being led towards something. It's like we're all in some enormous Dr. Zhivago-sized novel called, I don't know, the 20th century or something. And things have a plottedness, a design that shouldn't be there if this is really the world of probabilistic atoms flinging themselves through space that science tells us this world is. Why does it seem so much like a work of art?
Sometimes, like we're a mobile broadcasting radio station, and the words that we use are also transmitted telepathically, and it sort of creates this auric field that creates our reality.
Yes, I mean, we all agree, I think, or it's well understood in our circles, that language makes reality. The obvious question then is, so how come the world isn't the way I want it? And this tension between, we make the world, but the world isn't exactly the way we want it to be. And why is that? I'm not sure. As I mentioned last night, I don't think anybody understood what I was talking about, but I said since New Year's I've been trying to figure out if I'm dead or not. That's because the message I'm getting from life is that I'm in heaven. I mean, things are running so smoothly that I wonder, was I struck by lightning late in December and didn't notice or something? And I'm slowly and gently uncovering the fact that I've been dead for weeks. And that explains why things are so much fun
and why everything seems to be working so perfectly, because before that it was shit on a stick for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the state of development mind that the Amazon in the 70s, hypercapitalization.
You mean what was his state?
There was a thing was saying something related to that at the time.
Well, he was, my impression was, this is a question relating to an adventure that my brother and I had in the Amazon that's described in True Hallucinations. He attempted to do some kind of quasi-scientific, quasi-magical transformation, and appeared to the naive observer to go bananas for about 3 weeks. But I maintained that it wasn't that he simply went bananas, but that he went bananas in a very special way. He was turned inside out. So what he said and what he perceived was the absolute reverse of logical expectation. He was running backwards. He had become a living palindrome of some sort. And, all kinds of extraordinary things happen. One of the things that happens with psychedelics that we haven't talked about that is very interesting and suggestive is extraordinary disruptions of synchronicity. I think most people who take psychedelics experience this, and there's no explanation for it at all. And what I mean by that is you take Datura, and while you're in the Datura state, you think of somebody you haven't seen for 5 years, and there's a knock at the door, and there they are. And there are dozens of stories of this kind of thing, of extraordinary distortions of the probabilistic flow of things, as though the perturbed mind was somehow able then to perturb the flow of rational casuistry. That's an indication, that there's a magical power being exercised in a kind of unconscious way, that if you could get control of it, you would probably be hell on wheels in a poker game. Yeah. Well, yeah, now we're getting down to it. Yes. Well, there is this rumor, or this legend, or whatever you want to call it, in the Amazon, that these ayahuasqueros produce a magical liquid or a magical, God forbid, phlegm, something that they either cough up or that appears on the surface of their skin that is not strictly matter and not strictly mind, but a kind of alchemical dispensation from the limitations of both, something which is both matter and mind, and that this transdimensional, translinguistic goo is the glue of Amazonian magic, and that, when you spit it into a bowl and spread it out, you can see the past and the future in this stuff. I think I said this morning that the soul is an invisible organ that we can't see. Well, it's almost as though, under the influence of these hallucinogens, the soul becomes a kind of ectoplasmic jello that you can actually expel from your body and hold in your hands and look at. But soul, its ontological status is neither that of mind nor matter. It rests in some intermediate zone. Well, if you say this to a straight scientist, they just check you into the back ward of a state mental hospital. This is the ratings of a diseased intellect, as far as they're concerned. But the success of shamanic magic and the persistence of these motifs, probably since the late Stone Age, suggests that there's a lot going on that we don't understand. I think human physiology is a great and mysterious frontier. Human sexuality is a great
and mysterious frontier that is related to psychedelics in some way. I mean, think about it. The orgasm is not necessary. Many animals don't experience orgasm. Many animals don't even experience physical proximity in the act of procreation. You know, there are fish where the female lays the egg and the male swims past and ejaculates into the water. That's sex for those folks. The the fact that the human sexual response is linked to this boundary dissolving pseudo psychedelic flash of energy that is both physical and mental in the body seems to me extraordinarily suggestive. Sexuality and consciousness are somehow two sides of the same coin. In other words, the fact that we are the most conscious creature on the planet, and give me a break, let's not argue here, and the fact that we are also among the sexiest creatures on the planet, these are related. This isn't simply coincidental. Eros and psychedelic states of mind and the impulse towards civilization are all somehow tied together. And I confess, I don't understand how this works, but on the other hand, you know, I haven't solved all the problems I've set myself in this life. This thing about the relationship of sex to the psychedelic experience is extraordinarily challenging. It's not clear what it means exactly, but you know, the sexual response is linked in our ideological machinery to the concept of love, which is an extraordinarily high dimension concept that we give great credence to. I mean, it's the thing which is supposedly makes us different from the rest of nature, that we have concepts like altruism, self-sacrifice, love, and you know, placing ourselves at the disposal of other members of our species. All of this is a complex that I think points toward our future development. I think our future development is to become more erotic, more conscious, and more psychedelic, and that these things feed into each other in a way that is not particularly easy to understand. Clearly, the emergence of consciousness out of the primates has to do with the generalizing of the sexual response. In other words, in most primates, there's an estrus phase, meaning they go into heat and females can conceive in that situation. But then the rest of the time, there's no interest in sex. It falls away. It's all hormonally regulated and driven. We are the only primate that maintains an interest in sexuality year-round. And obviously, this is somehow linked, I think, to the extraordinary cognitive abilities of human beings. Yeah.
I'm involved in research in the human sexual response and EEG patterns and things like this now. And I've just done I've done a complete search of the literature because we're continuing to publish a study method. And I've been astounded at the lack of material in the area of human sexuality, physiology, and sexuality. And I'm wondering if you see analogs and corollaries between our response to human sexuality, our lack of response, and the response to hallucinogens.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if sex could be made illegal, it would be. If they could find a way to tear it out of your grasp, they would. I mean, you know, it's not been that long ago since the Catholic Church urged people to undress in darkness so that their bodies would not be an occasion for sinful thoughts. The same anxiety that attends the hallucinogens attends sex except that they can't figure out a way to separate it from the human experience. So they can't sit in with, ideas like marriage, monogamy, so forth and so on. They can't get rid of it, so they try to diminish its role. The French call orgasm the little death. That's a clear indicator of the kind of anxiety that the dominator mentality brings to even the most pleasurable of human activities. It's felt to be threatening. The whole way in which male dominator psychology relates to women is women are uh, a strange combination of attractive and repellent, because the physiological response is to push you toward having sex. But if that impulse is carried to its completion, there will be this moment of loss of control. There will be, if it works, this moment of necessary surrender and boundary dissolution. And the dominator's psyche, male or female, is very anxious about that. And a number of people in our society who find it difficult to achieve orgasm, I think, is because our society has placed an enormous premium on never losing control. I'm amazed how rarely you hear people making love. I mean, look at how closely packed we are. And yet, if you hear somebody yelling in orgasm, it's a cause for comment and amusement. Because we are incredibly suppressed in our expression of the sexual response, even though we do it. We many times don't do it right. I'm often reminded of the joke about the guy who went to the psychiatrist and said, "Doctor, I think sex is filthy." He said, "Well, it is if you're doing it right." Yes, over here. You.
That brings me to the point of wondering why our society isn't focusing on educating and developing the male as well as the female, on keeping the psychedelics as well as the sexual education more sacred.
Well, I think it's because the society is run by people who don't know what you're talking about. The society is basically run on a very conservative agenda. We are not responding to the crisis. I said this last night. The response to the global crisis is spin doctoring and issuing of phony statistics. Everybody knows that we are destroying the planet, and yet, all this running around honking about free trade. What do people think free trade is, other than the right to peddle junk everywhere? That's what free trade is. Free trade is the right to bring CNN to Turkmenistan. Free trade is the right to sell Hondas in Swaziland. It's a complete cultural level, and and yet to take a position against free trade is thought to be terribly recidivist and unenlightened. I think trade should be as difficult as possible. I think it should be very, very hard to move objects across borders, and there should be a de-emphasis on the manufacturing and fabricating of synthetic objects. When you look at capitalism, there are only two things you can do with it. You can either junk it as toxic, fatal, and anti-human, or the products of capitalism must become virtual. If products were made of light rather than matter, it might be possible to save capitalism. But as long as capitalism is the dealing of physical objects, it's a knife poised at the heart of the earth. And the situation is getting worse because through the spread of a drug, television, we have now raised middle class expectations in the hearts of millions and millions and millions of people in the cities of Asia and Africa. People are watching Dynasty and all this, and they want it. And what do you say to them? You who have it, you say you can't have it, it's impossible. So I think that the whole struggle between capitalism and communism was a shell game and a sham, and that the real struggle ideologically is between capitalism and ecological values, values that want to preserve the earth. There are two kinds of people: those who don't give a fig for saving the earth, and those who want to save the earth. Now, the people who want to destroy the earth, they have the armies, the engines of propaganda, they own the corporations, the stock, everything. We think it would be no contest, that they're just going to win. The only fly in the ointment is, if they win, everybody dies. And they know that. They know that. I mean, you think you're concerned about the earth. Imagine if you had the illusion that you own the damn thing, how concerned you would be. And in the boardrooms of these Fortune 500 corporations, that's the illusion. They think it's their planet. And when they look at the state of their planet, their investment, it's falling to pieces, it's running down, it's being used up. I don't know if we can put the brakes on fast enough to halt this process or not, but that is the dilemma of the age. We are practicing a suicidal cultural style. It's ruining our future, the quality of our environment. Everything is being destroyed by the toxic practice of this cultural style, and yet the message is not being heard. Maybe it will be heard, but at the moment, there's a great gap between the real state of the planet and the responses that are being put in place. And we don't hear, as I said, I need to keep harping on this, but the single fact that the Catholic Church is not cooperating in the limiting of global population, this is a crime against humanity. Nobody is immune from being held responsible for crimes against humanity. Do you think you have to be a Nazi to be guilty? Anybody who commits crimes against humanity is as guilty as the Nazis were. And to tell people in these enormously swollen third world cities that their eternal soul is in jeopardy if they limit their family size is a historic crime of obscene proportions. And yet, if one were to suggest that this be halted, let alone that the people who propagate this policy be held to account, it would be thought to be a street corner nut of some sort. Why does that seem so improbable to us? Yeah.
That seems very normal to me. Clearly, that 1% of the people who are running the planet and screwing it up, say, the greed heads and the power heads, can actually sway 90+% of the people who are probably asleep and aren't educated, and maybe several percent of us understand that something very strange is going on. My question is, what do you do with that? You can't let yourself be put against the wall. Sort of way to try to dislodge these people, but you can't stand it morally. It's like a make difficult.
I think the only thing you can do is get straight with the people around you and talk about it. And the other thing is, we don't have to be polite. We don't have to be polite. I remember at Berkeley in the 60s, the first time, I was a wide-eyed freshman, and I took a big survey course in anthropology that had people of all, freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors in its class. And there were, and this professor, some gray-bearded, great hoary with wisdom, was holding forth, and somebody stood up and said, "Bullshit." And you could just hear a pin drop. And then somebody else stood up and said, "Yes, this is bullshit." And it's like the emperor's new clothes. The whole thing begins to unravel because so much BS is being slung. So, and it's hard to know where to draw the line, but I think we need to be very, very critical of our institutions. I hate this whole Clinton thing because I don't like people who walk around assured that now the world is safe. At last, the four-term governor of Arkansas has taken the helm. We need worry no more. Oh my God, do you know what you have to be the four-term governor of Arkansas? What a blood-soaked gangster creep you have to be to ascend through that. You know what you would be like if you had been governor of Arkansas 4 terms? Can you even wrap your mind around the concept? And that this is the liberal hope. This is the great white hope. This is the good stuff. Well, God forbid we should say anything about the and not to knock good. It's just some clown trying to stumble through. But if this is people's idea of radical social reform, if this is people's idea of putting in place, I mean, imagine, we need to limit the Earth's population, back down male births, legalize psychedelics, get rid of atomic weapons, move to a hydrogen economy, so forth and so on. And when they suggest closing an air base near Sacramento, the California papers are full of articles about whether Western civilization can survive the shock or not. Get real, my friends. I mean, there are shocks on the way, but when they close an air base, not even register on the meter. Yeah.
Speak about your new book called Cynicism.
And stop living. Now, well, the question is about a book I wrote. We'll deal with this fairly quickly. It's a matter of small embarrassment. I wrote a book called Synesthesia, which you're not likely to find at your local bookstore because it costs about $1,500. It had nothing really to do with me. There is a guy in New York who is famous for making books, single books, and his books go from $45,000 to $75,000. And he came to me and said he wanted to do a project with me. And if I would supply a text, he would set the type and paint the books. And so I did. I supplied 3,000 words of text, and he made a 50-page book called Synesthesia, of which there are 75 copies. And they sell for $1,500 a piece. And if you want one, see me later and I'll give you the name of the gallery that does it.
What is the subject matter?
It's a short story about a woman who is thinking a number of things while she puts on her gloves. That sounds 20th century in the world. Yeah.
Are you supporting motivation?
You mean breaking laws to halt evil?
Yes.
Hey, I'm an old Berkeleyite. I come out of it. The affinity group I used to belong to, we had a rule, which was you had to phone one bomb threat a day, or you weren't allowed into the inner smoking room of the commune. I agree with Thomas Jefferson, who said you must have a revolution every generation. The American system has been betrayed. I mean, I think America is a pretty good idea, but weasels have learned how to subvert it, mostly because the people who wrote the American Constitution had no concept of modern mass media. We are not playing on a level playing field. If we were playing on a level playing field, we could solve some of these problems. But the manipulation of information is incredible, and the subtle way in which energy is bled off. I mean, look at what we've been talking about the last 6 months in the United States. How many million words on the Menendez trial? How many million words on the Bobbins? How many million words on this stupid skating trip? These are the things that have been going on in the American mind. Meanwhile, the planet is dying. Nuclear weapons are being sold in the red light district of Frankfurt. Malaria rages, AIDS rages. I mean, we're infantile beyond belief. I mean, the stupidity obsessions that are tolerated. And even intelligent people must tell you their opinion about these things. I mean, who gives a flying fuck about Tanya Harding one way or the other? It should never be mentioned among intelligent people. We don't give a hoot. But because this trivialization of information is endemic, and it makes us, there is a phenomenon going on called, which, can be called many things, but I call it neoteny. Do you know what neoteny is? Neoteny is the preservation of juvenile characteristics into adulthood. There are certain animals which, certain amphibians, which sometimes stay tadpoles, their entire life. But if the food supply is rich enough, they cease being tadpoles and they become four-legged amphibians. They will only grow to adulthood if there's sufficient nutrition in the environment to let them make that step. Well, we are in an environment, an informational environment of such poverty that we can't become adults. We're kept in a state of perpetual infantilism, worrying about skaters, child molesters, and all this other malarkey that doesn't amount to anything. While the people who are, don't give a hoot about the Menendez brothers are dealing the human race down the drain. And, television. We all know that the average television program is gauged to the 15-year-old mind, but what are the consequences of that? We're creating a population of people who are infantile and idiotic, and yet we call ourselves a democracy. You only have to study democracy 10 minutes. I mean, read John Stuart Mill to understand that the precondition for democracy is a sophisticated and educated citizenry. If you have one person, one vote, but no educated citizenry, then you have a mob being led by various icons and images manipulated by fascists. It's a very disturbing situation.
You really get a list of people, especially this weekend, to continue to network?
Well, that's sort of up to the group. I encourage it. I mean, it is tricky, of course, because you have to protect yourself. But I think that building affinity groups, building community is the only way. Gay people, when they came out of the closet, jobs were lost, relationships shattered, families broken up. Black people claiming their rights sent a shudder through the whole of American society. The problem is we're just too white and too chicken shit to know how to deal with the kind of repression that is coming down against us. We keep trying rational argument. We don't get it. Rational argument is not what they're interested in. They know the facts of the matter better probably than most of us do, but they have made decisions to repress this. Male dominance is alive and well. Capitalism, product fetishism, resource destruction, free tradeism, all this stuff is alive and well. What I don't understand, if I may continue to raise here, is why is it that the psychedelic community, the feminist community, and the ecologically concerned people don't understand that they represent different facets of the same point of view and make common cause? Because they all stand for the same thing. We're trying to honor the feminine. We're trying to honor the earth. We are trying to raise the general level of consciousness and intelligence. If you define feminists as some screwy faction over here, an environmentalist over here, and the psychedelic people over here, then we are fragmented and powerless. But that's the game being played against us. We really need to think seriously about our agenda and to then articulate what it is that really would make the sane future. Otherwise, it's all going to be decided by people who have a very, very different agenda than we might have. They're doing it right now. Yeah, Richard.
consider giving us a kind of reading list of books that you roughly want to
Let me just mention some recent books that have been published on the subject of psychedelics that should be very useful to you. First of all, it goes without saying, I'd like you to read all of my books that I've named. Jonathan Ott's book, Pharmacotheon, is a very thick, scholarly, compendious book with a very large bibliography. It should be a standard reference book in the home of every psychedelic head around. It's the stick, OTT, Jonathan. Those of you who are interested in the Amazon, Schulte's book, Medicinal Plants of the Northwest Amazon, is the distillation of a 40-year career in Amazonian botany. By Schultes, Richard Evans Schultes of Harvard. Medicinal Plants of the Northwest Amazon. Eduardo Luna's book about the painter Pablo Amarillo and ayahuasca is a very useful book. And then a book that has been in print for years and years, but that I like to mention because it's easy to get and it gives you a lot of money, is a book edited by Michael Hartner called Hallucinogen and Shamanism by Oxford University Press. It has several articles on ayahuasca, a number of articles by a number of different people, a brilliant article by Henry Hunt called The Mushrooms of Language. These are just a few of several dozen good books on hallucinogens. Michael Harner's the editor, Oxford University Press. These books are all freely available. The thing about Ott's book, other than the quality of the text, which is high, is that it contains a bibliography 3 times larger than any other bibliography on this subject ever published. Yeah. That was the one. I knew I was groping. And Anne and Sasha Shulgin's book, Tikal, which is half recipes and half anecdotal narrative. Yeah.
Well,
The chemistry. Yeah, no, Sasha is a fighter. I mean, even Shulgin, Shulgin. Yeah.
In John, he includes that he sees no difference between mescaline and the experience of LSD. That's what the defense is. What's your feeling on that?
Well, I don't know. What I thought what you were going to say was sees no difference between natural and synthetic hallucinogens.
No, that wasn't the gist of what I got. What I got was that he didn't feel that they were two definitive states, and there seems to be a lot of evidence to the contrary.
I disagree with that. I mean, mescaline is highly hallucinogenic. LSD is reluctantly hallucinogenic at low doses, where it nevertheless is definitely psychoactive. You know, the various people in this field have different approaches, and I try to respect them all. Ott is a scholar and a rationalist. I am neither a scholar nor, well, I am kind of a rationalist, but I try to work off experience. And my experience has been so wild and irrational that I haven't been able to preserve much of my rationality. I am interested in the large picture. I mean, I want to know what these things mean for culture and evolution. I'm basically a gadfly and a philosopher. The mycologists sometimes nick at me because they say I don't care enough about mushrooms. The chemists say I don't know enough chemistry. The botanists wish I knew more botany. But none of these things were ends in themselves to me. What I was always interested in was getting loaded. And the anthropology, the chemistry, the art history, the this and that. They were always means to an end. The real thing for me was the intoxication, the state itself. Yeah.
I hold out a lot of respect for you. I have a lot of this continuum is simply incredible. And I was just really surprised when he said that people could not differ, that people on the street when we were, and it's true that the people that get mescaline on the street is generally acid and PCP and something else. But he maintained that the experience, you couldn't differentiate between the experience and that, I mean, my personal experience with that is that there are profound differences between the two substances.
Yeah, you have to take that up with him. You know, originally at Harvard, what was originally called the psychedelic experience was 150 gamma of LSD and 200 milligrams of mescaline. And that's a handful. That's a really good thing. But the mescaline, the LSD, the way I ended up using LSD was to inflate and color other drugs, other substances. I mean, I think mescaline with LSD is great. Psilocybin with LSD is pretty good. You take less of each, of course, but it's an illusion. For some people, LSD is strongly hallucinogenic. For me, it didn't seem to work like that. I mean, I got those little fan-shaped things that crawl on walls, but that's almost like something happening in pocket. That's not what I call hallucination. That's what we call it, optical illusion. It's a distortion. Yeah.
Speaking of your experiences in Terence, in Big Island with that, and when you get to the 5 grams diet and built up to some very high spaces, and then had an experience there. Can you kind of clarify what that was with her, and have you felt that since then, or what you do about all that in the story?
Well, it's an antidote. It's a psychedelic antidote. When I first moved out to the Big Island in '75, I didn't know anything about Hawaii. I'd never given it a thought. I was here because I needed a place with warm nighttime temperatures because I was trying to grow mushrooms outside, and the choice was Louisiana or Hawaii. And I said, hey, that's not a hard choice to make. So we came to the Big Island, and strangely enough, neither of us knew how to drive. So I had a business partner at the time, and he loved the high life of Maui. So he would come every 2 weeks with 2 weeks worth of food and just leave us up on the mountain over there. Then come over there to a Island party for 2 weeks and then come back. And it was fine. We were in love and everything for one. And we started taking mushrooms. And we started taking them fairly often, like every 3 days. And after about 2 weeks of this, there came a trip one night when I was sitting in the dark talking to the mushroom. It was showing me, I remember exactly what was going on. It was showing me this blue-green planet and saying, this is within 10 light years of where you're standing right now. A planet with oceans and archipelagos, with ice caps and jungles and uninhabited planet. And I just had this enormous surge of primate greed. It was just like, wow, I want it. We need it. What a place for human beings. And then I got into this discussion with it about, and I have a kind of acidic approach to the mushroom. I mean, I rave at it. It raves at me. We have long, animated rambles and conversations. And so it was talking about propulsion systems. And I was saying to it, look, why don't you just cut loose with the good? I'm the grower. You can't hold out. I was saying, show me the ship.
and it was saying, if I show you the ship, you'll understand how it works. And I said, that's all right. I'm the grower. You can't, what are you doing? You can't fast shuffle me. Where are you without me? You'd be sitting in a turd in the Amazon if I haven't brought you out. Don't hold back. So this was going back and forth. And about this time, my companion said, I'm feeling very hot. And so I said, well, we should walk outside. And so we were barely able to stand. And shoulder to shoulder, hanging onto each other, we stepped outside. Those of you who know the Big Island, this was a house way up in the upper reaches of Hawaiian Ocean View Estates near South Point. So we stepped outside, and she faints. So I drag her to her feet and shake her. And she comes out of it, and then she faints again. And she says, I'm really hot. And I'm like, I'm the expert on psilocybin. And I'm like thinking, this is not supposed to be happening. This fits no profile that I'm familiar with. And I think about the phone 60 feet away inside the house. Who are you going to call? It would take anybody hours to find us, and I'm going to get some Kona doctor who doesn't even know what psilocybin is, and I'm going to make a huge effort to get this guy here. It's on us now. We have to solve this problem here and now and in a hurry. And she kept passing out. I could not keep her conscious, and finally she just passed out and lay there. And I sat down, and I was fighting panic. I was trying to hold on to the idea that this was not a crisis, but I had the overwhelming sense that she was just dying right there, right then. And at first I fought this perception because it was unthinkable. And then I sort of came out of that and said, no, sober up. If she's dying, if you can stop, then at least make it, honor it, give it some space. So I was just beginning to form this picture of me just holding her there until she died. And then I figured, I'll sort this out later. But the main thing now is to let this person die with someone makes her dignity. So I'm like that. And then, this image forms in my mind of, on the Big Island, we catch the water, the rainwater. So in the back of the house, there was a big tank of rainwater, and there was a horse trough that caught the overflow. And I had this image of this place, and it was about 100 feet away from where I was lying on the ground. So I picked her up, and I remember I was wearing Indian drawstring pants, and they fell down around my knees, or down around my ankles. So I was like Frankenstein. I was taking little shuffling steps, carrying this woman, walking like a robot back to the horse trough back there. Lay her down on the ground and began picking up buckets of water and pouring over her, just bucket after bucket of water, just throwing it on her. And within 15 seconds, it was perfectly clear that I had figured it out. Because she immediately came out. She immediately started sputtering and thrashing and digging the water out of her face. And I just kept pouring and pouring. And then I threw the bucket away and got down on the ground with her in this mud puddle and was hugging her and salting and so forth and so on, because instantly the entire mood of the thing changed. Well, so then, within 10 seconds, the forest edge was no more than 15 feet away. I was miles and miles away from each other. Suddenly, no more than 10 or 12 feet
demonic laughter. Just absolutely spine-chilling, absolutely the craziest kind of Hollywood nutso laughter you can possibly imagine. I look at her, she looks at me, and we run down the house. And once we get inside the house, she's standing there like this. And I say, what's happening? What's happening? She says, ferns are sprouting out of the refrigerator. Ferns are sprouting out of the floor. These forms are flowing across the floor toward me. So I make tea, draw a cold bath, plunge her into the cold bath, and work the cold water and go pretty hard. And as I'm doing all this, I recall that an earlier incident that when we first arrived, we flew to Hilo from San Francisco and arrived just after dark. And my friend, my partner, had preceded us. He met us and drove us around down South Point and back up to the other side of the island in pitch darkness. We drove, as you know, that's a 2.5-hour drive. Couldn't see fuck all. We had no idea what Hawaii looked like. There seemed to be occasionally a lot of cinders by the side of the road. That was all you could see. So we go to the house, and we're exhausted, and we clone, and we go to bed. And then we get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the light is streaming in. So we walk down. There it is, Hawaii. And in front of this cabin that we had to is lava. I mean, it looks like the moon. It looks like the moon with weeds. But the house was on a kapuka, a little island of forest. So then we walked back into the kapuka, just she and I. We have literally not been 5 minutes in forming our impressions of what Hawaii is about. We walk back into the kapuka, and there's this, the sun shining down through the ohia and the hapu, and then suddenly there's flute music. This amazing, eerie, piping flute music. And it goes on for like 3 minutes, then it stops. Then 30 seconds later, my partner has dragged himself out of bed, and he wanders back to where we are, and he said, "Whoa, so what did you think?" He said, "Whoa, it's pretty good. Who's the neighbor who plays the flute?" I says, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, just a minute ago, somebody was playing the flute in the woods." He says, "This is impossible. There's nobody for mine." So I said, "Right, whatever." But then I thought back to that incident, when we had this incident with the screaming laughter in the woods. I went to my Robert Graves Greek mythology, and I looked up Pan. Pan plays the pipes, of course, but Pan has a special form of laughter which causes panic. The word panic is the state induced by the laughter of Pan, and it drives you mad if you hear it. For some reason, there in a stretch of Hawaiian rainforest, apparently a Greek god of the Middle Attic period had taken up temporary residence. I don't understand this. I can't understand it. But it's one of these anecdotal things that happens if you involve yourself with psychedelics. Somebody else recently told a story about encountering Pan in the woods on psychedelics in this case. But I don't know what to make of this. I think the world is stranger than we can suppose. I think, it's a mystery and a joke and a game. You just have to keep your wits about you. Somebody else. Or did that clear the deck?
Terence, I have a question. With all the substances that you've ingested over the years, what kind of effect, deleterious or otherwise, have it had on your physiology?
Well, people say that potheads can't think straight. I don't know whether I think straight. I don't see that it's had any deleterious effect. My memory is selective, but I have an excellent memory for what I'm interested in. Historical facts, birth and death dates of painters, stuff like this doesn't give me any problem. I don't think these things are deleterious. I think when you see psychedelic casualties, what you're seeing usually are people who had problems in the first place, and then people mix and match. I'm quite a purist. I don't mix things, and I don't binge. I take high doses, and then I think about it a long time. And I don't see that these things are deleterious at all.
Your liver, your kidneys.
I don't have any signs of liver or kidney deterioration. I haven't had the official tests. But I do think of psychedelic taking as a quasi-athletic ability. When I go to the gym 3 days a week, I am not, to the horror of many people around me, my diet is not particularly ideologically driven. I do not eat beef, but I don't feel self-righteous about it. And I see dietary emphasis as a kind of spiritual materialism. I mean, there is something to it, but it can easily be taken too far. Rather than deleterious effects on health, I guess if we're being honest about what do psychedelics do to you that maybe is detrimental, is they make you ungovernable and unemployable. And because you're weird, and people can sense it. Whatever weird means, they know it. They pick up on it. I have a friend who was a designer at one point in his career. He used to design hospitals. And once he designed a hospital in some recidivist section of the country, and at the dedication of the hospital, one of the hospital directors said to him, "Do you use drugs?" Meaning that the work itself reflected the source. They can sense this. In the same way they can sense gayness, no matter how deeply it's buried. They have a real nose for heads, and they smell us out, I think, seriously, about those people. They probably use yeah.
Well, I think, this is really considered monogamous marriage.
Oh my God. What a subject. Monogamy. I think on the CD released with Space Time Continuum, I say the three enemies of the people are monogamy, hegemony, monogamy. No, I changed it to monotheism later. I'm conflicted about this because because I don't think people were monogamous before the invention of agriculture. I think orgiastic sexuality was the rule, and it created, as I said at some point, a very tight group bonding because men could not trace lines of male paternity. Consequently, loyalty was transferred to the group, not to my children, but to the children of the group. I was monogamous for 15 years, and the argument that I used for it was what I call the Jungian argument, which is that you can go deeper in a monogamous relationship. It's an alchemical marriage. It's a fusion of souls and an effort to really go deep in human experience. But seems to breed a gnawing discontent in a lot of people. I mean, it certainly did in me. And I don't know whether that was because I fell from the ideal state of monogamy or whether it's in fact a bad idea. Europeans are a little more sexually sophisticated than Americans, and their relationships are more unstructured, and having something going on the side is not thought such a monstrous and debilitating thing. Now that I've been single for 3 years and had all kinds of experiences, including non-monogamous relationships and new monogamous relationships, I'm sort of at my wit's end about this. I mean, here's my thinking, and this is just because you asked. Remember, you practiced this. I don't, first of all, I think celibacy is for the birds. Any spiritual discipline that demands celibacy, I think is highly suspect and probably some kind of a shell game, and certainly not for me. So what I'm saying there is being single and celibate, that doesn't work. I'm pretty profoundly convinced that monogamous marriage not only doesn't work, but provides a very bad role model for children. I really think the nuclear family is a cauldron for the production of neuroses, that most psychotherapists are earning their living by cleaning up the mess made by family life. That's where we all got tweaked and twisted, is in the early family life. And it's not a traditional arrangement. This idea, marry me, and you and I will get back to back, and we'll fight off the rest of the world, and we'll create a tiny island of happiness, it's a very paranoid kind of thing. But I am very capable, or in the past, I've been very capable of being incredibly jealous, to the point where jealousy doesn't feel to me like a cultural value. It felt like it was in the bone. How could one be casual about one's lover being with someone else? I couldn't. It didn't come from a head decision. It was a visceral thing. It seemed unbearable. But now I tend to think that this is a neurotic response, and that the reason jealousy is so intense in monogamy is because one has no option. If you're monogamous and your partner destroys the monogamy, you're screwed and you have no fallback position whatsoever. You're just hung out to dry. You're profoundly rejected and you have no recourse. So then I concluded monogamy doesn't sound right. Well, then we move on to the more exotic possibilities. The underground agenda pushed by fashion magazines and all the slimy weasels in the cosmetic industry and all that is ménage à trois. This is pushed as the advanced, experimental, far-out thing to be into. However, when you analyze it, it seems to me that it's an extension of male dominance fantasy, that it is in fact a sadomasochistic arrangement of some sort that caters to male dominant fantasies, to have 2 women and inevitably those 2 women would somehow fall into competition in the presence of one man. This further exacerbates the potential for male dominance and so forth. So then let's be good mathematicians here. If 1 to 2 doesn't do it, how about 1 to 3? Now this is interesting. I don't think a lot of guys sit around or lie around thinking how great it would be to be with 3 sexually rapacious women. That's a kind of heart-sinking thing to contemplate. because you don't know if you're man enough, frankly, for that kind of a situation. And so that terror, that possibility strikes in the normal male is, I think, a good indicator that maybe we're getting close. The other thing about the one arrangement is it's a meat-boy, it's amorphous. It's very hard for anyone to control something like that because there are so many data points in the field, so many potential liaisons, so many potential deals that can be cut, that I think it's shifting, exciting, changing, unpredictable, like that. I have to tell you, I haven't tried this. I'm just a mathematician with a penchant for imagery. But it was thinking along these lines. I've been saying for a long time that one woman, one child made a huge amount of sense to me, and I gave you that argument. It's only recently occurred to me that the limiting of male births is also something to be considered, that there are too many men. It's an uncomfortable situation for men, and it's an uncomfortable situation for women, because femininity is suppressed in a sexual dynamism that is 50-50. Also, higher mammals rarely occur in 50-50 sexual display. If we were elk, there would be many more females than males. And the well-known fragileness of male infants causes me to suspect that in the absence of male-dominated values and modern medical procedures, I'll bet the natural ratio of the sexes is closer to 2-to-1 than 1-to-1. And I think the relationship of women to bisexuality is very different from the relationship of men to bisexuality. So I can imagine a future world where the nuclear family is replaced by these fraternities. 3 women, 1 man, and the children of women. Women are enslaved by men, keeping them functioning in their maternal role. So I don't have answers here, but I do think that we need answers and that we need to think about this. And monogamy as an ideal, I feel the force of that. That wouldn't it be wonderful to have a soulmate that would follow you through life until eventually you were 2 white heads on a single pillow. But the one thing I've learned from psychedelics, and it's a hard truth, but it's a true truth, is nothing in this universe lasts. Nothing lasts. The last dance, you do alone. Rome fell, and this you will go to. Your enemies will turn to compost. Your fortune will be dissipated. Your friends will fall away, and eventually you yourself will cease to be. Nothing lasts. So, in a way, I'm conflicted about this, but I really believe that we should all take complete responsibility for ourselves. I remember when I separated from my wife, and this was a revelation, when I separated from my wife and decided to live alone, I went out to get an apartment. So I interviewed for an apartment that I liked, and this guy seemed to like me. So we sat down across from each other to fill out a piece of paper. And he said, and I had told him I'd lived in this area for 13 years, which was true. And he said, what's the name of your bank? And I said, it's the one in town with the time flasher on. He said, you told me you lived here 13 years and you don't know the name of your bank. And I said, well, my wife did the bank. I've actually never been inside my bank. And then I realized, my God, I'm not capable of going to the store by myself. somebody else to take over so many of the ordinary functions of my life that I'm like a maladaptive person. I'm like a street person or something. So now, I do my automobile insurance, save my receipts, balance my checkbook, do all these things, and feel quite good about it. And I think everybody should take responsibility for themselves. I don't think all marriages are bad, but I think a huge number of people reach age 20, 21, 22, 23, they're sailing across the Golden Gate Bridge toward authentic adulthood, but suddenly there's this sign, last exit before adulthood. Get married to someone as lame as you are, and you add up to one whole person and function in society. So I think it's a good exercise to take responsibility for yourself, but I do not have the answer to this man-woman thing. I don't think anybody does, I love women, and I can imagine falling in love with a woman who, if she asked for monogamy, I would probably give it, but with misgivings, because and jealousy is not a pretty emotion. Do we want to make room for it? Are we so afraid of it that we want to honor it by creating relationships that are based on the fear of it? Or do we want to somehow, it's a thing of ego. It is a thing of ego. I mean, for me to believe that I can be all men to a woman is an incredible ego trip. For a woman to expect that she is all things to a man is a similar kind of ego trip. And, but it's very hard. I mean, it's easy to talk theory here. It's very hard to actually take three distinct human personalities with different histories and different agendas and throw them in a sack together and have it work. I don't know what to do about this, but I'm grappling with it, as I'm sure all of you know. We shouldn't be so discontent. We shouldn't be so unhappy. And somehow, again, I think the psychedelics point the way toward this. They seem to inspire a generosity and a lack of fear and an openness that shows the way toward an authentic sexuality that isn't based on possession and control. And that's really what we want. Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah. Not specifically, but I would be very gentle on the unborn fetus. Part of the problem in a question like that is asked is that these substances are illegal. Consequently, the kind of research that should have been done to answer that question has never been done. I've seen women in the Amazon smear their nipples with ayahuasca to nurse a 3-day-old child. On the other hand, these things are neurotransmitters, and it is well known, I don't know if you know this, but it's well known among pharmacologists and physicians that children often metabolize drugs backwards. If you have a hyperactive child, you give them Ritalin, but Ritalin in an adult is a stimulant, jacks you up. So I think as a general rule, one should avoid exposing the fetus to any kind of chemically exotic environment, especially in the first 8 weeks or so after conception, when so much cell division is going on. But that's just a cautionary and conservative position on my part. The actual amount of data is nil on this question. Yeah.
What do you think of one masculinity? You mentioned it a bit.
Well, I only have an opinion,
I just have an opinion. I paid attention fairly closely. I read Richard DeMille's book, Carlos Castaneda, The Power and the Allegory. I read this new book called, I can't remember who wrote it, but it's called Carlos Castaneda, Academic Opportunism in the Psychedelic 60s. I have not heard what these women are saying that are going around. I understand it's something about balancing PowerPoints and doing something to the earth. It sounds like kind of standard New Age rhetoric. I don't disbelieve in the violation of natural law, but I'm skeptical. It's tough. I suspect that what we have here is a sincere effort that went wrong in some way. The first book, The Teachings of Don Juan, is a classic. And aside from some minor quibbling, I think everything said in there about psychedelic substances is true. That book was published in 1968, I believe. The next book followed in 1970, and the position on psychedelic drugs has changed completely. I really believe, and I know how it works because I'm in the biz, that he was told, you're on to a great thing, but we are not editorially going to stand behind you if you insist that drugs are the way to do these things. And at that point, it swerved off into literature of some sort. There are a lot of odd things about those books. Internal inconsistencies, external inconsistencies, and, I don't like dumping on other people's trip, but on the other hand, I'm just too much of a rationalist and too much of a detail person to be able to let that all slide. So I see it as the monomyth of our time. I can imagine, if my ideas about the future are all wet, that in 400 years, people will be offering sacrifices to Don Juan, and a religion will be in place about this great teacher who rose and fell in the 20th century. And Carlos Castaneda is the Paul to Don Juan the Christ. But I don't believe it's to be read as literal truth. I mean, I can't buy that. I mean, in the first place, some of the incidents in those books, the previous literary antecedents have been uncovered. Even in the first book, this is true. You all remember the famous crow transformation in the first book. Well, read George MacDonald's Through the Gates of the Silver Key, and there is almost direct, word for word, a description of the transformation of a human being into a crow written in the late 19th century. So I see it as a kind of apocryphal nickname. And I know, that may disappoint and Paul, but that's me. Yeah.
Get back to the you said that you thought that one of the mistakes in the 60s was conference machines. And what you recommend instead was subversion and boring. Could you tell us what you mean by subversion and boring?
Yeah, mainly what I mean is roving with stealth. But here's the thing that I think was so problematic about the 1960s. A single ambitious graduate student in biochemistry could produce 5 million hits of LSD in the local junior college laboratory if he had the keys and a long weekend. 5 million hits. This means that you are not trying to get your friends and yourself high. This means that you are
trying to become the CEO of an international criminal enterprise capable of making millions and millions of dollars. And when you manufacture 5 million hits of a psychedelic drug, this is like whipping out a loaded gun and gesturing at the government with it. They're not amused by this. On the let's think of a psilocybin mushroom grower. If you're a psilocybin mushroom grower and you do nothing but grow and you work like a dog for 6 months, you might be able to produce 10,000 bits of psilocybin. 10,000 bits as opposed to 5 million bits. This is a micro industry. It doesn't create vast criminal pyramids. If you have 10,000 hits of psilocybin that you have to get rid of over 6 months, you have a few connections and you sell it. If you have 5 million hits of something, you have to sell it at a very low price to a second level middleman, who slightly raise the price, you sell it to a third level middleman, and finally it gets down to the street. In other words, you have to organize a criminal conspiracy of some sort. This alarms the government. The other thing is the government is very alarmed when people make money on drugs. Well, if you're a dedicated mushroom grower, you can support yourself and your family in a moderately middle-class style. But you're not going to be buying a Lexus. You won't be making a payment on an apartment in San Tropez out of this. It's just a loop. And when you think about the fact that, these big ships that bring weed up off the coast of Florida, a guy with a fast speedboat, a guy who is a peon in that organization, they pay $250,000 per trip to the mothership. And if you have a good speedboat, you can make 3 trips a night. You can make $750,000 a night bringing weed off these motherships. And you're not a major player. You're a disposable peon way down in the structure of this criminal organization. So the money differential is incredible. That's why I think the plants are so exciting, and why I urge people to grow mushrooms. You can be assured of the purity. You can't produce so much that you're going to wreck your life and bring guys with flak jackets kicking down your front door. And it all proceeds in a much less hysterical fashion. The LSD thing was confrontational, and the people who were pushing it had a wild gleam in their eye. I mean, they wanted to pull down Western civilization in the next 18 months. Well, Western civilization wasn't interested in being pulled down, and showed that it had resources to fight that we could barely conceive of. So I think plants and stealth, and I love the slow spread of mushrooms, the slow spread of ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is even harder to produce than mushrooms. I mean, to get together 500 hits of ayahuasca is an enormous industrial undertaking. So let's move so slowly that they hardly know we're there. And also, it's not necessary to present a phenomenon of dropping out. I mean, I think it's much better to take over. When you walk into these software labs in California, everybody has hair down to their ass. Everybody is a freak. It's perfectly out in front that the creativity that is the unique hallmark of the American civilization has for the past 30 years been sustained by psychedelic substances. When the Japanese want mahogany, they go to Java. When they want furniture, they go to Sweden. When they want brain power, they go to California. And it's psychedelic brain power that they export. So if we were to truly limit our access to psychedelics, that would probably be the final blow to our ability to function and participate in world markets. Because with about our creativity, what are we? Yeah.
It just raised the question then about access to the computer.
I mean, how do you do it?
Well, and I mean, I guess there was the 5 million hits. I don't know if it's a different chemical process that, is more difficult with DMT, but why isn't it happening?
Well, I think what happens with DMT is that chemists who can make it make small batches. And consequently, unless you're their roommate or their girlfriend, it's all gone by the time you hear about it. In an ordinary laboratory, it's quite difficult to make more than 100 grams. That's only 4 ounces. To scale up to do industrial production of DMT, you need a small pharmaceutical factory. You need big stainless steel vats. You need complex temperature controls, so forth and so on. I think DMT will always be things spotty and in limited supply until it's legal, or if it becomes legal, to be produced. Yeah.
People are use the trees by Earth, so that they can make fast, and Earth itself.
Well, that's a cheerful idea. How about this? Humans were invented by plants to move seeds around. That's a little more organic view of things. And what is so good about plastic that the Earth would want to make it? It may be that what we do now are thinking machines. That's a little scary. Marshall McLuhan said a wonderful thing. He said, "We are the genitals of our technologies. We exist only to improve next year's life." And that's a kind of scary thought. It took us millions of years to evolve to the point where we are. The rate at which our machines are evolving under the design process which we control is a million times more rapid. I mean, look at the computer. UNIVAC was 1948. That's less than 50 years ago. The computer sitting behind me is 100 times more powerful than UNIVAC. If automobiles had developed at this rate, then they would go 10,000 miles an hour on a nickel's worth of gas twice around the world. So, it seems to me that silicone is where our technology is the part of us that is evolving. Our bodies have stayed pretty much the same for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, we've shed and replaced our technologies 500 times in that period and are doing it ever faster. And years ago, they used to say machines can't think. Have you noticed how that rap has fallen out of the press? You don't hear it anymore. Now nobody's sure exactly what's possible. Parallel processing, chaos theory, cellular automata. The question is now so mathematically complex that no one's sure whether machines can think or not, because no one's exactly sure what thinking is in this moment. And one scenario for our own salvation is that we will somehow be downloaded into circuitry, or that we will somehow become machines and therefore no longer need to make such intense demands upon the earth. But I don't exactly understand how that scenario is to be brought to completion. That people like Hans Moravec and Tibbets and these people, this is their big nanotechnology, machine replacement of subcellular organelles in human beings, a gradual replacement of human cellular material until your entire thing is spun gold, silicone, iridium. And yet there was never a moment when you ceased to be yourself. These things are coming. We have many strategies and many options, and it's a hell of a mess that we find ourselves in, and many different things will be tried. The definition of humans is up for grabs. We are not monkeys. We are not angels. What are we? Is man good? This is the question that we may be on the brink of answering. Yeah.
You might say society might be 10% people take psychedelics. But how is that going to make the rest of the planet change? Just by vibration of it? How is it going to help the people in grasp it?
Well, every social revolution is made with 10% or less of the population. Revolutions are not made by majorities. I think that the way you change society is by changing its language. We can't evolve into something we can't describe. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is describe where we want to go. And I see psychedelics as such a stimulation to creativity that this is how they make the change. You know, people say that the 60s had no consequence. The whole world we're living in is defined by the issues of the 60s. The whole new age is essentially a flight from psychedelics, but an effort to nevertheless maintain the lessons and the insights of psychedelics. So I think that the critical 10% of society that does the planning, the inventing, the implementing, and the designing is the sector of society that is being impacted by psychedelics and that can make change. The domain in which these changes should take place is the domain of art. We need to change the world in art. So much of the design process is haphazard. Like, you look at this hotel. It was designed by an architect. It's a coherent whole, but it's embedded in the island of Maui, which is not a coherent whole. There is no plan for the island of Maui. It's just, weasels buy land and put up hotels. And then the government builds sewers and provides electricity, but there is no master plan above a certain level. We need planning at every level. We need to express aesthetic intent at every level. Cities cannot be haphazard arrangements of contractors, projects, and dreams. The entire city, the entire planet needs to be brought into the design process. This is horrifying. It horrifies me, but I don't see at this point that we have any choice. We are globally impacting the planet. So now do we want to do that in a haphazard and unpredictable manner, or do we want to somehow take control of it and decide how the whole thing is going to look? We need big ideas, and then we need the courage to implement them. We need to rediscover nature. We need to rediscover the richness of our own souls. We need to learn how to communicate with each other. We need to learn how to love each other. We need to learn how to appreciate differences. And we need to learn how to stretch ourselves toward the transcendental. The idea that society should be war, endless competition among individuals with the devil take the hindmost, we see the consequences of that. A ruined earth, unhappy people, and unhappy children. So it is a matter of letting order, the internal order of our souls, the architectonics of our dreams, we need to let that emerge. And one of the things we have to do is we have to free ourselves from enslavement to the idea that everything has to make a buck. What they're saying now is, we'll save the world if you'll show us a solution that makes a buck. Well, it may be necessary to jettison the idea of making fun out of the enterprise of saving the planet and just save the planet for its own sake. That's the dilemma that we're looking at. Yeah.
What's the difference between smoking or eating?
Oh, smoking is not effective. The psilocybin is spread through the
and then only 0.05%, you really can't get smoking. If you had pure psilocybin, you could smoke it, and that's something we're shooting for. I've never done that. I've often wondered what that would be like. That might be the next rave. Smoking psilocybin would come on as fast as DMT, but it would be psilocybin. That's an interesting thing to pursue. Yeah.
So you mentioned when you take mushrooms, lots of ayahuasca. How would you prepare the ayahuasca?
Oh, I would just shave the bark off and dry it in the sun, and then grind it in some kind of a rough grinder and roll it into a bomb. That would be the thing to do. It's a very sweet, incense tasting smoke. It's quite commercially viable. It's a pleasant thing to smoke. That's their house is topic. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, you saying ayahuasca.
Well, the word ayahuasca is used to both refer to the plant of topic and to the prepared combinatory beverage with the Psychotria viridis in it. Both are called ayahuasca in the unified context to tell what it's meant. Yeah.
Last night you spoke of sands of consciousness, and I'm wondering what you consider indicators. I know you're not interested in talking about rules of living, because I think other people think of that. And it seems that you think that is a spiritual materialist. So I'm wondering what do you consider indicators
Of higher consciousness. Well, intellectual honesty is a good indicator of higher consciousness. Unselfish, diminishment of ego, I guess. I mean, people who are easy with what's going on. I like people who are easy to get along with. I'm easy to get along with. And I'm not usually up for whatever's going on. I mean, if you want to go to bed at 9:30, that's fine. If you can dance till 4 a.m., I'm up for it. I think an acceptance of flow and a sense of one's own place in things. And ego, the expression of ego is always an expression of an inappropriate valuation of the self. I mean, because, ultimately you are not important. And if you act from that place, I think you become much more palatable and attractive to other people. That doesn't mean that you're supposed to be hang dog and think of yourself as a nothing. It just means you need to have a perspective on how it all works. So, an ability to get along with other people, to be gentle in most situations, and to pass in most situations is a sign of higher consciousness. And you should always be, the welcome addition to any scene is the person of higher consciousness. Ideological grandstanding, dogmatism, domination, these are definitely signs of lower consciousness, even if they are in the service of some very high set of ideas. I mean, for instance, I've known the Tibetan lamas who were absolute jerks, and yet they were clearly in service of a very high philosophical position. But don't forget, it's entirely possible to know where it's at and not be there. It's easy, in fact, to know where it's at. The trick is to be there. But where we're at is at the end of today's session. Thank you. We begin to pull together here. We're starting slightly late, but I figure Sunday morning you have to build in space for the complacencies of the peignoir. So apparently this morning the computer is up and running, at least so far. So I thought what I would do, this is the last session. It'll run until 1. Remind me to take a break sometime roughly in the middle of it. And this is sort of, on one level, why I do these things. As I said yesterday, much of what I say you could acquire in a library or by familiarizing yourself with the literature or the other personalities in the field. This part of the thing is to some degree more personal, more self-indulgent of me, I suppose, because this is the only original idea that I've ever come up with of any consequence or depth, I think. And my whole approach to the psychedelic experience is as a fisherman for ideas. I mean, that's the metaphor I carry into the psychedelic state, that what we're doing is rowing out over dark water beyond the reef and letting the nets down and hoping for an idea. And hopefully it's not an idea so huge that it leaves the nets rent to shreds. And hopefully it's not so trivial that, like minnows, it just passes through. You want a medium-sized idea that you can take back to the community and that will be food in some sense. So, in the grand style, I suppose, of all the people I dump on, the channelers, gurus, and so forth and so on, I too am burdened with an irrational vision that is a revelation from the unconscious. I like to think that mine is more persuasive because it's rooted in mathematics and it's rooted in the I Ching. So I'll just talk about this for a while and then we'll lead into it and then I'll demonstrate the software and then we can either talk about it or if you find it uninteresting, we can get back to the surface and square away your issues in some of these other areas. I regard myself, as I've said over and over in these lectures, as a fairly lumpen person, rational, requiring drugs to access these dimensions, not lightly poised on the edge of the other. Nevertheless, coming out of the experiences that are described in True Hallucinations, there were years, and in fact, to some degree it persists to this day, years of having a connection with a kind of organizing intelligence that seemed very different in its style of thinking from my own style of thinking. And the nature of the dialogue with this entity, it wasn't about world peace and loving one another or one woman, one child, or any of these grandiose things that we've talked about here. It was more in the nature of a koan, like a problem that I was supposed to solve, that if I could solve, then there would somehow be great benefit for me intellectually behind this. But it was clearly something that I had originally encountered in the psychedelic state and that stuck with me. And, if you want to understand how I got to that place, True Hallucinations tells that story to some degree. This dialogue with the mushroom mother took the form of a kind of very deep deconstruction of what the I Ching is about. Because apparently time is the key both to understanding the psychedelic experience and to understanding the mystery of our own life and existence, both generally and particularly. Time is the thing that we need to concentrate on and understand. And of course, if you look at the literature of human philosophy, you discover that the oldest book in the world is a book that is a study of time, the Book of Changes, the I Ching, the distillation of pre-Joe philosophical ruminations that go back to the late Neolithic. Nobody knows how old. And now I'm going to talk about this in some detail. I assume most people in this room have some kind of familiarity with the I Ching, right? Am I right? So just briefly to review, for those of you who lack the courage to admit ignorance, the I Ching is a system of Chinese divination that uses 64 six-line structures called hexagrams. And these hexagrams are thought to be gestalt images of the way in which power is distributed within a given situation that the person inquiring of the oracle has defined ahead of time. And these 64 hexagrams, as they're called, define the complete set of possible structures given the rules that you have 6 levels and broken and unbroken lines. Then there are 64 variants on that set of constraints. And these are called hexagrams. We all know this, am I right? Yes. Okay. The hexagrams occur in a traditional order that is called the King Wen sequence. And King Wen is a quasi-legendary person, pre-Han dynasty, a political figure who, in the upheavals in ancient Neolithic China, was imprisoned. And during this imprisonment, he supposedly elaborated these 64 hexagrams in this traditional sequence. Whether he was a real person, we'll probably never know. What the mushroom voice concentrated on was a very specific and intellectually defined question at first. And the question was this: is the King Wen sequence a sequence? In other words, is it simply a jumbled arrangement of hexagrams that has become traditional over thousands of years? Or is it a true sequence? Meaning, can it be generated by rules? And if so, what are those rules? Well, if you had known me over a lifetime, you would know that this is not my style of thinking. I mean, I failed Algebra 2. After the stabbing, I transferred out. So, mathematics, that's a joke, folks. After quadratic equations, I failed. So close thinking is not my forte. So here was this question, is the King Wen sequence a sequence or is it a chaotic jumble? What are the rules which generate it? So I sat down with my I Ching and blessed it open by saying my style. Immediately, meaning in 10 minutes, I grasped that the King-Wen sequence is not 64 hexagrams. It's 32 pairs of hexagrams, because the second member of each pair is the first turned upside down. Claro? Good. Nothing to it. So, I had the nature of the problem has now changed. The question now is, what is the ordering principle which governs these 32 pairs of hexagrams? And this did not come so easily. I looked, and finally the voice said to me, look at the first order of difference. And I said, what is the first order of difference? And he said, the number of lines that change as you move from one hexagram to the next. Stupid. So I said, okay, we'll look at the first order of difference. So now, as you probably know, the first hexagram is the creative 6 solid lines. The second hexagram is the receptive 6 broken lines. What is the first order of difference? 6, right. I didn't say that the first rule is that they occur in pairs where the second member of the pair is the first inverted. But if inverting the first one causes no change, as would occur in 8 cases, then all lines change. That's very logical and intuitive and clear, I think. And you meet that first exception in the first pair. The first hexagram is 6 unbroken lines. Obviously, inverting it makes no difference. So you invoke the second rule. If inversion makes no difference, all lines change, right? Okay. So I looked at the first order of difference. Now, the first order of difference logically can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. When you actually look at what it is in King-Wen's sequence, the first thing you notice is that there are no 5s. This is an artificiality. This is the thumbprint of human intent. Because when you program a computer to arrange these hexagrams randomly and to chart the first order difference values of 5 are very common. There is nothing in principle to exclude them, but for some reason they were excluded from King-Wen sequence. The other thing I noticed was that the ratio of odd to even values of the first order difference came out to be exactly 3 to 1, 3 even to 1 off. This again is the thumbprint of human intent. Randomly arranged sequences don't have this property. So I didn't know what this meant. It just seemed like, yes, maybe we were becoming sinologists and exploring the construction principles of an forgotten Chinese oracle. But then it suggested to me that I make a graph of the first order of difference. So I made a graph, 64 points down, 6 points across, graph the first order of difference, 6, 2, 4, 3, 1, 6, 1, 3, etc. When I made this graph and looked at it, it appeared rather stochastic, meaning it appeared random. No pattern or order jumped out, until I noticed something very interesting, which was that the first 3 data points were a mirror image of the last 3 data points. Now what this means is if we were to take a copy of this wave and rotate it 180 degrees in the plane, which is how mathematicians say, turn it upside down. If we were to rotate it 180 degrees in the plane, it would slide into itself with a perfect fit at the beginning and at the end. but nowhere in between. This is highly improbable. This is definitely someone sat up nights trying to make this happen, and there were many trials and errors before they got it. So I thought, well, how strange. Then here we have, what we now have is a structure, 64 hexagrams running this way, and 64 hexagrams running backward, and they arrange themselves in pairs such that they add to 64. 63 and 1, 62 and 2, 61 and 3, 60 and 4. You understand? Yes. So I thought, what a strange thing, a module. We've taken the entire sequence of the I Ching, run it backwards against itself, and discovered that it creates a natural topological closure. It's a natural module. A natural module, what an onomatopoetic phrase. So then, it's sort of like a super hexagram. It has all the hexagrams in it running both ways. It has 384 yao in it. Yao are lines. 6 times 64 equals 384. And then the teaching voice said, take this module and use it as the lowest level of a larger module hierarchy based on the I Ching. In other words, take this module and treat it as a line in a hexagram. So, okay, so I drew this little structure with its closure, and then I made 6 copies of it, and I laid them end to end on my bedroom floor. What my friends were thinking about during this period is another story that I'm just giving you raw shtick here. So I laid 6 of these structures end to end and said, aha, these are like the 6 lines of a hexagram. And then the voice said, yes, but a hexagram is more than 6 lines. A hexagram is 2 trigrams. The learning curve here is steep, but barely. So I took my little structure, my little module, and I blew it up by a power of 3. And over the 6, I laid 2 more, generated from the same origin point, but proportionately 3 times larger. You understand? Yes. So then I looked at this, and then the voice said, but a hexagram is more than 6 lines and more than 2 trigrams. A hexagram has a unitary wholeness that is hexagrammatic. I said, okay. So I made a great big version of my little module, and over the 6 and over the 2, I laid this higher level, the big 1. So now what I have is a 3-level structure with 1 module on the top, 2 modules in the middle, and 6 modules on the bottom. And I drew this thing with a rapidograph, believe it or not, in the confines of my smoky room. And what you get if you do this is a shitload of wavy lines running in all directions and crossing over each other. And I had no idea what this thing was for. And the voice assured me that this was somehow a gestalt symbol of time. And so I began meditating and thinking about this and looking at the numerology of this structure. Well, remember that I mentioned that it had 384 yao, 384 lines, which are the 6 times 64 number. This is an interesting number, 384, because it turns out to be within a fraction of a day, 13 lunations. Lunations are 29 point something days, and 13 of them are 383.89 days. So I said, 13 lunations. This thing is a calendar of some sort. It's a lunar calendar. It must have been developed somewhere in southern China where seasonality wasn't so important because it would precess 19 days against the solar year length of 365 days. But it would keep perfect lunar time, with an error that would accumulate to about 1 day every 100 years or something very good for a Neolithic calendar. But then the voice said, yes, but there's more. I said, okay, well, so then I sat with it, and it said, take the number 384 days and multiply it by other numbers that are natural to the I Ching. So I took 384 days and I multiplied it times 64. And I discovered that this is 67 years, 104.25 days. And I noticed that that is 6 sunspot cycles of 11 years, assigning 1 sunspot cycle to each line of the hexagram. I also, in then researching sunspot cycles, I discovered that there is not only an 11-year sunspot cycle, there is also a 33-year major sunspot cycle, which would naturally fall to each trigram. And I then learned that the ancient Chinese were the first people in the world to observe sunspots. They were observing sunspots through smoked pieces of obsidian AD 1500, BC 1500. Interesting. So then I went further. I took the number 67 years, 104.25 days, and I multiplied it by 64. And I got 4,306 years, a period of time that effectively assigns 1 trigram to each zodiacal age of 2,200 years. And again, I learned that the ancient Chinese were the first people to notice the precession of the equinox, which is a very large 26,000 year cycle that repeats itself. So I thought, this is very far out. Now notice that all of these phenomena that are being coordinated by this set of resonant numbers are naked eye phenomena, lunations, sunspots, and the precession of the equinox. This can all be observed with the naked eye. We're not hypothesizing some advanced technology. We're just hypothesizing advanced conscious thinking about mathematical problems. So, this is obscure. I thought maybe I could publish an article in Sky and Telescope or Archaeology or something, I Ching linked to ancient Neolithic resonance calendar. Not the sort of thing that would move the edge of your chair in most cases. But I had the very strong conviction when I looked at this wavy structure, this 3-level structure that I described to you, the very strong conviction that somehow this was very important, that it was, that I had not gone far enough, and that this was somehow a picture of time. And I began to think about time, and I began to try and understand it the way the ancient Chinese understood it, the way the people who created and inherited the I Ching understood it. And I came by reading a lot of Chinese philosophy in translation to see that the Chinese have a completely different view of time from the Western thing. And I want to now make a little caesura here and scientific view of time is what is called pure duration. It was defined by Newton. Essentially, time is simply what you have in order that things can happen. You know, it's a featureless, abstract, mathematical dimension. It's not a thing in the world. It's an idea. It's an idea. And that notion of time, that it is featureless and perfectly smooth, probabilistically, persisted up until 1905 when there was minor adjustments made in it by Einstein, who added the caveat that in the presence of massive gravitational bodies, the perfectly smooth surface is given a very, very slight curvature. Now, this idea of time is central and indispensable to science because Western science is built on the implications of the concept of experiment and the deduction of data out of experimental procedure depends fundamentally on the assumption / belief that the time when the experiment is performed is irrelevant. Do you understand what I mean? So that when somebody says the speed of light is X, they cannot add on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but on Monday through, in other words, experimental data is assumed to be time dependent. And the underlying philosophical assumption there then is that time is this perfectly smooth, featureless surface which can always be given a zero value of confidence. That's how science does its work. All right. The Chinese idea, it could hardly be more different. The Chinese idea is closer to our notion of how matter works. The scientific idea about matter developed in the West is that matter is made up of elements, and these elements at a certain level of energy are irreducible. They cannot be changed into each other. We now know that at the nuclear level, they can be changed into each other. But at the level of ordinary chemical process, elements are fundamental. And there are 106 or 7 or 8 of them. And all material phenomena are built up out of these 108 elements. The Chinese notion of time is very similar to this. It's the idea not that time is a philosophical abstraction, but that time is a very diffuse but real medium, somewhat the way we conceive of an electromagnetic field, and that time is composed of elements, and that these elements are irreducible, and that there is a finite number of them, not 108, as we believe about the elements of matter, but guess what? 64. 64 temporal elements. Think of them as 64 species of happenstance. And the Chinese idea is that the world of ongoing becoming, the phenomenal world undergoing the formality of occurring, is an interference pattern created by the interplay and intermeshing and intermingling of these temporal elements, these temporal species. So that then the theory of the I Ching is it's sort of like sticking a dipstick into an engine to see the level of the oil. You throw the I Ching and the universal temporal flux that is flowing by at many speeds on many levels, you perform a measurement on it. You take an average, as it were, and you discover, hexagram 49 changing to 13 or whatever it is. It's a gestalt readout of the
immediate situation in the temporal flux. Do you see? So, and it's a completely different idea from the idea about time in the West, because what it says is that time is as important as space, that you never have the same set of conditions twice. The perfectly smooth Aristotelian surface of time established by Newton is seen to be a fiction. And now notice that Western science began with Aristotelian objects, perfect circles, perfect cubes, and the Copernican revolution in astronomy is essentially the getting rid of perfect circles in the Ptolemaic system. One by one, the perfect philosophical objects of Greek mathematics had to be discarded. The only one we've hung on to up until the present moment is this myth of the perfectly smooth surface of time in contraposition to this Chinese position. Now, think about your own experience. What we experience is much more like what the Chinese say time is like. We experience surges of connection and coincidence, and then dry spells. We experience waves of synchronicity, and everything seems to go right, then everything seems to go wrong. We don't seem to be living on a perfectly flat, probabilistic plane. We seem to be living in a kind of heaving ocean of synchronicity and probability and uncertainty and so forth and so on. Okay, close paragraph. Back to the rat. This three-level thing that I had created, I had a very strong intuition that it was describing this ebb and flow that I'm talking about. And I could have used Taoist terminology. I could have called it the Tao wave or something like that. But I wanted to anchor it in a metaphysic that I knew was mathematically secure. So I adopted the vocabulary of Alfred North Whitehead, who I think is one of the great neglected geniuses of the 20th century. I need to throw away your Sanskrit dictionaries, folks. It was all done in good Oxfordian English by Whitehead. And in a book called Process and Reality, which is his masterpiece, he develops at great length the concept of novelty and the idea that the universe is an ebb and flow of novelty, that the way to think of reality is as a kind of dynamic tension between two forces, which I've adapted from Whitehead, and then following the suggestion of Rupert Sheldrake's, I've called these two forces habit and novelty. And habit and novelty are locked in eternal dynamic tension. Every time there's a surge of novelty, it's eventually quenched and halted by a reversion to habit. Every time there is an accumulation of constipated habit, tradition, repetition, entropy, it's eventually perturbed by an outbreak of novelty. And this happens on every time scale. It happens on a scale of billions of years. It happens on a scale of microseconds. Habit, novelty, habit, novelty. But, and here's the good news, it is in fact not an eternal struggle, because over eons of time, novelty is winning. Novelty is winning. It is slowly accumulating. Novelty builds upon previously established foundations of novelty.
Now, previously in the weekend, I've used the word complexity because I hadn't explained this term. But can you see how it works? It's that upon the atoms, which are novel when they first appear, come the molecules, a new form of novelty. Upon the rules of molecular construction can build long-chain polymers, a deeper emergence into novelty. Upon those long-chain polymers can be built self-replicating molecules like DNA that are the basis for life, deeper descent into novelty. Upon DNA can be built complex membranes, multicellular animals, life as we know it, deeper advance into novelty, and upon the platform of organic life rises the platform of higher mammalian organization, and upon the platform of higher mammalian organization arises the platform of self-reflecting primate consciousness, and upon that platform is built an electronic globe-girdling civilization that can hurl instruments outside the solar system and measure the temperatures of distant stars. Novelty is winning. Now, one more thing to notice about this. Each stage of advance into novelty happens faster than the stage which preceded it. This is not a curve like this into novelty, or like this steeply descending into novelty. It's a curve like this. It's a spiral where each turn of the spiral happens at a rate of collapse 1/64th that of the length of the previous spiral. And these were the things which were whispered to me by this disembodied voice during this period of time when my friends were holding meetings about whether it should be the tranquilizing dart or physical overwhelming.
Terence, why did you become at 64 as fast as coming? Is that speculation? I mean,
well, I'll show you when I get to it on the computer here. Yeah. Yes. Think of it as an involuting spiral that's going faster and faster toward an omega point. Okay. Now, if you haven't understood anything so far, it's all right, because as you'll see. So I had all these convictions about time and all these ideas, and I was just abuzz with it. I mean, I was frightening people. I could hold people prisoner for 16 hours at a stretch. I didn't sleep often. I would hold forth. I mean, I was not publicly presentable. It's taken this long to get it dialed down into a user-friendly piece of entertainment rather than a burning-eyed hysterical rave. But so I had this occult diagram, this 3-level wavy system of lines, and I would carry it around like a scroll and show it to people. It's about 8 feet long, and say, this is a map of time. This is a map of hyperspace. This is an intellectual achievement on the scale of the wheel or something, and it's been passed down. I was on Mount Sinai, and here's what the burning bush said. And most people just turned away, gasped. But my friend Ralph Abraham said to me, he said, this thing is just an occult diagram. Only you can interpret it. It means nothing to anybody else. What you have to do is you have to turn it into an ordinary mathematical object of some sort. He said all objects, all topologies can be transformed into other topologies. You must take this thing and turn it into a normal mathematical object of some sort. Well, essentially, this was like telling a turtle to fly. I mean, I'm not a mathematician. Remember the stabbing. So I just thought, well, this is a kind of a death sentence on this graph because orthodox research mathematicians lock their doors when they know I'm coming. And I don't have the head to do this. I do not even know where to begin on such a task. And so I sat with it for like 3 years. And then one afternoon in Berkeley, I was getting loaded, and as I usually do. And I saw how it could be done. Just within 30 seconds, I saw how this complex occult mathematical thing could be turned into an ordinary fractal wave that could be displayed on a Cartesian graph and time scaled. And I made notes and went through it and yes, it could be done. It could be done. And all my so-called occult intuitions about the wave were preserved in the new mathematical object that I had created that perfectly preserved everything about the other wave. I hesitated because I think that I created is a misnomer. I mean, this stuff was just downloaded as fast as I could listen to it, and I felt no responsibility for it at all. I mean, I was just sitting there going, I see, yes, right, like that. We created the first simulations, timescale simulations of the wave on CDC 6400 at Cal in Fortran on punch cards in 1975, and then in 77, small computers came along, and we've been modeling and working with this thing ever since. Now, if you didn't understand any of that, it's okay, the next part is still fun. All you need to know is that through some kind of mumbo jumbo having to do with the I Ching, I claim to have a wave which describes history. That's it. Because here's the thing. This theory, unlike any theory to emerge out of the occult or the New Age in this century, this theory can be tested and overthrown by ordinary means. In other words, this theory wants to play with the big boys. This is a mathematically anchored theory that makes a fundamental attack on scientific ontology in its own terms. And the test is history. No one has ever been able to model history predictively. No one has ever been able to predict the future accurately. And I maintain that within the terms that I will establish in the rest of the lecture, we have succeeded. And this proves my contention that what psychedelics are tools for entry into a higher mathematical superspace. They are not intrinsically about the human psyche. They are about something much more fundamental to the structure of the universe. They're about the way space and time and casuistry are put together. And what we see when we take high doses of psychedelics is we see a higher dimensional modality in the mathematical sense, not in the metaphorical sense, but we actually are somehow liberated from the incoming sensorium of three-dimensional space and liberated into a higher dimension. Well, so now, God willing, I want to turn to the computer, and you can say about the computer, there's nothing magical about the computer. I did all this work without computers. I mean, a rapidograph and a hand calculator, but it was maddening because there are thousands and thousands of arithmetical operations demanded by the execution of this algorithm. And if you screw up in any of these arithmetic moves, you'll blow the final configuration of the wave. So the computer guarantees accuracy, it keeps us always perfectly positioned in time, and it gives us to 5 decimal points accurate depiction of this mathematical object. So really what the computer is like a camera eye that is allowing us to rove and scan at will through a fractal curve revealed by the mushroom and claimed by it to be a map of the ebb and flow of novelty in hyperspace. Now that would be challenging enough, I think. However, that's only half of what you have to swallow. Remember how I said each stage follows more quickly than the one which preceded it? Well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out then that in a system like that, eventually the stages will follow each other one upon the other very quickly. And throughout this weekend, I have hinted by implication that history represents a kind of ingression of a new epoch of laws and possibilities into the biological world. Still more so, the 20th century represents a further quickening this process of the ingression of novelty. But since the collapse factor is 64, we're actually on a collision course with a singularity of some sort. And the wave description of history that I'm going to show you will only correctly predict history if it is placed against the historical data in a certain unique configuration. The problem with that is, if it's a problem, is that that configuration seems to predict that the most novel moment in the history of the evolution of the cosmos lies only 18 years in the future now. And I had chosen this date based on the mathematical constraints of the theory before I learned that this date, December 21st, 2012, is the date for the close of the Mayan calendar. Now, this is an extraordinary coincidence. The only thing that I have in common with the high classic Maya is that we both use mushrooms. Is it conceivable that if you go deep enough into the mushroom, there's a kind of barcode message at the end of the hallway? And when you decipher the glyph, it says, discard before December 21st. So now, well, there are two things to talk about. First, I want to look at the wave with you and try to convince you that it is, if not true, at least it's like, if it's not true, then I've trapped a hallucination in a mathematical cage. Because if it's not true, then it's kind of a virtual mirage of truth. Because it seems true. It's simply that it leads to an impossible conclusion that the world is going to transform itself unrecognizable in a few incredibly intense moments, 18 years in the future. But then, once this possibility is enunciated and you begin to look around you, this seeming improbable proposition begins to make a certain kind of sense. And that's where then you have to decide ideologically where you're headed with this stuff. Okay, well, enough razzle-dazzle. Now, Tamara, do you want to say?
Oh, yeah. How does that relate to like the Tibetan calendar on the Indian They don't have an Indian calendar.
Well, the Indian calendar is cyclical but eternal. That's where you have very large cycles of time, larger and larger. This calendar is cyclical, but it's what's called a damped oscillation. You know how if you pluck the string of a cello or something, it will make a tone, but it will finally run down. That's a damped oscillation. This is a picture of a damped oscillation. We could almost think of God plucking the string of universal nothingness, and out of it emanates the tone of apparent reality, which then condenses into a series of damped oscillations which push novelty toward one and concentrate novelty toward one end of the process, and then it moves off into a higher dimension. I mean, there's the cosmology in a nutshell. Yeah.
How did you reach the same conclusion and reincarnate?
Well, I reached the conclusion by fitting historical data to the wave and then simply going and looking to see where the 0 point of the wave fell. Well, all the historical data. I guess I should explain that.
Where's the starting? Where's the beginning?
Well, the cycles can be propagated backward into time to scales larger than the known age of the universe. Here's the way the game is played. First of all, let's be honest here. History is not quantified data field. In other words, we can't say the French Revolution was a 22, the American Revolution was a 16, or something like that. History is not a quantified data field. Nevertheless, if we're going to talk about something called novelty in history, I think broad general statements will find general agreement. For example, the Italian Renaissance was very important for world history. I think anybody who wants to fight that is on a loser's bench. Here's another statement. The Greek Golden Age was very important for world history. You may not like it, you may think it's a white boys game, some beat like that, but let's face it, Greek science became Western science, which rules the world. We're not making moral value judgments here. We're just trying to look at history and say, where were the great breakthroughs which configured subsequent events? So I named two areas, the Periclean age of Athens, and the Italian Renaissance. Well, so if you have a theory of history that predicted novelty, and it failed to predict either of those epochs as being novel, it would be reasonable to think your theory was bogus, right? Okay, so that's how the game is played. We're going to look at some history, and we're going to put the wave against it. And we're going to talk about whether or not the wave, in fact, predicts the ebb and flow of novelty as we collectively, as a group, know it to have occurred. So it's like a little tour of the past 6 billion years with the roadmap of the novelty wave in hand. We'll be looking at the landscape going by, and we'll be looking at the roadmap, and we'll be asking the question, is this map a map of this road? That's a simple enough problem. Okay, let me see if we can get into it, and this will make it more clear. Yeah, let's take a short break. Takes 3x5 cards. You need to put your address down. Brian is handing out the cards here. You don't necessarily need to use your real name. Just use a name that will get it to your P.O. box. Brian, do you want to say something about this?
Yeah. Right now, the purpose is just to get resources, the names of books, sources for seeds, things like that. Also to talk about events and historical happenings, the discovery of new things. There seems to be some major issues related to whether people want to give their names to me. I have an option to that, and that is that you can send me a name and address to my P.O. box, and I'll send an initial issue of this to you. That way it gives you time to get a PO box and a fake name, or if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, just give me your address and name. I assure you, complete privacy, that your name and address will never leave my office with the computer. That type of thing, secure.
Now, if you want to get the full 12 hours of taping, this would be $80. And we're going to take names at the end of the workshop and pass those on to Merlin so that we would be contacting you with the information. So be sure to do it today or at the end of it. This is not going out commercially. This will be just for us. So.
Either announcement.
I just wanted to add something about Rob Walton's catalog. It's a list of underground books and catalogs and future seminars coming up. So it's really informative. This is Rob Walton, the engineer that Terence just mentioned.
Get into this program. Somebody asked me during the break if this program was easy to use. It is easy to use. It's commercially available in this configuration, which is an MS-DOS configuration. There's also a Mac configuration. So if you don't own a computer, you don't need one of these. But here's promo for with an address of a company that sells this. And the new MS-DOS advanced version contains a program that will convert Mayan dates to standard dates to Mayan, just as a freebie. It contains all kinds of research subroutines that we created to search for other rare sequences, so forth and so on. If any of you think you might be interested in this same company sells the Mac version, so even if you're a Mac person, you should take this to the address. And I'll just circulate those. If this is not enough, I'll buy it more. Okay. What's the number? I'm not sure. $80, I think, for the advanced version, which is, I think, called 4.2, something like that. Okay, now we're gonna look at this. If anybody wants to come up and sit on the floor, it's fine. Unfortunately, it's a problem to see this screen for so many people, and the technology for projecting computer screens is kind of mickey. So just to please yourself. Okay, now, with what was said before the break as the prolegomena, here's the deal. Prolegomena comes before and epilegomena comes after. A hapax-legomena occurs only once. Do you know what a hapax-legomena is? It's a word that occurs only once in the known literature of a language. Do you understand the concept? What's that word? Okay, now let me see if I got this puppy set up. Yeah. Graph the wave. This is always the yes, it worked good. Okay, now everything I said, if you didn't understand it at all, what's going to happen now should still be somewhat coherent to you. This is a graph of novelty over time. It happens to be 6 billion years because I chose it to be 6 billion years. Today, it is down here somewhere. The lower the line, the closer the line to this horizontal axis, the higher the novelty. This is the reverse of a stock market graph. In other words, we don't want to see it go up. We want to see it go down. And what it shows is that over the last 6 billion years, generally speaking, novelty has been increasing. However, there have been some major hiccups in that process. So it's not a smooth descent into novelty. Yes. Yeah, let me, these two terms, habit and novelty. When the wave is ascending, habit is increasing. When the wave is descending, novelty is increasing. Novelty means new connections, new technologies, new languages, migrations of people, cometary extinctions, um, surprises, the unexpected, innocence, number 25, the unexpected. Habit, on the other hand, means traditional activity, repetition of previously performed action, inertia. I think the gestalt difference between these two things is fairly clear, am I right? Habit and novelty, that says it. Okay, so now here's what I'm going to do to try and convince you of the power of this idea. We're going to look at the history of the Earth from the earliest Earth down to the earthquake in LA 2 weeks ago. And I will lead you through the data. And the question you should be asking yourself is something like this. This clown says that this describes the ebb and flow of novelty in history. Does it fit my personal intuitions about that subject, right? Okay, 6 billion years on the screen. Now what it's showing is that at about 4,900,000,000 years ago, there was a very steep descent into novelty. This is the condensation and stabilization of the crust of the planet itself. I mean, this is literally the coming into being of the Earth here, the condensation of the Earth, the formation of oceans. I mean, there was some kind of catastrophic period before that, but here a stable planet forms. And then this period of exploration down to about 2.8 billion years ago, this ends with the earliest forms of prokaryotic life. And then, I don't know how many of you, prokaryotic life is life where the DNA is naked. It's not contained in a cellular membrane. That comes later. Those are called eukaryotes, and that's one of the great early transitions in terrestrial biology. But at the appearance of the prokaryotes, oxygen began to be produced as a waste product of this early form of biology. And oxygen was a toxic reducing gas. It actually threatened the evolution of early life on the planet until membranes and enzyme transfer systems could be evolved that could essentially allow life to survive in what was a toxic, oxygen-rich environment. And that's what this shows here. This is the crisis created by the accumulation of atmospheric oxygen. Once it was evolutionarily overcome, the plunge into novelty resumes with a vengeance. Now, someone could say that this is also imprecise. I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions of years here. Yes, but we're going to just distance with the present, with ever finer and more precise resolution. But always remember that the position of the wave has been chosen so that the maximum point of novelty, the maximum singularity, rests on the solstice moment of December 21st, 2012. That's way down here. That's the only point in the entire mathematical system that has a value of 0. It's the unique 0 point. That's why the program is called time wave 0. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to exercise just one of many of the program's functions, and I'm going to zoom toward the present, and we're going to see half as much time on each screen and twice as much detail. Do you understand what's happening? We're flying into the data by a magnification factor of 2, and then I'll explain and interpret it as we go along. Okay, hold on. If you like, yes, it's optional. Zoom, yes. Seek minimum, no. Approach factor, 2. 3 billion years. 1.5 billion years. So get the idea? How it works? Now, this is, for all practical purposes, other than little globular slimes and stuff like this is the real history of biology on this planet. I mean, if you were to go 1.5 billion years into the past, it's dreary indeed. I mean, there is no life on the land. There's life in the sea, eukaryotic, microscopic life. But this is essentially the entire picture of the thing. I'm writing a book about this, and I call the book History's Fractal Mountain, and there it is. This is the signature of time itself. And notice that on the highest level, what this is saying is almost trivial. What it's saying is that everything has a beginning, it builds to a middle, it falls to an end, there's a period of reflection, and it's over. Now, this could be the firing of a nerve, or it could be the life of a star. It could be the history of a species, a love affair, a company takeover, an atomic explosion. In other words, it's a process. All process is embedded in other forms of process. Process within process within process until we reach the highest level of the all-inclusive process called the cosmos. So what this is saying is that between 1.3 billion and 700 million years ago, roughly 800 million years ago, there was a period of increasing habit, increasing reversion to traditional patterns. Now, what this actually is life's conquest of the ocean, and the filling of the ocean with multiple species of life, and the development and occupation of all niches in the ocean. Then, 800 million years ago, life leaves the sea. That's the symmetry break. You can see it right there. And from that point on, the conquest of the land by plant and animal life has, at this scale, been virtually a smooth cascade into novelty, although you can see that there is stochastic oscillation in the last 200 million years of that process. Now that, yes.
You think of, just as a side thing, if you think of novelty as the hexagram of innocence, then you might think of the other condition as number 12, stagnation.
Yeah, that's good.
That would be an analog.
That's good. Okay, so this is basically the picture of the career of biology on this planet. And notice that it has a period of fluctuation around the mean, but then about 60 million years ago, it falls to an entirely new level of novelty, and then the mathematical details are lost in the compression of the data field, but we can explode them. It's so much fun to say Coach Factor 2, yes. That's a good question. 750 million years. Is it 375 million, yes? Huh?
Right, describe what's happening historically, or do you have to, do we have to know all of that biological history?
This is amazing. Well, what I'm trying to do is find a CD-ROM company who would give me a pile of money so that I can build a huge image-based chronological database so that by just pointing at a place on the wave, we would be flooded with fossils, armor, battle maps, text, like that. I haven't yet crossed that Rubicon.
They always send the alarm out and have all the equipment to do that.
Yeah, well, I can see the it's as weird as Hollywood, the world of multimedia. I mean, if I had $1 for every million that's been tossed around in conversation, I could buy a VCR. Okay, now, this is the last 375 million years. The last 375 million years. Now, some of you who are students of this is known School of Dolphins and that crowd know that the reigning theory now in evolutionary theory is called the theory of punctated evolution, that evolution occurs in sudden spurts, then stabilizes itself, and then does it again. Here it is, folks. This is what we're seeing here. These are sudden surges in speciation, which I don't have time to go into here, but in my book I'll go into it in excruciating detail. These correspond well with known periods of evolutionary surge following extinction events. We don't know whether these extinction events are planetesimal impacts or geomagnetic reversals, but they're very large terrestrial changes, either mediated out of Earth dynamics or from the extraterrestrial environment. So here you see it over 375 million years. Okay, now I will zoom. If anybody has special knowledge in some field and wants to help, that's fine, yeah. Paleontological data is what we're looking at this scale, yeah.
I don't see quite a 64 times faster cycle yet.
Well, see how it always runs down? This is one way of mathematically portraying that spiral involution. The data could be plotted along a logarithmic spiral, but instead it's deployed here along a standard Cartesian axis. These are just different conventions about how the data should be displayed. There are ways to portray it that would show it as an involuted spiral. Okay, now let's resume.
If being a spiral and having three dimensions, is that moving along with the fluid? So when that spiral moves along the spiral, is there something happening there that?
Well, I mean, this is an interesting question. Obviously, the Earth cannot be treated as a point where novelty is concerned. Otherwise, when I laugh, you laugh. There would be no such thing as misery in the presence of joy. There would be a homogeneous medium. I have not figured out how to deploy the wave over three-dimensional space. With a graphics machine, you could write programs to fiddle with this possibility, and then you'd be able to not only predict when the novelty should show up, but where it should show up. And that would be add a very powerful dimension of description to the thing. Okay. Right, from our legends. There's 93 million years. Now remember, we began looking at 6 billion years. We're now looking at a much smaller amount of time. Also notice that as we get closer to the present, our data is both denser and more accurate. And when we say when eukaryotic life appeared, no, you could be off 200 million years and it would hardly matter. But it's getting more precise. Now, on screen, we actually have very precise data about an event which occurred 65 million years ago, and it was very, very temporally confined. I think I mentioned it earlier that on a certain day, 65 million years ago, a planetesimal object struck this planet in the vicinity of Yucatan. A subfragment impacted near the Solomon Islands. The fragment that struck near the Yucatan was 25 miles deep into the planetary surface in the first 3 seconds of the impact event. It raised a wall of rock 40,000 feet high that now leaked out of Mach 4 from the impact center. You cannot conceive of what this is like. And all life on this planet, larger than a chicken, died. All life on this planet. The dinosaurs died in a single impact event. The evidence for this is overwhelming. The people who don't believe this have a tough and slippery road to hoe. The evidence is all over. I can state it for you if you want, but take it from me. This is as secure as any other fact in the canon of natural science. It happened, folks. And any theory of novelty would have to predict it, or it would fail. Here we are, 65 million years ago. There it is. There's the impact point. Now, at this level of accuracy in terms of the wave and the known date of the impact, this is a bullseye for this theory. It predicted the most dramatic event in the last 100 million years. It predicted with 100% accuracy within the margins of error of the known data. Yes.
That's the event that happened very, very fast. And because before that, there was no change necessarily in the level of habit and novelty. And suddenly you have this major event that happens, and you can go straight down.
And we would think, why can be the point here? Well, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, but what has given a small measure of hope to the anti-planetesimal people is the fact that it is true that a die-off was in progress for unknown reasons. In other words, in the several million years before the cometary impact, it is true that there is a decline in the number of species for unknown reasons. We may get back to this in the course of the morning, because I suspect that biology has a transtemporal dimension, and that it was actually bracing, in a sense, bracing for the impact. But that's speculative. Yeah.
Was there a real convergence between this event and the rocket there? Or did you use the event as a marker to place the module for this part?
No, I didn't use this event to place the module. The 2 events I used were the Italian Renaissance and the late 20th century.
You were way down.
Yeah, I was way down, digging in the details of the data. This is one of these successes of the theory, that it correctly indicated where this planetesimal impact occurred.
Okay, well, the fluctuation is totally behind.
Well, it's in a period of steep descent into novelty. We'll probably pass through it here.
You're definitely into my calendar. Wouldn't that just have one peak every 64th cycle? In which case, what are all the little peaks for? In other words, wouldn't you
you just say there's a peak of novelty at each of those, the apex of the curve, but how can you add all the little ones? Well, where do they come from?
Well, I guess I didn't. The part of it that I spared you was, remember when I said I got loaded and I figured out how to mathematically collapse the wave, the occult diagram into the Cartesian wave? It's built into this. I just spared you the deeply mathematical details of how this was done. It's trivial, but maddening. So it's all explained in my published stuff. It's all been gone over by professionals. It's solid. It's just too much to expect a non-mathematical audience to put up with. Okay. Okay. So 93 million years on the screen. Now we're going to zoom in. $46 million years, 23 million years, 11 million years. This is our story. This is our story, yes.
You covered most of the mathematics and basis of the theory of this in the invisible landscape.
Yes. And the invisible landscape will be republished on the 15th of April in a new edition from Harper. So if you enjoyed True Hallucinations but wondered what the real basis for all that was, the invisible landscape is an absolutely uncompromising and pitiless revelation of all of this stuff. Okay, the last 11 years. Now, this is the period in which the primates go from being one of many complex mammalian orders to emerging as something of quite a different order. Bipedalism, binocular vision, the descent from the trees, the coordination of language, so forth and so on. And, they're moving these skeletons around all the time, Homo habilis, the whole pantheon of skeletal material that backs up the theory of human origins. What this basically shows is that for the last 11 million years, there has been a fairly smooth descent into novelty that reached a kind of equilibrium about 5 million years ago. And that's when you get the earliest hominoids. And then went along, oscillating more or less around the mean, and these low points, which we'll look at in more detail, are glaciations, until about 100,000 years ago, and then there was an even deeper plunge into novelty. And remember, this is all being generated from December 21, 2012, and we're now looking at only 11 years, a tiny fraction of the time we began on the screen. So I zoom in. And I should say, I'm using this zoom function, but the software has many, many functions. We could choose out any portion of this and explode the gap endlessly. And there are all kinds of functions that are not being discussed here because there simply isn't enough time. Zoom, yes. Zoom, yes. Seek minimum, no. Protracted, 2. 11 million years, 5 million years. Let's look at this for a minute. Now, notice that the theory is not shy about making predictions. It is very clear and concise. I mean, these predictions, if you wanted to, are to the minute as to where the novelty maximum fell. I mean, if we went into one of these troughs and blew it up and blew it up and blew it up, we could get right down to the minute. It is an incredibly mathematically precise and unambiguous thing. Now, all it predicts is where the novelty will occur. It doesn't say what the novelty will be. By being so conservative in what it says happens, it gains great explanatory power in saying when it will happen. It's almost like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can either state the position or the velocity of a particle, but you cannot state the position and the velocity. As one comes into focus, the other loses resolution. These are glaciations. And when you compare it to the established data on glaciations that petrologists and paleontologists have assembled, the agreement is striking. There is excellent agreement with the data on every level. This is the last 5 million years, and this is the extraordinary environment in which human beings were hammered out on the anvil of evolution. And it's clear what was going on, that one thing that was driving evolution was because of these glaciations, gene populations were repeatedly being islanded, indemnified, and then the glaciers would melt and these indemnified gene pools would flow together and create unique genetic combinations. Then the glaciers would come again, re-indemnify the gene pool, then melt again. And as you see, this happened over and over again. Well, this is a strategy for pumping novelty out of the biome, out of the biological system. Okay, now, so the evolution of the proto-hominids is going along across here. These are a combination of glaciations, geomagnetic reversals, and climatary fluctuations. And when you put all this data together, it is in pretty striking agreement with this, which is generated, remember, always simply out of the I Ching. This is a purely mathematical abstraction. Okay, now let's go forward. $5 million years on screen, 2.9 million years on screen, 1.4 million years on the screen. Now, some of you may have noticed, just as an aside, that occasionally a screen will go by that you may have the impression you've seen it before. This is because every 8 levels with an approach factor of 2, the topology will repeat, but the numerical valuation is always unique. Every point in the wave has a unique numerical valuation, but the topological relationship repeats in a series of fractal resonances. Well, by factors, by multiples of 64. See, I mean, by multiples of 64. Okay, so this is the same picture that we had on the screen when we had 6 billion years on the screen, remember? So now the fact that we have this pattern again is an opportunity for me to talk about another level of this theory, which is resonance. Because patterns repeat themselves, this is a theory of time as a kind of interference pattern, as a series of resonances. So remember I said this is where the Earth condenses? Well, this is also where the cometary impact fell that extinguished the dinosaurs. Remember that one? It's also the descent into human organization 1 million years ago. And by this time, the genus Homo was beginning to make its influence felt in Africa. And this is really the descent into humanness along this gradient here. The oldest Homo sapiens skeleton known to exist that is anatomically indistinguishable from modern human beings was from the Classis River Cave mouth site 100,000 years ago. People that look exactly like you and me, as far as you can tell from the skeletal remains. Let's go forward and look at them. Factor of 2, always just to keep it consistent here. Okay, 1.4 million years, 700 million years, I mean, 7,000 years, 360,000 years, 183,000 years on the screen. Here is the rapid evolutionary descent that stabilizes Homo sapiens sapien as he and she exist today, right there. This is the beginning of authentic peace. And you see then that once the human type was established, then there is a fluctuation around the mean, obviously, epidemics, migrations, minor local extinctions, uh, minor planetary fluctuations, so forth and so on. But from here on, look how close to the singularity of the zero point the thing is operating. And I should say, you need to link what I'm saying here with what I said yesterday about how time is not pushed from behind by causal necessity. Time is drawn toward the future by the presence of a singularity, the attractor. The attractor I'm locating at the winter solstice of 2012 AD, which is right down here. So what we're saying is that novelty, there is a kind of ultimate novelty dwell in the universe, which the process of universal evolution is orbiting around in a decaying orbit that moves it faster and faster, and eventually it will actually fall into the event horizon of the singularity, and that this is now only 18 years in the future. That's the hard swallow. Every theory, let me say this about the hard swallow. Every theory has a hard swallow. If it seems absurd to you that the Earth could transform itself in a single few hours, 18 years in the future, remember what orthodoxy teaches. The orthodox faith is that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment for no reason. So if you sneer at this singularity, just be aware that your drawers are open, because science is balanced on an initial axiomatic absurdity that defies scaling. I mean, you can't imagine anything less likely than that the universe would spring from nothing in a single moment. Yes.
All the things that you show are related to mankind, not the universe. Just strictly on planet Earth. Is how do we know what else is pulling us the center of the universe? Everything that happens as the
Yes, exactly. Because I think a fair examination of nature will lead to the conclusion that nature tends to concentrate novelty at a cutting edge. For a long time, the cutting edge was physics. Then chemistry replaced physics as the cutting edge. Then biology replaced physics as the cutting edge. Then culture replaced biology, and global electronic culture replaced culture. The interesting thing about this theory is, one of the interesting things is, unlike science, which says you are an irrelevant spectator who by sheer happenstance happens to be in this universe, this theory says you are the child of the cosmos. You are important. Humanity matters. The human drama is an extension of the drama of life, which is the drama of matter, which once again makes human beings metaphysically central to the process of being. It re-empowers us as central players in the emergence of novelty on a cosmic scale. That's right. Yeah.
nowhere else
Well, it doesn't even make a statement about that. What it is a wave mechanical description of the evolution of novelty on the Earth, and it makes no statement about the extraterrestrial environment. However, as we'll see, we don't get many opportunities to predict extraterrestrial events, but as we will see, the cometary impact on Jupiter next July, it does pick up. That's maybe an indication that it is a solar system-wide wave system rather than a planetary-wide wave system, but I see no reason to extend it further than the.
If you recall that, then the applicability is really Earth itself.
Well, I follow your thinking, but I'm not sure I agree with it. When I try to think about how could someone have figured this out, let's accept for a moment that maybe this is true. Then how in the hell could somebody have figured this out? Here's what I imagine as the basis of it. I imagine a prehistorical civilization somewhere in Central Asia that is psychologically and in its cultural values very different from us, and that is involved in something which, for want of a better word, let's call meditation. And let's leave it out the issue of whether it's psychedelically driven or not. Let's just call it meditation. It is true that a very deep set of meditation techniques called the clearing of the heart techniques can be traced back to that general same geographical area. So here's what I imagine. Experimental spiritual people meditating. And, there's a whole thing in I Ching about meditation. It's the hexagram keeping still, which says, and that's what these stilling the heart techniques are about, is keeping still. And I think what's hinted at here is a kind of yoga where by keeping still, by suppressing heartbeat, breath, suppressing all the gross functions of the body, the observing mind falls in to the quantum mechanical foundations of biology, and there you see flux, you see something, you see change, and if you watch it a lifetime, a century, a millennium, as a brotherhood or a sisterhood of people accumulating and passing on data, eventually you can make statements about this flux. Statements such as, it is composed of parts. Its parts are not infinite in number. In fact, its parts are 64 in number. And so I think that what they were doing is they were experientially practicing quantum mechanics by giving a phenomenologically accurate description of the ebb and flow of quantum bioelectronic flux in the body, and they created a notation system, just the way chemists created a notation system for the physical elements. They created this system of 64 notations. And so, this kind of flux is related to human concepts of innocence, the unexpected. This kind of flux is related to the human concept of the well, or the marrying maiden, or the army, or something else. In other words, the hexagrams. So I think the whole of the universe, including, and this refers to your comment, including the illumination cycles, are actually built up out of resonances that come out of the quantum mechanical domain. Do you see how that could work? Yeah.
Following that line of thought, is it possible to use this graphic for personal information, like as another thing?
Well, that's an interesting question, too. Let me answer first. The question was, is it possible to use this wave as a personal description of the ebb and flow of novelty in your own life? Yeah, the next 8 pictures, we'll get to that. Here, but let me follow this thing too about the personal thing. This was also a crisis for astrology. Astrology was originally a tool of statecraft used to chart the destiny of the imperium. It was only in Hellenistic times when a yuppie class evolved inside Hellenistic civilization that there became a market for personal horoscopes, and then it began to be developed. One thing you can do, and I am not, this is all experiment, this isn't dogma, but one thing you can do that's very interesting is you can take your birth date and add 67 years, 104.25 days to your birth date, and enter that date as the end date instead of December 21st, 2012. And if you enter that date as an end date, striking numbers of people claim that it gives a good description of the ebb and flow of novelty in their own lives. Now, I'm not sure that's true. If it's true, here's my interpretation of what that means. It means that this big wave that we're looking at should be thought of as the average of all the little waves that we each represent. I'm one, you're one, everybody and everything has a wave associated with it. Every person, every plant, every animal, and the sum total of these waves is the universal wave. And you can argue top down or bottom up. It really doesn't matter. Yeah.
Meteor that space Jupiter. The question brought up about how this describes the experience on Earth. Just trying to put that together. Would that mean that it wouldn't seem like a comet hitting Jupiter has anything to do with Earth unless this model applies to habit and believers across the universe?
Well, we'll look at the Jupiter impact, because what it says is that the most novel week of this year on this planet will be the week of July 21st. But it's not terribly novel. It's just the most novel week of this year. So it picks it up in the sense that the planetesimal impact on Jupiter falls in the bottom of the novelty trough, but it's not a catastrophically deep or planet reshaping novelty trough. It's just the low point of the year. Oh yes, no, I don't think it will only be that. I'm just saying, I say that we already know that at the low point of novelty of this year, we already know of one really weird thing sure to happen, which is this impact point on Jupiter. Often there are low points in the wave where you don't know what the fulfillment is until you get there. But in this particular one, we already know because we can compute from Newtonian mechanics the decay of the orbit of this object. So we know when it's going to crash into the Earth. Okay, but yeah.
I just wanted to say, you were talking about your thoughts on the meditative thing and the arising of this concept. You mentioned keeping still. And if you remember the Willem Baines text, it actually says keeping the stopping still. And if you go back and look at the archaic Chinese text, it is a picture for the heart with the line that means to stop the heart. And it can be interpreted as stopping or as exactly the interpretation that you just said. So the archaic texts support absolutely that.
Interpretation. Okay, now let's zoom in again, because I want to get into history with you, because that's where the pebble meets the metal, because that's where we really have the data. And it's one thing to talk about biological history, it's quite another to look at the last 1,000 years. Okay, there's 183,000 years on the screen, the last 100,000 years, the last 45,000 years, and now I want to talk about it again, the last 22,000 years. Remember this signature before? The condensation of the Earth the extinction of the dinosaurs, the emergence of the hominids, and then this is the melt. The last glacial melt occurred 22,000 years ago. Before that, the ice was as far south as Seattle. It was as far south as Baalbek in Lebanon. It began to break up. Then this period here, up until about 9,000 BC, this is the climax of what I'm calling this partnership paradise, this psilocybin-based African nomadic orgiastic social system that was the last sane moment we ever knew. It is in this trough here that courage, altruism, love, self-sacrifice, community values, language, I don't know about language is older, but it all came together here. This is what Rian Eisler and Maria Gimbutas and the enthusiasts of the partnership interpretation of Paleolithic time is all about. And then we know that, and then it's clear something went wrong. You can see that something went wrong. There was a reversion to habit. There was a halt in the forward descent into novelty. Well, now we know from the archaeological record that right at this time, and notice that this is the invention of agriculture. BC, 11,000 BC. Okay, across Europe, the Middle East, Central Russia, in the stratigraphy of this time period, we find what archaeologists call the Tanged Point Technocomplex. The Tanged Point Technocomplex is a situation where a distinctive kind of arrowhead is found in large assemblages of arrowheads. It is before this, in stratigraphic levels older than 11,000 BP, if you find an arrow point, you find one arrow point. It means that somebody lost this in hunting. The Tanged Point Technocomplex is different. You find assemblages of arrow points, and these are not arrow point factories. What they are is they are sites of battles between human populations. War is invented here. This is the crisis point. Africa is drying. The mushroom is disappearing. Under the pressure of that, agriculture is being invented. Warfare is being invented. The eagle is being invented as psilocybin is washed out of the human population. The old primate wiring is re-emerging, and right here, male dominance, slavery, warfare, defense of sedentary populations, etc., etc., etc. It all is invented along here. This is the fall. And as you see, it represents a significant deviation from the forward thrust into novelty that would have been a continuation of this line here. A return to a primate pattern suppressed by hallucinogens for 100,000 years? No, it represents a return to genetic programming, to pre-existing habit, to animal organization triumphing over consciousness. It's a true setback, I would think. It's a recursion to an earlier pattern of behavior. That's habit by me. Yeah.
All the veterans and topologically exactly the same.
Well, there are what we call direct resonances, which are topologically equivalent. And then there are near or indirect resonances, which are topologically close. And then you can set up a ranking system for that. I mean, there's a great deal about this that I'm not going to cover today. Okay, now I want to go in just a little bit more. Do you see how this works? 11,000 years. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Here's the Tang point. Here's the invention of agriculture, the establishment of agriculture, the Tang point techno-complex, so forth and so on. But human creativity and human consciousness being what it is, we can't keep a good person down. So, about 7,200 years ago, begins a tremendous plunge into novelty, which reaches a deeper penetration toward the eschatonic, attractive than has previously been achieved in the whole history of life on the planet. What is this? What is this? Well, some of you may know the work of an archaeologist named James Mellard, who excavated at a place in Turkey called Çatalhöyük. And Çatalhöyük was a city of 9,000 people practicing a goddess religion. 20% of the living space was dedicated to shrines to a cattle goddess. It was, I maintain, the last bastion of this earlier African goddess-centered cattle religion. And there's considerable archaeology to support this idea because many of the motifs on the pottery of Çatal, southern Turkey, are African animals, vultures and bison and this sort of thing. So Çatalhöyük flourished, and if you read the archaeological books about it, the archaeologists can barely contain themselves. I mean, this is 3,000 years before the building of the pyramids, and this is a civilization with flush toilets, glass, so forth and so on. A city of astonishing size, technical advancement, aesthetic magnificence, evidently large amounts of leisure time, so forth and so on. If any of you are interested, read Çatalhöyük, a Neolithic town in southern Turkey by James Mellard. Fascinating stuff. 7,200 BC, and in 6,500 BC, Çatalhöyük is destroyed. Çatal levels 5A and 6 show evidence of enormously hot fires sweeping through the entire structure. It ends right there. What happened? We know what happened. The Black Cats came. Those folks from north of Lake Van in Central Asia, the wheeled chariot people, the horse-mounted people, the Indo-Europeans, our people, the people who had domesticated the horse and invented the wheel and had simultaneously invented an entirely new lifestyle for human beings, rape and pillage over large distances, supported by wheeled vehicles and horsepower. And we know then that the Indo-European waves of invasion were coming across the Anatolian plateau at that time. They destroyed Çatalhöyük, and follows a period of retraction, habituation, return to earlier forms. But again, so much technology, language, and sophistication had accumulated that it was very hard to keep that commitment to habit and recidivism going. So up here, there's a symmetry break, you see, and then in perfect agreement with the wave, you get like strings, like pearls on a string, descending down this gradient deeper into novelty. You get Sumer, Ur, Chaldea, Babylon, Egypt. The wave actually supports the theosophical hallucination that Egypt attained a cultural level never before attained in the history of the earth, and not surpassed until Hellenistic times. That's the fact of the matter, and the wave portrays it perfectly. Yeah.
bottom of the clock. You also have simultaneously the creation of stone of new grain and directly going up the thing, the Stonehenge too.
Yeah, this crop of novelty here, this is the culmination of a kind of echo of our own history. See how this gradient here is like an echo of this gradient here? This is the sweep from Sumer to the Great Pyramid. This is the sweep from Minoan Crete to the Eschaton and Starflood. So it's like an echo. It's almost as though history happened twice and ended the first time around 2300 BC, and then began again around 940 BC, and swept toward the millennial of the Mayan millennial moment of December 21st, 2012. And here's history's fractal mountain, from the Great Pyramid to Michael Jackson, right here. History's fractal mountain, yes.
The last weekend.
I'll slow this and talk about it. So the question was, if the Great now, this being Maui, I think we're about to cross a Rubicon here. The Great Pyramid the cornerstone was placed in September 2790 BC. If you have a different date, it's your problem to defend it. 50,000 years ago, placed by pagans passing by 20 million years ago, we've got a tough road to hoe. It was placed in September 2790 BC. But, you just have to like it or lump it. So here it is, right down here. And then what we see, and I don't know how much you know about Egyptian history, but the Great Pyramid is built at the end of a period of civilized unfoldment and is immediately followed by a collapse of Egyptian society. For about 250 years, no monuments are dedicated and no buildings of any major size are built. The Great Pyramid marks the end of what is called the Old Kingdom. The New Kingdom, or what's called dynastic Egypt, begins then about 250 years later. There was some kind of social collapse in that period that we don't know very much about. Something happened. Then from the beginning of dynastic Egypt on, they're always looking back to the Golden Age. I mean, even 1,000 years before Christ, the Egyptians were talking about the good old days and how could they get back to it and so forth and so on. So then what the Vedic shows is after the achievements of Egyptian civilization, a conservative, habitual, recidivist, and traditional return to patterns occurred, although it's quite dramatically punctuated with certain developments. If we look at the civilizations of the ancient world and place them along this gradient, what we discover here is a whole bunch of badass characters. The Mckenna, warrior people of uncertain origin, they conquer Egypt. They're followed by the Hyksos, an even more brutal and conquering people who leave no textual evidence and very little evidence of any civilization other than what they had ripped off from the higher civilizations they had conquered. That's followed by the Assyrians, equally badass. And so what we have are a series of ever more warlike, male-dominated, slave-run imperial states basing their economies on chariot-driven warfare and conquest. And that continues. Now, there are some important deviations from this. The Phoenicians invent writing. in the bottom of this trough here. And then there is this symmetry break up here at the top in terms of real history. That point, 948 AD, is when Minoan Crete, the last bastion of the goddess worshipping culture that had been preserved out of Africa at Çatalhöyük, falls to Mycenaean pirates. This is the age of Agamemnon. This is the age when Homer sang his song. Homer sings his song at the top of his crest. And I had a professor of history at Cal who said, you want to know where it all went wrong? It all went wrong when the Greeks stopped being fishermen and pulled their boats up onto the shore and started talking philosophy. That's when it all went wrong. And that's what this shows. It shows that there was an enormous shift in cultural values that created the cascade into novelty that leads in an almost direct line to our own predicament. And that is certainly true. So now I'll any questions on that? Okay, I'll zoom in. 5,700 years, 2,800 years. This is what I wanted to talk about. Now we're getting down to the short and early age, because this is something we know about. This is from 589 AD to 1998. The screen is filled with predictions. It's not shy. It's not sleight of hand. It says where the novelty was and where it wasn't. How's it doing? Is it getting it right? Because you see, there's a certain kind of intellectual obligation built in here. If it's right and right and right and right and right, then it must be ultimately right. And in that case, the world is about to transform itself. We are so close to being absorbed into the event horizon of the eschatonic object that all you have to do is smoke a bomb or sit and daydream, and you can see it behind closed eyelids. I mean, it is impinging on 20th century history with the impact of the sun rising over a darkened landscape. It is here. It is here. Just, so, or I'm This is the Dark Ages here, when culture fell so low in Europe that the Byzantine thinker Microbius claimed that the circumference of a circle was twice its diameter. That's what happened to science in Europe in the Dark Ages. If it hadn't been for the Arabs preserving these Greek manuscripts in monasteries, we would have essentially gone back to a pre-Greek level of civilization. So the Arab thing is very central there. Okay, then what it shows is an incredible descent into novelty in the mid-10th century. Several things are going on. First of all, let's just get rid of the Maya. That's them taking the final dive, walking out of their cities, so forth and so on. But in terms of global novelty, the collapse of the Maya had very little consequence on Chinese, Indian, or European history. In fact, zero consequences. It wasn't even going to be known that they existed for several hundred years into the future. But what was happening, that was having an impact on all of the rest of global culture, was at Cordoba and at Baghdad, Islamic rulers, the Umayyads, in the case of Baghdad, were establishing incredible patronage of the science and the arts and architecture and design, engineering, and out of all that comes the invention of algebra, which may not seem like a big thing, but it lays the basis for the calculus and hence modern science. So this plunge into novelty is really the birth of modern science under the aegis of the Umayyads and the Cordovan caliphs, and has very little to do with Europe. Okay? Okay, then the next one, the next plunge into novelty is over here. It's not as deep as that one, and it doesn't fall from so high a point, but nevertheless, it's dramatic. 1122, the Crusades, specifically the Second Crusade, which was the important one. What this means is that the insularity of Christian Europe begins to dissolve under the impact of contact with the Orient. And it had the impact on Europe that trade with an extraterrestrial civilization would have today. And they had never seen silk brocades, perfume, pearls, spices, psychedelic stuff is what it was. And it was pouring into Europe and creating new classes of people, new canons of aesthetics, new types of music, architecture, so forth and so on. But then this return to habit here is what I call the medieval eschaton, the freezing out. You know, this is the high Gothic era where Europe is locked in contemplation of the teachings of the Galilean. No science exists. Art is only in the service of religion. Politics serves religion. Everything is locked in the contemplation of the Christian message. And then look, something happens here. A startling collapse into novelty in the middle 1300s, reaching its apex, reaching its deepest descent into novelty in the year 1356. What happened in 1356? 1/3 of the population of Europe dies in 18 months under the influence of the Black Plague. The greatest demographic collapse Europe has ever experienced, and it came from Central Asia, where we have no data, but we can presume that it killed as many people in those places as it did in Europe. It was a tremendously novel event in that many people died, but society rebounded rather quickly to its old habits because it did not represent a technological innovation or an intellectual breakthrough like the invention of algebra. It was simply a catastrophe. And society responded by returning rather quickly to the previous levels. I mean, if this is 1356, the top of this puppy is 1440. So in 100 years, they were able to sort of re-establish European cultural institutions and come out of that body blow. But obviously, there was a tremendous symmetry break up here at the top of this thing, and I want to magnify it so we can see it here. Okay, so here's the Black Death, 1356. Here's 1440. Clearly the initiation of a very steep symmetry break, a steep descent into novelty. What happened in 1440? Johannes Gutenberg printed the first Bible at Mainz near Frankfurt in Germany. Printing was invented, a technological and informational revolution like nothing the world had ever seen, on a scale with the invention of the alphabet or perhaps the invention of language itself. But that ain't all. 15 years later, in 1455, just as we go over the lip of this thing, the Ottoman Turks seize Constantinople and chop off all European access to the markets of the Far East. This is a total body blow to the evolution of the European economies, and a group of previously obscure northern Italian cities decide to pool their money and take a chance on some new shipbuilding and navigation techniques, and decide that they will attempt to sail around Africa to avoid dealing with the blockage of passage to the east by the Turks' seizure of Constantinople. These are the Renaissance. These people become the Renaissance princes because these previously poor Italian villages, Siena, Florence, Padua, Cordova, Civitella, they become the jewels of the Italian Renaissance. This is the Italian Renaissance, this incredible plunge into novelty. Everybody you ever heard of in the Italian Renaissance is on that gradient. You know, the early guys up here, Fra Angelico, and like that, Donatello, Caravaggio, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, the whole bit, and now all this art is being made. Don't forget all kinds of invention is taking place as well. And if the whole thing reaches its culmination at the bottom of this trough, 1492. Okay, now 1492 has been called the Anno Mirabiles, since it happened, the year of miracles, because it was in a single year the Muslims were expelled from Spain, and these voyages of exploration were undertaken that led to the discovery of the New World. Unlike the Black Plague, where the rebound was quick, there was no rebounding from the novelty unleashed by the Italian Renaissance and the discovery of the New World. Instead, there's a long, long period in which that novelty has to be assimilated. And this is like the age of the marvelous. This is the age of the court of Rudolph and Prague. This is a period of time which stretches from 1492 to 1619. The entirety of the 16th century is along the bottom of this clock. And if you know anything about European history, you know that the 16th century was the most exotic century of the last 500 years before the 20th. I mean, this is where alchemy reached its great inflorescence. The Rosicrucian Enlightenment, the careers of Dr. Dee, of Henry Cornelius Agrippa, the reign of John Giordano Bruno, all of that is happening here, including the discovery of the New World. Well, then something happens here, and this whole thing abruptly comes to an end. There is an end to the era of novelty in 1619. Well, what happened in 1619? Right, I know. In 1619, the 30 Years' War began. The 30 Years' War created modern Europe. When the 30 Years' War begins, Europe is thoroughly medieval, ruled by popes and kings. At the end of the 30 Years' War, Europe is a continent of nations, ruled by parliaments and councils. Here it is, warfare, destroying the novelty achieved here, but with major exceptions. I call this Newton's March. That's the founding of the Royal Society in England, Newton's Principia, Cartesian logic, so forth and so on. It all is, and the English Civil War is here, the Restoration, and so forth. Wars of religion. Then, in 1740, it changes. This steep descent into novelty, from roughly 1740 to 1845, is, in its early phase, what's called the European Enlightenment, the French encyclopedists, Voltaire, all that. And in its later phase, what's called the Industrial Revolution. The American Revolution, 1776, right here. The French Revolution follows, 1789, right here. the restoration of Louis Napoleon, so forth and so on. And then this bump here is simultaneously the Franco-Prussian War in European history and the American Civil War in American history. Yeah.
A lot of people include, along with the Italian Renaissance and the Greek Golden Age, the birth of Christ as one of those points where the graph should do something. And as we skip over, let's be curious to see what it looked like in Zip.
Okay, well, you can go back to it. You're quite right. The life of Christ is very interesting because Christ is Christ, but he lived simultaneously during the reign of one of the greatest civil and military reformers of all time. I mean, Christ lived in the era of Augustinian Rome. So it's a tremendous era of novelty. I can tell you what's going on. Remember how I said that in the Minoan Creek it starts a cascade, and then that cascade doesn't flatten out until the fall of Rome. So it's in a very steep period of descent into novelty. After I go through this, I'll go back and pick it up for you if there's time. What I want to do is I want to fly toward modernity here. And here, I'll do it fairly quickly. Yeah. Well, two things to that. Number one, you're right, and I'll come back to that. Number two, Oriental history shows a curious parallelism with Western history. In other words, the great the Roman Empire rises and falls almost in perfect concert with the Han Dynasty. So, you know, you can say it's Eurocentric, although the Islamic role is strongly accentuated. I agree that it's Eurocentric. What kind of world are you living in? A Eurocentric world. The Maya, for all their accomplishments, don't deserve a blip of great depth in a universal novelty description like this, because who did they influence? Oh yeah, well that kind of thing shows up very well. Yeah, global evolution of technology, it picks up very well. Yeah. No. Because there was nobody. The Toltecs are living, but who did they? The Toltecs, in the Valley of Mexico.
For example, 1313 is, you mentioned the collapse and the retaking of the Holy Land by the Arabs. And you also have at that point the collapse and diaspora of the Templars, who gave rise to the whole age of chivalry and the troubadour and all of that. The spreading through of medieval Europe of those esoteric ideas gained in the Holy Land during that same period of time.
That's right, the Angevine court development of Aquitaine and that whole business. Okay, now let's zoom in on modern history and finer scale stuff, because I want to show you it doesn't only work on things on a scale of 1,000 years. Okay, there's 715 years on the screen, 357 years on the screen, 178, 89 years. Let's look here for just a moment. This is from 1906 to 1996. This is a good place to show you how the resonances work. Remember how I talked about Ur, Chaldea, Babylon, and then Egypt at the bottom of the trough of history's fractal mountain? Well, what's at the bottom of that trough here? 1933. Well, WTF hadn't thought of that. Large-scale building projects. WTF. How about this? fascination with overscale architecture, a tendency to mistreat Jews. What have we got here? We've got Nazi Germany. The word Führer and the word Pharaoh are actually etymologically related. The static, monolithic slave labor style of ancient Egypt is recreated inside the Third Reich. Is that not weird? I asked you. Okay, so this is the early 20th century relativity, of this descent into novelty. Relativity, 1906. Quantum Dada, 1919. Surrealism, the Manifesto, 1922. The Copenhagen Conference on Quantum Physics, 1923. The, radio, all of it, powered by blah, 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 blah. World War, the Third Reich, then World War II fought across the bottom of this trough here, ending in the explosion of the atom bombs. Now, after World War II, what people were interested in was literally a return to normalcy. It was called that, the return to normalcy. We whipped Hitler, we called down the power of the stars upon our enemies. Now we just want to go back and marry the girl next door and barbecue and buy some tube furniture and get a Chevy and make nice. Make it nice. And here it is, a period of traditional activity, recidivism, conservatism, so forth and so on. And now I'll zoom in a little more. Before I do, the early 1960s here, and then right here, right at the top, landing on the moon. Landing on the moon, the hippies, LSD, the whole ball of wax. I mean, basically, at the very, very top of this thing, to the day, the human being in the Panhandle in San Francisco. Now, if that doesn't confirm my own inner agenda, I don't know what possibly could. Here, let's go in and have a look at it. Go look at there. 44 years, there's the top of the 60s. 22 years, the Reagan-Bush era. 11 years. 11 years and 2 months. The last 11 years. Now, remind yourself, we have not moved the positioning. We have started with 6 billion years. We're down to 11 years. Everything is being generated from this point in 2012. It's been light. And now, the last 11 years, from 83 to 94. Okay, this is in resonance, the fall of Rome. In fact, the end of the Reagan era. This point here, well, I'm going to go one more stage. We're going to see this. Because we've been through a lot in the past 5 years, 7 months, and 1 day, I believe. By the way, you see this little pointer that has appeared? It's pointing up to bed. It's pointing up to bed. Okay. Let's go through these low points. This one, June 89, Tiananmen Square massacre, 3 million people, perhaps the largest crowd in history, halt in its tracks, the largest and most totalitarian government on the planet for 30 days is paralyzed until it discovers a traditional solution to the problem, mass murder of its own citizens. Okay, go forward. Next low spot, November 1989. The Berlin Wall falls to the day, right there, the novel. Okay, Now, this spot is interesting. This spot, the bottom of this little trough here, on the next higher level is the birth of Muhammad. The exact resonance date here of the birth of Muhammad is August 3rd, 1990. Saddam Hussein seizes Kuwait on the day of the resonance of Muhammad's birth. So, and Muhammad died over here. No. Muhammad died here. So here's the seizure of Kuwait. Then remember all the breath beating and the moving of troops around and all that. That goes on up to here. Then this is the issuing of the UN ultimatum, which made war inevitable. Here is the air war, this descent here, early January 1991. The ground war, and if I would blow up the bottom of this slope for you, you see that it's wildly fluctuating on the time scale. But the land war is there. Okay. Next low point, August 1991. The kidnapping of Gorbachev from the first Soviet Kubotov right then. I'm going to skip over this one because the only interesting thing that happened there was that it's the two interesting things happened actually. Two different guys that day. And I hate to tell you, but Ross Perot went on Larry King and allowed this how maybe he would run for president. Okay, then this low point here, good on destiny. This tells me the exact date. Can you see that, Tony? There's Clinton's election right there, in that low top. And as you see, then we have come up. We've come up today. Oh, what was the date of the LA earthquake? January what? There it is. That's January 13th. If you see the sanity, but if I go one stroke further, that's the 19th. So you see how fine on it is. Okay, so then today is February 27th. Now we'll fly in. No. And that should tell you something. Just a sec, because I can't take my eyes off this thing. There's 1 week, there's 8 months, there's 4 months, 2 months, 1 month, 15 days, 7 days, the last 7 days, the last 3 days, the last day, the last 23 hours. Now, I think we're getting close to the range limit. Let me do a couple of things here, a couple of housekeeping things. And what I want to do is move today's date over to the other side of the screen so that we can look at the future. That's what's interesting now, because there's so little of it left. We've been looking at 6 billion years, there's only 18 years left. I often wondered, so what if it were true? I'd hardly have time to enjoy my notoriety. Specified targeted. C, month of, 2, 27, 1994. No. Okay, now specify time span, 20 years. E. 20 years. I think so, if I did it right. Years, 20. Plus months, no. Plus days, no. Okay. Now we have everything right. Draft away. Draft away. Yes. Oh, okay. Now see the pointer over here? That's pointing at today. Now remember how I said the impact on Jupiter was the week of July 21, and you run the pointer forward. There is August 5th, 1994, and one stroke back, the 16th of July, 1994. See, it's right there. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this, other than just the razzle-dazzle the future, is look what's coming. We've got a test of sufficient force coming that if the wave fails this test, I wouldn't think it would be necessary to hang on until 2012, because this is a very major test of the theory. And what it's saying is that beginning around January 23rd, 1996, and lasting until May 1st, 1996, a period of 164 days, there is going to be an enormous rush into novelty. And I have no idea. We could be looking at revolution in China, AIDS cure, planetesimal impact, Hawaiian independence, or all of those and more. But that's where it'll be, early 96. The analog is the Umayyad caliphate and the invention of algebra. So it may be that it's the evolution of some incredibly powerful mathematical technique that will configure technology, science, for the rest of the 18 years left to us. Now, I also wanted to show you this because this explains the this compression that is going on in historical time. Remember how I pointed out how the Nazis were very much like the Old Kingdom Egypt? Well, everything is being lived in these lower level resonances at high rates of acceleration and compression. So that, for example, what took 11 years in the past takes 6 days or something like that in the present. So fads and fractions are the place to look for the ebb and flow of this stuff. We right now are in the early 8th century, early 9th century. Clinton is our Charlemagne. The revolt in Mexico is in resonance with the Mayan collapse and going on in the very same area. This is how it works. It's kind of a lens for seeing how the future unfolds along certain themes. So what I would predict here is some radical gains or something radical here having to do with ideas and Islam. Maybe a young Palestinian physicist will write the unified field theory or something like that. Then, for the rest of the 90s, the rest of the 90s carries us only into the high Gothic period, the medieval period. Well, for sure, the fundamentalists are just going to camp on the millennium, and they truly believe that Jesus is coming. So, this whole period around 2000 will be monopolized by Christian rhetoric and hoopla. Then, beyond that, it looks like, I would hate to think that this is some kind of new play, but we do have in the early years of the next century the resonance with the Black Death. Further on, in 2004 to 5, the Italian Renaissance in 2004, ending in late 2005 with the discovery of the New World, which I would predict is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich planet around Alpha Centauri, or Beta Centauri. Just as an aside, did you know that Beta Centauri, which aside from the red dwarf Alpha Centauri, is the nearest star? Beta Centauri is the most sun-like star within 70 light years of the planet. It's incredibly sun-like. 1.1 solar masses and burning in the same part of the spectrum as the sun. It's entirely populated. In 2004, we will have sufficient instrumentality that if there are planets around Beta Centauri, they will swim into view. And if they're water-heavy, oxygen rich, we will have discovered the new world. Or it may be constructs a doorway to the DMT land or something else. But 2004, the discovery of the New World. 2009, the equivalent of the Industrial Revolution. And then all of the 19th and 20th century compressed into the next 2 years, leading to the spin down. Because the shortest cycle is not 67 years, 1 and 4.25 days. There are shorter cycles. There's a 384-day cycle that will begin 384 days before December 21st, 2012, and that into 384 days will pack all the resonances of all previous cycles. There will then be a 6-day cycle at the end, packing all the resonances and associations in 6 days. There will then be an hour and 35-minute cycle, then a 1.3 second cycle. In other words, the thing is just hurtling toward the omega plane. Imagine this. If you had a universe like the kind of universe I'm describing, that was 72 billion years old, and that had 27 levels of spiral evolution built into it with a collapse factor of 64, dig this, then half of its becoming would occur in the last 6.5 hours of its existence. The universe would be only half completed 6.5 hours before its final completion, because the short epochs happen so rapidly. So this is what I think lies ahead. It's not permaculture, not Hawaiian independence, not cheap beer, but something so off the wall that the laws of space and time themselves are going to be melted, condensed, and rolled together. This is a process. I showed it to you. It's been rolling forward for 72 billion years. It's never arrived a moment late anywhere along the line. It's on time. It's under budget. And novelty, which we represent, which life represents, which civilization represents, novelty is the proof of it. And novelty is ingressing into three-dimensional space-time at precisely the rates that the theory predicts. It explains why we're here. It explains how the cosmic drama works, and it gives permission to drop anxiety, because we're locked into an eternal process of alchemical rarefaction of novelty that is very close now to the culmination. The eschatonic body, the coincidentia positorum, the Philosopher's Stone, the UFO, the body and blood of our Lord, it's all about to enter history. This is the persistent and, and incredibly irrational assurance of Western religion that what other people used to call God, that God would enter history. History is the shockwave of eschatology. The presence of history on this planet means that we are only geological microseconds away from the full revelation of the presence of the eschaton. It is present history. History is a distorted perspective on a higher dimensional object that is pulling all access into itself and always has been. And, we barely have language for it. It's being revealed through the psychedelic experience. This is what shamans see. This is why I say a shaman is someone who has seen the end, because you leave the radical, linear confinement of history and you rise up into the super space of eternity. You look left, you see the Big Bang. You look right, and you can see the entire set of universal processes being sucked into the transcendent present of the eschaton and object. Yeah.
The Earth wobble theory, where the ice caps in the North and South Pole become your new equator.
I think it's more radical than that. I think it's the collapse of Newtonian space and time. I think there's nothing left at all that you can hang a label on. You'll be neither actors nor language. So this is 2012. Oh no, see the way that you look at the software, you can put any end date in it, just with the keystrokes. It comes with defaulted to the December 21, 2012 date, because, but let me, but you can enter any end date and it will scale the entire wave for you relative to the end date you gave it. I scaled it to this date because after trying hundreds and hundreds of dates, this seemed to be right for all scales. This seems to work. Now, if you take this seriously and you try to make rational sense of this revelation, and it is a revelation, and indeed, but it's a very strange revelation because it's absolutely self-limiting. I'm hung out to dry if nothing happens. It imposes its own test. It says, we will deliver, or you're free to reject it. So it isn't some vague promise about someday or soon or no. Dawn, Greenwich, 18 minutes after 11 a.m., December 21st, 2012, Greenwich Mean Time, the eschaton will rise in the east and consume the solar system and so forth and so on. Let me say that. You mean try that? Well, let me explain to you, short of the absolute consummation of the world and the ascent into the angelic imperium, how could this be fulfilled? How could this be fulfilled and be true, and yet somehow not leave no stone upon another? No, nuclear war is a recidivist return to camp. Here's the one thing that could keep, as I see it, that could fulfill the prophecy and yet leave three-dimensional space and time intact. One thing I've noticed about the road is that it's excellent at predicting the evolution of technology. Technology and novelty are very closely related concepts in the cosmos of the time wave. How would it be if what happens at 18 minutes after 11 a.m. on December 22nd, 2012 is that the button is pushed, and for the first time in the history of this planet, a person moves through time. The sequential linearity of history ends. And then we would all say, of course, history ended. Because, I discussed this with the mushroom, and it told me a very strange thing, which I didn't believe at the time. It said time machines are possible, but you can only go back in time as far as the moment of the invention of the first time machine. Because before that, there wasn't a time machine. And how can you take a time machine into a universe where, by definition, time machines do not exist? That would introduce a paradox. So then I thought, and following through on this, I thought, here's the picture. It's a few moments before sunrise in the Amazon, December 21st, 2012 AD, at the World Temporal Institute. The first person is about to be sent into the future. The Lady Temple is strapped into the machine in full view of the worldwide three-dimensional virtual reality flip-flop. Everybody is watching. A brief speech is made, a countdown from 20, a button is pushed, and off she goes into the future. Now, the interesting question at this point, I think, is what happens, to use an obsolete word, next? What happens next? And I think in that kind of a universe, what would happen next is that thousands, tens of thousands of time machines would begin arriving at the end of the time road. They would have come back to see the first trip into time. They would arrive from all points in the future at the end of the road to witness the first time travel. Now, this idea lasted for about 24 hours. And then I realized there's a problem here. There's something called the grandfather paradox that is always introduced in discussions about time travel. And it is this. If you were able to travel back in time, you could kill your grandfather. If you killed your grandfather, you would not exist. Therefore, you could not have traveled back in time and killed your grandfather. Therefore, you're hung out to dry here on some kind of a paradox. And the only way around that paradox, because you see, in the kind of time travel the mushroom says is allowed, the traveling back to the moment of this time machine's invention, you could still have a paradox. Because if your grandfather was born in 2022 and you were born in 2080, on your way back to 2012, you could start in 2025 and kill your infant grandfather. So what do we do about this? The solution is this. When the button is pushed, when the Lady Temple sails off into the future, what happens is not that time machines arrive instantly from all points in the future. Something much more radical happens. The rest of history happens instantaneously. It all happens instantaneously. There is a collapse of the illusion of linear time. I call this the God whistle. What you do is you sound this shrill tone, and the rest of universal history is like magically removed, and the next serial moment is the last moment in the history of the universe, and you go into the highest state of evolution that the universe can achieve in its entire history. So what this is a kind of fast forward button. You think you're inventing time travel. What you're really inventing is a button which causes the rest of time to happen instantly, and then the entire global civilization moves into eternity. It's a curious thing, but hey, what is yeah.
Relation to apocalyptic theory, to second coming to.
Here's how I relate to it. Through the resonances that we've been looking at here, it's clear that if time is this kind of fractal that I'm talking about, then it's a series of embedded modules that are complete within themselves. So that the entire history of the universe is in some sense recapitulated in every minute, every hour, every day, every year, every century. Is a recapitulation or an anticipation of the highest cycle of time. So a Christ, a Buddha, a Mohammed, is simply a person who stood in a certain geometric relationship to the object at the end of time. You know how you can stand on a hill and the glass windows of a house across the valley will be blank, but if you move just a few feet, it disappears into the channel in time. These are people who were as ordinary as you and me, except for their perspective on the eschaton. And these were the biggies: Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, every single one. From, Joe, Shucko, Guru, to you and me. We all have a perspective on the eschaton. It's within us. Genetic anticipation. So everything so the promise of Western religion, well, here's the way to think of it. Think of the eschaton, this object in eternity, pulling everything toward itself. Think of it as one of those mirrored balls that they hang in discos and spin, and you know how it causes moving lights on the walls? Those are reflections of the Bible, but they're distorted reflections. And all reflections are distorted. So David Koreich's version of things, Charles Manson's version, Buddha's version, Hitler's version, Christ's version, everybody's version is slightly or more than slightly tweaked. Including place. All versions are tweaked, but the closer you get to the end of the road, the less tweaked the versions are, because the radiance of the thing is growing in power. So a shaman 50,000 years ago in his cave in the south of France, taking mushrooms, he looks forward and there's a demon glimmer, something, a transcendental hope, a possibility. Now you take mushrooms and you can almost see the radiance of the eschaton shining through ordinary reality. And all these religions are anticipations of this thing, and your own transcendent hopes are an anticipation of this thing. We can tune into the eschaton, and this is what psychedelics are. That's why I said a shaman is someone who has seen the end. A shaman is someone who knows how the story comes out and can therefore return to ordinary length of time, take their place in the drama with a total absence of anxiety, and then be a wonderful role model, cure, and paradigm for other people who lack this critical piece of knowledge, the nature of the yeah. It's like raising a lighted match to greet a supernova.
The basic paradox between traditional scientific thought and what Rupert is talking about, you're talking about, Abrams is talking about, the people in quantum physics, Swami and those guys, is revolved around the issue of teleology and the rejection of teleology, and this causes the absolute collapse of that denial that something in the future can influence and cause an event in the past. And that is the philosophical peg around which all of this is built.
That's right. Let me explain what's being said here. Teleology is a fancy philosophical word for purpose. If you have a telos, you have a purpose. And it has been very, very important to modern science to remove teleology from its explanations. Even the theory of evolution, which is the most teleological of scientific theories, real hardcore evolution materialist evolutionists will tell you, don't think of it as progress. It's not progress. It's random mutation being acted upon by selected forces in the environment. But don't think that an elk is more advanced than an amoeba, or that a gray whale is more advanced than a sponge. There is no progress here. There is simply sideways mutation toward different form. But I say this contravenes reason. There obviously is progress. But progress means movement toward a goal. That's a purpose. But movement toward a goal is a purpose, and they go berserk when you try to inject teleology. That's right. That's right.
Modern science.
Yes, you see, 19th century science arose in an atmosphere of what was called deism. Deism was the current form of Christian theology that said that the universe was a kind of universal machine that God had built and set running and then gone away. And the 19th century Darwinists and the Wallaces, they wanted to get away from teleology. So they built logical systems where everything proceeds from cause to effect. Everything is pushed from the past toward the future. I'm saying exactly the opposite. Using the new language of chaos theory and dynamics, I'm saying the future contains an attractive, a kind of energy low point in the topology, and history is like releasing a ball bearing on a stretched rubber sheet that has a low point. Where will the ball bearing roll? Where will it end up? In the low point. And it may even circle around the low point as it rattles down into the bottom like a pinball in a pinball machine. This is perfectly reasonable. It's just incredibly unwelcome in the domain of science. But I think that science has betrayed itself by not admitting that over all scales of time and all scales of phenomena, novelty is being conserved, is refining, building upon itself, and accelerating its approach toward an ideal state of perfection, and that is this eschatonic body. Yeah. Combination of science, also genetic code, DNA, it's all related together. So what science does, it's an independent interpretation. Yeah, the problem is, as I said at the beginning of today, that science as we know it will not survive this revolution because time is a variable, and all science that has been done to date has treated time as an invariant. And if we want to understand love affairs, revolutions, corporate takeovers, brain tumors, if we want to understand the things that matter to us as organisms, we're going to have to create an entirely new definition of what science is about, what it's looking at. Yeah. Everything we love is all about that. That's right. So therefore, if you try water, spitting everything you do, that's exciting. That people perceive as the goal that first repetition. It's like vibration. You see, and that's what most people perceive, and that's what they are. It's like neurotic perfection, cyclical.
And that is the resonance and analog on the quantum physics level of spirit being the motivating factor for matter rather than the reverse, as in your discussions of teleology and the causation-driven theories. You see that?
That's right. That's why there are 64 species of time. That's why DNA is the way it is. DNA is like iron filings arranging themselves in the presence of a deeper magnetic ordering field, the principle of 64. That the 64 hexagrams are mental categories, iron filings on a different level, but all configuring themselves to reflect these universal principles of hierarchical ordering and interrelatedness. Now, to a degree, it's an indulgence on my part to tell you all this because it's just my theory, but that's how a straight person would see it. From my point of view, this is what the mushroom said. From the mushroom's point of view, this is square one. This is what you know if you know anything. This is what you know if you've ever been off the block. Of course you know the nature of space-time and matter. Yeah. Yes, the scientific theory is called the Big Bang. The theory I put out this morning, I would call the Big Surprise. And the big surprise comes at the end, not at the beginning. Yeah.
Well, actually, is the thing that you said. It's the way that we're going is to the hour form.
We're going outside the cycle of cause and effect.
And the thing is, everyone knows that typically happens necessarily like this is so it's exactly coincided with the other like you said. Now there's a theory of biology
That the rise of ecological concern and the awareness of plant consciousness through psychedelics are simultaneous phenomena. I mean, essentially, the Gaian mind is coming into focus. History is ending. The evidence of your senses is true. It can't go on much longer. It can't go on much longer. What you thought you saw was real. And there is built into the physics of this universe, local or general, who knows, this bootstrapping circularity that is going to lift us to higher and higher levels. Now, what I want to say about this is we're getting close to the end. So, is you should not believe this. I don't believe this. I got as far as I got by not believing anything. The mushroom specifically said, when I said, why are you telling me this? It said, because you don't believe anything. This is a hypothesis to be tested. It is not a religious faith to kneel down in front of. It is mathematically anchored, as modern theories have been since the 1850s, and it can be tested and possibly overthrown by ordinary methods of discourse and analysis. It is not a mystical teaching. It does not depend on belief. It's a series of interlocking mathematical assertions that are open to test. And I cannot imagine what the purpose of my 25-year-long involvement with this is unless there is some measure of truth in this. I have studied other channelings from the Urantia book to whatever, and it isn't like this. Nobody gets it down to a mathematical algorithm that can be submitted to the desk of science for a visa stamp. This is coming from the same place where those things not based on faith, but on the deeper implications of reason and mathematics are coming from. We do feel our planet to be in crisis. An odd thing about this theory, which I confess troubles me, I guess the way to put it, is that it seems to lift obligation off of us. It seems to be saying, it's here. There is nothing left to be done. And, I come out of the Berkeley Commune, a tradition of political activism, of real uncomfortableness with bad social policy and the repression of unfortunate classes, races, and people. And I want to do something. I'm puzzled by the completedness of this theory. And where I rest with it is, I act as though it is not true. And I think you should act as though it is not true. You're still responsible. You can't be a jerk. You must still recycle. You must still take care of your shit. But this is permission to hope. This is permission to understand how your dreams could come true. It isn't that the flying saucers will come, or that Lemuria will rise from the sea, or that Maitreya will descend in a cloud of light. It's that the laws of physics and nature themselves have been designed to save you from what you probably deserve. So it's a psychedelic revelation that touches every aspect of human life. It's a way of looking at things, novelty and habit. It's a scientific argument for not pushing the river. It's a kind of mathematical description of the Tao. I mean, if you think about the Tao Te Ching, the primary text of Taoism, in the Whaley translation, it opens like this: the way that can be told of is not an unvarying way. Now, despite the clumsy use of the double negative, not an unvarying way, what that sentence says is the way that can be told of is a varying way. A varying way. And that's what we have. We have the universal ebb and flow of flux. One of the greatest philosophers in the Western tradition, the pre-Socratic Heraclitus, got it down to an aphorism in Greek. He